Yo.
No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión, vine por mi cinturón. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
We've seen this matchup before, and last time Genji became the king of Pacifics. But this is a different stage, and a stage that Paper Rex have conquered over and over again.
These teams, they have faced in Pacific, but then that was Genji proving themselves for their first time. People could write that off as an upset, as a one-time run, but now they're here in Madrid. They've done it again. They've made it to playoffs. They have another chance. I think if they can beat Paper X today, they can cement themselves as the best team from Pacific coming into this event, as a team who could compete for that title. But they're up against a Paper X that no matter how logical you think about them, no matter what you think is going to happen with this team, they always surprise. They always find that miracle, and that's what makes playing them so damn scary.
Yeah, Paper X is the definition of any given Sunday, really, of what you get on the day, especially now we're thrown into the mix of potentials for composition changes to come out. Paper X looking back at their previous performances, not feeling fantastic about it. Genji now don't necessarily have a very familiar opponent in that regard.
What other team will play a comp for the first time after scrimming it once and then show up and look terrible in the first half, win in the second? Not to the same level. Not to the same level, though, man. They show up, they make a miracle happen, and then you'll talk them after and like, yeah, we just weren't feeling it. They're ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, on the veins of Navi, Angel, he does currently hold the record for the most agents played in a single tournament, but Forsaken is one away. If he just whips out a seventh, a different agent
gonna play
here,
ISO
I mean, we see, yeah, we see the
by the way,
match.
in half the amount of maps too, because Angel did it in 21.
Oh, okay,
So-
okay.
So maybe that is the key. Like you guys said, Forsaken, he has been creating a lot of the stuff here, and at least individually, Mike, he's been doing well. He's on form.
Yeah, definitely. I think just to double on from that, the real test for Genji would be as well if Paper X do completely, especially the fact that we're starting where we are, to start on split. If that composition gets changed, it'll be another validation for Genji to come out, obviously prep out the window and just perform bread and butter Valorant, which they've shown time and time again. They've looked very, very clean so far here in Madrid in terms of curveballs coming their way. If they can do that versus a team like Paper X that are willing to just kind of push all in on a comp first time, bringing it out on international stage, massive, massive vouch for
The thing is, normally when we say that on a desk or on a cast about, oh, you have to do it against Paper Rex, that's the exception. Genji is used to that. They've played this team twice before. They know about the chaos, and they've adapted to it very well. We're in Agent Select, and it's standard for once in a Paper X game.
Standard?
It's
No,
double
standard?
duelist
Question
style.
mark?
It's the old standard from last year.
Yeah.
The teams have moved away from this, but it is still a good comp that I think works very well to these teams' play styles.
Yeah, and I guess as well, abandoning the madness that was the Yoru comp as well, coming out from the split, which was the iteration that Genji played against last time in the regional finals.
I'm looking in this matchup at the head-to-head between the rookies, Monyet, and on the
Absolutely.
other side, out from Charon. Both those guys have come out in their debut international tournament and looked incredible. They're both on the run for one of the best rookie performances we've seen.
And probably been the two loudest on the stage as well.
Yeah, well, let's get this Pacific Showdown underway and send it over to your casters, who's been very familiar with the journeys of these two teams. It's Mitchman and Tom Biz.
Thank you so much, Insu, and our fantastic analyst desk. Yes, we're pretty familiar with these teams, as I'm sure
They played EDG, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. But, you know, we heard it from the desk. The only thing harder than beating a team once is beating them twice. Paper X know that from EG over at Champs. Now it's an opportunity for them to give Genji a lesson in that very same thing.
Well, that's the thing. I kind of want to touch on what Mike said earlier, where it's like a head over heart sort of
situation. I also think it's mind over mental, because the way that PaperX play is insane. So you kind of have to almost center yourself. We've seen teams do that throughout the tournament so far. The other problem for these teams as well is, yes, they've played each other before, but as it was sort of said in the interview there, like the video we saw just before, they would both like it if Pacific were able to win. They have never managed to win an international event, and it's almost cruel that they get pipped against each other. The only good thing is they won't have to eliminate each other because one of them goes down and one of them goes forward. That's the only sort of saving grace for now, but it does mean that you're almost wanting to just, okay, both teams play their best so that whoever goes forward is going to be able to match up against America. So I think most people at the moment are favoring in this tournament.
Yeah, it definitely feels like fan sentiment, and even from what we've seen, Sentinels have just looked unchallenged throughout this tournament. Yeah. Other teams have had shakier starts, but
also you saw what Loud did in their last game. I'd be scared of them just as much.
Well, you know, talking about this map in particular, we're going to see Split popping up. And actually, for the whole series, Split, Lotus, and Ascent, the first 3 maps of the BO5 that they played regionally, that Gen G won dominantly. Now, the reality is, coming into Split, Tom, it's not exactly the same, because PaperX before, they were running Forsaken on a Yoru. Himself and Something were diving in, taking so much space, and winning almost all of their opening duels. I think it was 13-4, correct me if I'm wrong, where Gen G just got demolished on this map. So, for PaperX, I understand why they've come in and changed their comps. Like we say, the hardest thing is to beat them twice. So they're bringing a new comp and a new philosophy on how to handle Split. Question is, will Gen G be able to deal with it this time, now that there's nothing spooky going on?
It also seemed like, at least for PaperX, once their comp was figured out, they were like, okay, let's change this one. We lost EDG, we need to actually try and fix the things we've got going on. The thing is, though, the same can be said for their opponent, because we saw Gen G come in, switch into this composition, and just look incredible. Like, the double duelists especially, the only change they made was Omen in for Astra, just to allow them to be a bit more explosive, but I just remember that defensive half of Texture and Meteor. I think they both ended up with 22 kills. Both were the best player in the server. It was like going toe-to-toe all the way through. So it is one of those matchups, as boring as it is, where we are just going to go the duelists of the pinnacle. Like, these are the players we have to watch. The amount of times that PaperX would have just got absolutely banged if it wasn't Forsaken just having life games. But the thing is, it's every time he plays Split, he has a someone else's life game. It's not a Forsaken life game. It is, okay, for anyone else, that would be the best game they've ever played. Unfortunately, he does that every week.
Well, we talked about this on the desk. I heard Mimi say, well, okay, if you think it's going to be 2-0, who is the team to 2-0 it here? And actually, looking at the veto, right, Split last time went to PaperX, Lotus was super close. I mean, if we go based on what we saw in the past, maybe the foundations are there for them to take that 2-0, but I'm expecting a 3-mapper between these two teams. The best of the best, Pacific #1 and Pacific #2, and it's time to throw down as the barriers go up on Split.
Yeah, and it's looking like we're going to get a brawl to start things off. Both teams with the majority of their players set up outside this A site. They both run pistols in this direction before. Good nade coming out of Forsaken already, and Something, a Mind Freak peeking off the back of it. They're going to be stuck in the corner early on. This is a great start for PaperX.
And Munchkin's in danger as well. He tried to jump away. The Boombot was chasing him. Munyet caught him. And for Gen G, 2 versus 5, barely any damage done. At least they've still got the spike. But they have to hope for some serious mistakes at this point. The PaperX go running forward, or even rotate, assuming that it's a B hit. But you can see there's no real need for panic on the defensive side. They're just going to hunker down and wait for Gen G to take a step forward and give them the first pistol round win.
Yeah, I think the scary prospect as well is that on this map in particular, we have seen some sort of rougher attack sides out of Gen G. Obviously, that is helped a little bit by having that Omen instead of the Astra. But other than that, it's an absolutely flawless start to this one. Now, as said, expectations for PaperX is this is the map that they'll win. If it's going to happen in this series, I think the next two I would favor to Gen G, even more so because of the fact that we saw recently on Lotus the changes to the comp for PaperX, and I'll be honest, I didn't like it. It didn't look good. So this is the map that I feel like PaperX have to win. The problem is, throughout this tournament, I've said that, and then they've won the other map. Because that's just how they are. They just manage to adapt. They have the individual players that sometimes they can just frag through a map. And that is rare. Like, it is very difficult to have people that are on that level.
At least from the games we've had, Tom, it has been an insane percentage of teams trading out their own map picks, losing your pick and winning your opponents. Gen G, they've not got off to a great start, and as the push comes in, okay, actually they're getting close. The pressure's kind of being applied to Munyet now, blinded up, he's taken down. Okay, it's not a bad start at all for Gen G, gaining some ground, now winning some more fights, and with heals up, okay. It looks like they've tidied it up eventually, but that got very scary for a moment.
I would love to see Forsaken's POV in that, because what it looked like he did was jump down from the heavens with an outlaw in hand and try and face their entire team. Now that would be ridiculous to even attempt, but
crazy. But do you know who he is?
Yes, I do. He just lost his gun. It's now been given to something, and he's bought a judge to replace it. So that, again, if you're talking about if you're talking about Forsaken, he's basically answered the question himself.
Well, it looks like we're going to be using that dash very early on for something. He's getting aggressive. Wall goes up. He's ahead of it. Looking to take someone down. He got the shot off. 10 HP left on Meteor, but that's the one problem. If you're the one taking contact with that outlaw, you're not going to kill the player.
Sky.
You need to get out.
That's the thing. They can just heal him back up, so that it's actually not that problematic for what was an early battle. You can already see heading over in that direction. Munya is going to get aggressive as well. Bear in mind, this purchase is fairly weak for PaperX. Normally you'd see a rifle or two in the mix, but this is just SMGs. It can work, more so on Split than probably any other map. This crossfire is fairly nasty, but that's the thing I've really enjoyed about Gen G. They've been methodical. They've been careful throughout this tournament. They are not one of those teams that are just aggressively running in and blitzing their way through rounds. They can. They have the skill to do it, but they're always, especially in these sort of rounds, very careful.
And it looks like caution's paid off for them. Whatever noise they made on A has sold it to PaperX, who are now running the gamble on an A stack. Of course, there's an outlaw there that could be retrieved. I doubt it even will be. It's quite far up, and the player that will pick it is in heaven, because that spike plant should be coming down in a little bit. PaperX, hear no noise, see nobody here. There's a flash still on Divide that could be used to clear outside of it, but this late on in the game, you're just going to sit there, hope they dive into you. And as we can see, they've gone to the exact other side of the map. So for PaperX, you know, it's hard to get back into a site with these weapons as well, especially a site like this where pretty much every fight on the way in is long range.
See, normally you talk about, okay, maybe going down to the spike or just trying to hold for exits, but I am waiting for Forsaken to attempt to try and blast back through something, and already Mind Freak taking a lot of control. Now, Texture in a fairly solo position. There's a chance. There's the blast packs already, and there's the judge. Exactly what Forsaken does. He got a rifle, but it's very short-lived. Well held by
Good bonus for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, they spread themselves out there. Lots
they
of
only
space.
lose
Even
one
when
weapon.
That judge gets up close, he's only getting the one, and it's an immediate drop. The rest of the players easy to deal with when you've got that kind of weaponry advantage and you're not caught out of position. 2-1. It's a fairly bog standard start to the game. Pistol win for PaperX, follow up, and then they lose. I mean, the one thing that we'll say is that maybe that third round could have seen a bit more damage out of that side. But again, they did gamble on a site. It didn't work out. This is what happens. The opportunity, though, to deal that damage here as we get the operator out on something right away. And the shot is not landed. Munyet good for one and drop the B site under threat. But Gen G back off. The whole time they've been leaving Meteor outside of A to catch a rotation.
And you see red ping on A.
One can assume that rotation's going on through the spawn right now if you're Gen G. They don't know that Mind Freak's still very much close.
Yeah, they also flash mid on the defensive side, so they have the information that there was no one there, so they're able to gamble an early rotation in towards this A site. Forsaken, still with the judge, is just going to make sure he keeps control in mid, but it's slightly more stacked up than you might expect. The only problem is he might get caught. He's switching between utility. Finally, will pull the gun out, but the aggression of his teammate gets absolutely nothing. And while there is the floor of the judge, not going to find anything more. And for something, I hope to God
he's going to save.
It's not the round you want to see him throw his life away for, is it? A 1v3 with the op? Possible, winnable, but not to be. If you had a few more kills along the way, a few more orbs picked up, something like that, maybe risk it with the Blade Storm, but even then, the op is just so expensive. Doesn't want to throw it out. And for Gen G, I think they're sort of realizing that they heard the op earlier on, right? They know that it's in play right now. So they're gone spread out. Already sending Munchkin to try and find this player, and based on the time, it looks like he might be safe. They'd have to start hightailing it in that direction now. So an op for the next round, but just look at the credits on PaperX. It's not like they're going to be able to fully recover into a standard buy. I think the pendulum's kind of swinging in Gen G's favor now at 2-2. Economy's under their control, and ults will come online soon.
Yeah, and as I said, when we saw them play against EDG, they had a really stellar, aggressive and confident defensive side. So I think for them, any sort of grinding out of these early rounds is going to be really important. Sure, you're still going to have an operator onto something, which alone can be enough to cause issues in the round. But as said, they've been methodical. Their utility's been good. They instantly had a snake bite that went through to deny him that early aggression. It's expected at this point. By the looks of things, they may even just be going for an early A take. They are all set up outside.
I liked what I saw last round. I don't know if you caught it in the replay, Tom, but a fist bump into a high five. Let's see how many high fives there are for Gen.G after this one. They've got a lot of space, but that flash was perfect. Deadly from Divide, and he's managed to slip away towards the elbow. Another fight. And he's actually got a teammate in there. I don't know if they've seen Forsaken, but they certainly have now at heavy cost. Smokes are down, but so too are the majority of Paper X players. It's only something left, but he has that up. The 1v2 he didn't go for. The 1v3, it's tempted him. It's pulled him in for the fight. He hasn't found them to start off, though, and that dash already halfway up. Wants to close the distance. So many tough angles, tight angles to clear with this op in hand. And no idea there's a player up top. He's checking the right angle.
Nice shot.
But Lakia was close by.
Good
Ready
trade.
for that play. A third round found for Gen.G. They're running away.
Very close one.
Yeah,
It was an
still
eco
a close round
for
was invested.
Paper X.
That was
So
a decent stack up in the early stages for Paper X, just basically having the majority. And somehow managing to dodge some shots that I don't really know how they did, but bringing it down to just one player surviving, keeping that economy a little bit more honest for Gen.G. And, well, you see the danger of how fast this man is with the operator. The problem, though, is he's not going to be able to have it for this round. They didn't have the extra finances and the quick trading. Again, the fundamentals of Gen.G, sublime.
1 kill, 1 death as well, so he's still 2 away from a Blade Storm. So we're down to just that rifle. But as we said, ultis were coming online. We saw the Seekers used by Lakia, finding a lot of information. This time around, Paper X have theirs, but also a showstopper online. That's a big weapon to have in the back pocket of Forsaken and could play a role later on in the round. For Gen.G, you can see their spread. This is a full default play. At this point, they're expecting Paper X to make some adaptations and to throw out some of that signature early round aggression. Still hasn't happened, though. They're happy to bunker down and wait for that push to come through. Like I said, the other problem here, Gen.G have a lot of credits built up. If Paper X lose this round, it's going to be a skyrocket.
Oh, maybe when. That's not the start they were looking for. 2 players down immediately. Forsaken's been a hero before, but down to just 5 HP. That's not really going to work too well for them. And the Seekers went towards mid, but also in towards the A site. The realization's there eventually. Mindfreak can win this battle. It could be huge. I don't think they're going to expect him. It's such an obscure position to be in, but then it's almost revealed. Divide, though, has done well. Bringing back 2 kills, the spike left. Just about making it to the site, and it is going to bait in. Nice work from the side of Munchkin, teaming up with Texture. It leaves this man who did get healed up early in the round. As said, he's been ever so devastating. Showstopper might just be able to clear, shoots it into the Viper's pit, but actually, Munchkin's just teamed up with his teammate. He's just left it. Doesn't even mind about the pit. I don't know if Forsaken realized it, but it doesn't even matter. Loses the fight to his counter raise, and the march continues on for Gen.G.
Gen.G are having a field day right now. Like I mentioned, the economy was in their favor. The ults that were there for Paper X burned up in that round to try and gain some semblance of an advantage. And Divide did incredibly well. In his position, he stayed down in screens, waited for the swing out with the player Munchkin up top, almost sacrificing himself because he's so out in the open. They swung to try and trade him, and Divide had that beautiful off angle to just rip them to shreds. We're seeing elements of that team play there from Paper X. We're seeing individuals win some of their fights, but it's not enough right now. Gen.G have come locked and loaded with a huge lead to start. I mean, it's double the rounds, but it's the economy that's really the problem for me. You've got players 7K, 5K, 5 and above is average for the Gen.G side right now. Paper X, they're going to be on stingers, weaker weapons, no ultis to fall back on. It ain't looking great. Off rip. Already, Gen.G have found the same number of rounds they did last time they played Paper X here.
Yeah, as said, it's looked like a different beast. I think they're a team that have done really well with the coaching staff. Someone as legendary as Solo, I don't think you're ever going to have the same mistakes twice. This guy has been around the block multiple times, and even just giving him a moment to talk here is going to be beneficial for them. Mindfreak off to a bit of a slow start as well, but also it is just reliant on those individuals a lot of the time. I think we saw some of the statistics posted earlier is like, you compare the 5v4 conversion, Gen G, I think it's like 70-something%. For PaperX, it's only like 60-something. But then they have a higher 4v5 because they have those individuals that can turn rounds on their head. It's not the greatest stat you want to have ever because you'd rather just be winning the rounds outright. But they need some of those heroes to come online because they've been okay, but it's not been enough to take rounds off Gen G.
Haven't seen the numbers of clutches from Gen G versus PaperX, but PaperX also do very well in those late rounds. Players like Forsaken previously bailed them from so many situations. Now, weaker weapons, like we said, and close range surprise factor is probably the best way to find value. Mindfreak has at least picked up one, but Karen is making this one look easy. 3 kills already under his belt, 40 HP, and he's tucking in the corner. It looks like he's going to get this one easily with Mindfreak drop. That's his 4th kill of the round. The confidence builder if ever I've seen one. And that's the last thing that PaperX wanted to give to their opponent. Again, not talking about them losing the round. That's expected. It's the amount of players still alive on Gen G. They're farming credits by the minute, but something has picked up one more. 3 to go. One hell of a play if he made it. And it ain't going to happen. Look at that firing squad down below.
Yeah, I think against any other team, maybe it'd have a chance, but Gen G have been so good just playing off of each other, trading effectively. They don't even lose another member of the squad. 5 and 2, and I love the sort of switch up in tempo, especially in these anti-eco rounds. They're not allowing their opponents to really figure out anything that's going on. You had the instant TP to the back of site, information clearing things out. The rest of the team quickly execute, and Karen actually sticks around. He just keeps the spot, keeps the control. Doesn't allow anybody to get too far ahead, and he even takes himself 4 kills while he's at it, so why not?
This is definitely where on the side of PaperX you start to feel that mental pressure applied. Defense has been tested again and again. They failed the test again and again. 5 in a row for Gen G, and now ultis are there. Showstopper fired off, and Munyet had no chance. No smokes for the way back through. No paranoia to play with. Still some flashes on Divide, but PaperX set up with a man disadvantage on a retake seconds into the round.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to get back in here. As said, they're not bad in these 4v5s, but Gen G are even better in the 5v4s. Opener, again, Karen takes down another Forsaken trying his best, but he's almost dead. It is, and well, Lackey and Meteor combined might be one of the fastest rounds we've ever had in the VCT. That was so quick from Gen G. And you could just see, the more the confidence build, the faster these takes are getting. Gen G are getting opener after opener. They've used a couple of ults, but they're also able to stagger them. Like you're talking about, Showstopper used this round. Last round they used From the Shadows to get the same sort of information. Although that's already back online.
Yay, oh wow, huge.
Hey, he got them the spaces around prior. And then Kara got 4 kills. That's why it's back online.
Well, this has to be a crushing one for PaperX off rip. Because again, they're left to weaker weapons in theory, but they've actually managed to mix a buy with light shields and full shields on something because he doesn't need a weapon. He's got 5 knives locked and loaded. We'll see what he can do with those. But the reality is, yeah, the momentum is very much in Gen G's favor. The economy is riding high after several reinvestments. Just take a look at the credits on that right-hand side. It's looking pretty for a number of rounds to go, maybe for the rest of this half. Still possible for a 6-6 scoreline, but it has to start here with a much better defense. Now, we talked about some aggression from this PaperX side, seeing it early on in rounds. So with a minute left on the clock, they're going for it. Good paranoia, but the fights don't go their way. Gen G winning out every single one. There's no competition, Tom. Barely a lick of damage done, and what is negated by the heal. This is a disaster. Something might be able to save them. He's made big plays before with the Blade Storm. There's one! And not 2! Damage, but no kills.
Oh! Munyet has a chance. Somehow this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just need to hit them.
No!
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
So fucking close, man.
For the new man on the block. I didn't think there was any way that round was going to become competitive. But somehow Munyet made it close. The thing is, though, again, you just have to give props to Gen G. Like, the beginning of this round, they were so ready. They had their whole team just waiting in mid, ready for that push to come through. And sure, the utility from PaperX was good onto a couple of the players, but the deeper players were so ready for that push to come in. It ends up being quite an easy fight.
Yo, not even close, guys! Not even close!
Yeah, like I said, you know, there was no chance of them losing that clean. I thought something would be the hero, but Munyet, they complimented his calling and his play in the video we saw earlier, and I can see why, if he's fragging out like that. But again, close but no cigar. 7-2. Gen.G finding next to no struggles. Close opportunity for Paper X to clutch it, and this could have looked very different, but instead, they're on an eco. They've already lost something. Stingers to play with. Sheriff on Forsaken. And Texture's got confidence for days. He sees an eco and he's diving down into vents after them.
The thing is, they've got so much control towards mid that they have to just be wrapping out from another position. But look how passive the players are. They know that there's going to be weaker weaponry, so they're just not giving them any of the close range fights. Karen up from above, there's not really an easy way to kill him. Maybe there is. Somehow Munya got past all the defenses. Even still though, this post plant looks strong. Nade still available. They've been taking these sites so quickly that they've had no problems just having late utility. Wow, the time almost looks like it's gone. Trying to bait some space, but it's all too easy for Gen.G. Another 3-man player surviving.
They are so fucking clean, man.
And this is Paper X's map. They have lost 8 rounds in a row. Other than the pistol in second round, they have achieved nothing.
It's hard to think about. Even the round that was close, Tom, it comes on the back of the player needing a 4K to get it across the line. It's not what you want to see. Early on in a series, on a map that previously Gen.G got absolutely obliterated on within their region. Now they come to the international stage and
they might do one better.
Yeah, 13-4 us, well 13-2 you. An opportunity here at least to shut down the first and the second. Munyet does well, Rockets on point. And with Lakia down, it looks like Paper X are set to finally put another round on the board. Long have they waited. It's Karen to try to challenge, and he got an opportunity, but it was shut down eventually by something with only one standing. It's an easy win. 8-3. Paper X finally back on the board, but hell of a distance yet to go.
Yeah, and again, it comes off some individual brilliance out of Forsaken. Definitely had support. I think he doesn't get that kill if it's not for Munyet being able to kill off the close player, but it's at least a breath of life. We've seen them have strong attacking halves before, so even a sort of 8-4 scoreline wouldn't be a complete death sentence. I'm looking at 2 operators on the attack, though. Obviously, it's something that can be dropped, but they are waiting for aggression here, and it's coming. It's coming.
They ain't waiting in the right spot, though. Those ops are elsewhere. And that mid control is going to be completely conceded. The golden gun on Lakia. Good to see him showing up, really swinging. I think he's currently 12-6, 2 KD on the board, and a chance to push it even further at 8-3. Paper X tried a mid push, got denied. Now it seems like they're caught 1 foot in the grave. They don't know whether to continue on that aggression or reset for the later play, and Gen.G have not made a decision. With 1 minute 5 seconds on the clock, they don't need to rush. They're holding tight, waiting for Paper X to make the mistake.
They're so nervous of someone being within the smokes that are placed. Most of the time, those smokes are being put down by Munyet just to deter aggression, which is exactly what it's done. Texture, though, might have a fight. Because they're so passive, the operator could be so valuable here. There's no one on the backside once again, but the spike is looking to wrap around in the other direction. A peek out from something. Oh, I think Meteor's seen him, but it won't matter too much for now. It's going to activate the dash. Something goes peeking, but now I'm just looking at that timer. TP into the backside once more. It's been cleared out, so the spike will be able to go down. This almost has to be a complete retake.
Oh, nice shot. As well. There's his 13.
Spike drop.
An opportunity indeed with that spike down, 15 seconds left. It's time for Gen.G to get a move on. Munchkin has to step out from that corner, and he's being caught. They need a dive on that spike and get it planted, but Paper X are in their way. 4 rounds at the half. It's not a death sentence, like you said, Tom, but certainly nothing to celebrate. This has been a strong performance from Gen.G.
Yeah, but they've shifted the momentum.
And plenty more left in the tank for this second half. You have to hope that Paper X have got something special planned on their attack, because this was a really, really rough scenario for them to have to fight back from.
Yeah, it is definitely a troublesome position to be here, but the fact is, there's definitely still opportunities. Even still, though, you said Lakia's performing. Let's hear from him now.
안녕하세요. 젠지 e스포츠 소속으로 활동하고 있는 라키아 김종민이라고 합니다. 무엇보다 플레이오프에 진출하게 돼서 행복한 것 같습니다. 일단 첫 스타트가 되게 힘들었었고 오늘 또한 첫 경기 자체는 되게 힘들었는데 그거를 잘 극복해내서 좋은 모습 보여줘서 기쁜 것 같고요. 이제 플레이오프에 진출이 원래는 첫 목적이었는데 너무 이루게 돼서 기쁜 것 같고 남은 경기도 이제 잘 준비해야 할 것 같습니다.
It leaves it down to just one player actually within the site. They have to go running in though. Karon might be able to just ruin their day, and that's exactly what he'll do.
먼치킨 선수가 젠지에 들어오게 되면서 저희 게임 스타일이나 그런 수준이 되게 올라갔다고 생각을 하고 그리고 이제 개개인의 실력 또한 이제 먼치킨 선수가 저에게 콜을 되게 많이 해주는 게 피드백을 많이 해주는 게 있는 것 같다고 생각합니다. 자신감은 늘 넘치고 우리는 준비되어 있고요. 그리고 이제 진짜 더 잘하는 모습과 더 좋은 모습을 보여드리기 위해 잘 저희가 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 이제 플레이오프까지 진출하게 됐고 이제 또 경기들이 며칠 뒤에 올 텐데 그때까지 더 좋은 모습을 준비해서 저희가 이제 잘하는 모습을 보여드릴 수 있도록 할 거고요. 진짜 항상 응원과 격려해 주시는 팬분들께 너무 감사하고 팬분들을 위해 게임을 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, it was third time lucky for Gen.G last time facing off against Paper X. Now fourth time fantastic, at least kicking off in that first half. 8-4 when we left you. And now it's time for Gen.G to close this map out. At least that's their mindset going in. Paper X, their attack side is about to be put to the test. And the big thing to write home about last time was something diving into sites. The thing is, he had a Yoru causing a lot of chaos for him. Now it's a little bit more conventional, but that's never the name of the game with Paper X. In he goes! Something's looking for a fight. Paranoia is perfect. Snakebite's even better. And with 1 HP, Lucky doesn't stand a chance. The rest of the squad comes in to save him, but they've ended up falling to a 3 versus 1 with Meteor left standing and his back wide open. That's a mistake! And it almost was a costly one too.
Yeah, the Munya needed to hit that headshot at the end. It looked like there was a realm where Meteor managed to turn that back. Even still though, it is the pistol round for Paper X, and that is the thing. Even with this compositional change, the thing that it adds is firstly, you're going to have that paranoia available for Munya to sort of set them up in, as we saw at the beginning of that round. But also, it just almost, we're going to continuously see the switch up of who's going in first. So you're going to have Forsaken sometimes taking space for something, maybe if he has that operator in hand, and something in that round taking space for Forsaken. They are a deadly duo, whether the Yoru's there or not.
There's a reason that they went to this comp after all. Nice shot by Meteor. Opportunity for more, and he's landed that shot as well. Forsaken's very low, a big help to any teammates that end up taking that fight. We may talk about the Outlaw, but this man's making it work with the Marshall, the cheaper weapon. And okay, an opportunity if they had have spotted the player in the corner. Munyeto able to deliver the killing blow. Mind Freak fell to a snake bite after being... Oh! What is that push from Meteor? You will rarely see a man with the goal or the gumption to do such a thing. Karon, 1 versus 2. A serious opportunity. Yes, he's far away, but that might mean by the time he gets here, he could pick up a weapon.
It depends though, because Paper X, that's the thing. The blitz plays of Paper X have been so fast that there's actually still loads of time. They don't need to over-aggress. They've just thrown out the guiding light, the flash to get them a little bit of extra information. Still no weaponry found. Now, Karon does have himself a paranoia. He's brought up his full belt of utility. If he can somehow isolate one of these duels, for now at least, it seems like he's waiting for that site to be taken. Smoke will give that away, the spike being planted, and now he can look to try and see if there's any gun to be had, and, well, there you have it.
Thank you, Yeti. Yeah, we've got a Bulldog to play with, 100 HP, a Paranoia still online, both smokes. Timing is key, and they swung him together. That's a 3-2-1, perfectly on cue. They won the round, Tom. 3 players down. This definitely isn't how they would have wanted to start it. When I add to that it's a Marshall headshot, okay, what can you do? And another Marshall headshot from a guy pushing a smoke close range, using it like a shotgun. That's not going to feel great. And the other player died to a snake bite. So, few kind of random engagements that ended up, well, rocking the boat a little bit for Paper X. We'll see how they recover.
When the thing is as well, the player you really don't want those ores to be going over to is Meteor. 3 away from the Blade Storm. Even just a bit of damage in this round, and he'll have something for the next. Now, this purchase from Paper X has players now fairly low on cash. You've got Forsaken and Mind Freak down at 150 credits. So for the next round, they might be in a little bit of trouble. Forsaken, though, he's just gone walkabouts. He's sprinting after Lakia, but he isn't going to be able to land the shot. And at least for now, it's only going to be the control that's lost for Gen G.
No heavy price tag associated with it. Down in vent, this is an uncouth hold. 2 players and they're dropping in, landing on each other's head. It couldn't be easier for Lakia. Signed, sealed, and delivered to this man with the heel up for his teammate. Munchkin's going to be back up in fighting form. And in a 5v3, that's another nail in the coffin for Paper Rex. Tagged up a little on a ranged fight, and what an adjustment from Munchkin. Clinical. As now there's only 2 attackers standing. Their chances are looking pretty slim.
Yeah, he almost killed Devi through the screen as well, so he's going to be half HP entering the site. They don't even know that Munchkin's there. A perfect reposition. This might be a flawless return to form as Devi's the only man left standing. A 1v5 scenario. Talk about, can he do any semblance of damage? As said, they invested some extra credits into this round, so the next round's not exactly going to be pretty. Wouldn't normally talk about saving, but I think actually holding onto a gun here would have more value, and he's just been seen knowing exactly where he is now. I imagine there's going to be pressure placed onto this man. Blast packs could be thrown in, but it's just going to be the entirety of the squad looking to just jump down upon him within those last few seconds. And well, it's not even needed. First one gets the job done, and Gen G will extend their lead.
5 players alive, you know, it's a little scary because it feels like since the very beginning of some of these halves, Gen G haven't had a problem when it comes to economy. And I think for this 6-9 scoreline, Paper Rex attack side, they get a decent buy out of it. And, you know, it might even seem weird if you look at the timeline. You lose the 3rd round after winning first 2. What's the issue? The issue is the damage done. 2 players alive coming out of both of those rounds. It meant constant reinvestment, and Paper Rex now left with a Stinger and a Sheriff. Light shields on most players. Some heavy disadvantages to play with, and that orb, well, I mean, it kind of has worked because Munchkin fell into it, but not doing exactly what they intended.
It's not going to cover up above. They've had to re-smoke it. Again, an explosive start to the round. Almost a kill. Well, I'd say almost. They've ended up with 3. This is exactly what Paper X does. These fast-paced plays into the site. As mentioned, this was a weaker purchase. They had some pieces missing with that Sheriff and Stinger. Now, though, you look towards the players of Gen G. In this 2v4 scenario, Flash is already going to reveal Texture's position. And they've spotted Karen as well. Although I say that, the peek out never really came in. The player behind the back of the site should have probably seen him. Now it gets a little bit more interesting. Space given to Texture, but it's both shots landed by Mind Freak. He's been quiet so far, but popping a couple of heads with the Sheriff isn't going to go amiss.
Well, this is definitely the time to wake up. You know, we gave the same caveat coming into the last half, and then Gen G ran away with it. But here, a challenge early on, and more importantly, a challenge with so many weaknesses on the board. I mean, this was a round where you have a couple of rifles, and what ends up winning it is a Stinger diving onto site, 2 kills out of a Sheriff to close the round out. Doesn't get much better than that. It was even a classic jumping around the corner to find one of those opening duels in elbow.
It's also now, you've talked about, it's 8 rounds in a row that were lost. An 8-2 scoreline. The difference is now just 2. That's how close Paper X have managed to bring this. Going on to their favored side, the B site under serious pressure. Half the team still waiting patiently. Karon's reposition. It's Sublime. He's managed to TP behind them. He gets away with murder. Brilliant from Karon. We talk about picking this player out of ranked. He's put the rank play into the pro play.
And it works. You know, sometimes you just got to throw out those curveballs. You're focused on so many different things. You don't think the Lunatic's going to be up top, but my goodness, what a reposition from him. And clearly one that wasn't expected on the other side. And again, we fall back into economy discussion around this squad. They've been sitting pretty. They've been looking fantastic. They were able to obviously rebuy in this round because of the damage done early on. And well, they only really needed one of those rifles by the looks of things. A timeout called by Paper X as they can now feel that it's getting very late into this game. We're at a stage where if Gen G picks up one more, they'll be knocking on victory's door. So, yeah, 17 and 14. He's had a great game, but I think that double kill from Munchkin, that tripled his kills.
Mind Freak.
I said Munchkin, sorry, I meant Mind Freak.
Yeah.
Munchkin's been doing well.
Yeah, Munchkin's going for his
been
triple his
fragging
kills.
out.
That'd be impressive. But yeah, no, Mind Freak's definitely had a quiet performance. I also think something, though, like we talked about the duelists in this matchup, other than, I'd say even Forsaken, they've actually all been a little bit underwhelming. It's been other players stepping up in this matchup, and I think that's really what we're seeing at the moment is the depth of both teams individually, but more so just that interplay. I think we're seeing much better fundamentals out of Gen G, and it's mostly been those explosive plays from PaperX, like going off the back of a paranoia, everybody diving in together, and you see if it's even a slight bit disjointed like that round, Karen just pulls out a crazy play and is able to win the round for them. 10-7, as you said, everything on the brink here. Seekers available. On the other side, a Blade Storm as well for Meteor, but I don't know if he'll use that in this round unless he sees the value. An immediate setup for the Paranoia, but this is a ruse. The spike is over on towards B.
Costly ruse, perhaps. Forsaken. The decay is going to fade, but he's still half HP, and Munchkin finds it too easy to deal with him. One well-placed shot, and he's down and out. Now we need to see the return for Gen G as another is found. Something falls. 2 rifles still in play. Seekers still in play, and a few flashes here and there. 1, in fact, just on Devi. Not a lot for them to fight their way back through with utility, but it's this man's position that might get them something. He's found another with the weaker weapons. This man's an animal. Oh, he's being put down. And for PaperX, they look to take it elsewhere, but those steps are heard. Meteor's in position, unbeknownst to them. You might have her trail, but, well, it's a little more difficult to deal with her cleanly. Mind Freak, the last man standing, 1v3, and Munchkin's already spotted him. He's a known quantity with a flank underway. Munchkin just needs to buy some time, back off, and let his teammates take it. And gets this kill, he's got himself a Viper's Pit to play with. Or if he dies, I suppose.
That's the thing. He's literally just playing with him because he knows that flank is coming. I really love it. It was brought up by Lakia in the halftime interview that he believes that like playing with someone like Munchkin has brought a lot of depth to his own playstyle. And you can just see the intelligence even in this round. He literally just pulled Mind Freak towards him. He had no plans to fight him at any stage. Wants to just play the higher percentage play, and that's why Gen G have been able to convert a lot of these advantages. And for PaperX, a lot of the time I don't mind these gambles, but I feel like Forsaken has been one of the sort of glimmers of hope. So you were almost going, he has to get something, otherwise it's just now a push without him going into the site, and it didn't work with him.
You know, the thing is for PaperX right now, at an eye test, you might think it's not doom and gloom. 11-7, 4-round gap, it's not that bad. It's a chance for them to fight back, albeit here with weaker weapons, but they've looked good there. The problem is, they've won 4 of those 7 rounds off the pistol and follow-up. Like, the injection of rounds early half makes this look like a much closer game than it is, but Gen G have been dominating in rifle rounds. Now they've got 4 ultimates to fall back on, up against weaknesses, but no Lakia. A big opening kill for the side of PaperX, as Heaven could now be theirs. Gen G might start to panic, might make a mistake, and with Munchkin inside the smoke isolated, that might just be the mistake they were looking for.
Oh, this could be big! Oh. He actually switches away, and it's just going to be the shutdown, surely, from Meteor. He starts off the round and ends it as well. 12-7. This map looking over. As you said, in terms of buy rounds, we've barely seen anything. 3 of them, in fact. Well, guess what, Mitch? They need 5 in a row.
5 in a row, up against 4 ultimates, only the Blade Storm that's gone. Like, keep in mind, Gen G have a full buy with Seekers, with a Viper's Pit, with a Showstopper from the shadows. And so that's a lot for this defensive side to close out this game. If you remove those ultimates, it looks like they'll close out the game because they're winning almost all of the buy rounds thus far. The closer rounds for PaperX have been individuals, and they need to show up individually and together. 5 in a row needed, and the challenge already underway.
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he put down early utility to try and slow this push a little bit.
That's spam though.
The fact is, they underestimated the pacing. Lakia in the corner, but they expect it. He's stuck in the mud. Good utility usage in this round. It leaves now Karen. He's had some magical plays, but they know exactly where he is. Well, it seems so. Monia goes bouncing past him. Now there is a flank, and no one really watching it, although it seems like Texture was doubting the player behind. Also a 1v1 taken, but it won't matter in the end. A 1 versus 5. Some serious mistakes needed, and Munyet's going to put him down immediately.
Okay, there it is. The start of the way back for this squad. They've actually managed to deal with the vast majority of the ultimates as well there, Tom. Gen G are left now with just a Viper's Pit. We listed all of them last round. They got used, they found nothing. So not only winning a buy round, but winning a stacked buy round in terms of ult economy. And they've still got some left to play with themselves. The Blade Storm can help out. The Pit can win rounds. And with 4 needed, Gen.G are finally seeing some negative economic state. No, that peek from Lakia was not expected. Good flash too, and it's a double. He's got his teammate Meteor with him, and they're absolutely extinguishing the flame of Paper X's early fight. This squad's gonna have to go back and reconsider, surely.
Yeah, I like this. Just a direct counter. These A-side takes have been one of the major problems. Viper's Pit, although they might just about win 2 duels. A little bit dangerous, spamming. And because of that, being able to get rid of Meteor is a big pick, because that was looking like map control and a man advantage for Gen.G. Instead, much more of a problem. And also bear in mind, Lakia is the only one who can't be healed.
I mean, that cam there is very important. Just seeing something clear the spawn, you see how much space they lost, because this Viper's Pit isn't just stopping a push, it's stopping all of Paper X's plans. Their plan was to blitz A. They get slowed, they get stopped, and now they have to go back and re-clear everything. Even if there's not a player flanking, if they're just pushed up in B main, holding that aggro intel, you're going to find it very hard to actually dive in. Now, this TP is to B side. Up top, it's going to be broken last second with something down below, spotted and taken down.
But it's a bait.
Gen.G have the advantage. They're going to challenge Munchkin inside the pit. And what a mistake that was.
GG.
Welcome to his world. With Munyet, the last man standing, and a free kill presented. He's got 3 more to go.
15 seconds.
He's found the 4Ks in the past, Dom, but this would be exceptional.
Time.
Good luck to you, and good night.
Yeah,
Damn.
it just wasn't enough there. And the fact is, the running through of that Viper's
What a
Pit with
strong
the
map
spike, they needed to
by
clear that man
Gen.G.
out immediately. It did not
That
happen.
first map
A
was
stellar map, losing
insane.
both pistols and only losing 8 rounds. What a performance for the side of Gen.G.
It's even more impressive considering Munyet on Paper X, a player that we've highlighted again and again, that was a big talking point, not just from the desk, but even from the team themselves when they were being interviewed. And he comes out fragging. The calls were good. We had some good fake plays, but at the end of the day, this was a Gen.G map. 13-8 doesn't sell it. This was convincing. And now they move on to their pick of Lotus after this.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Life fancy bad livings, try and make it lemonade. Easy on the sugar cane, switch it to agave. Gave it all I had, love. I can't do agape. My conditions written out. Take it up with God, hey.
You can pay me for my time though, and it all on the high note. I don't like to say goodbye. Found out I'm probably Irish. Deep down, feeling down, hold a smile like it's August. Seeking answers, all I found is.
You can't tell me what's good. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's. If everybody jump right now, will the world crack? Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. But you can't tell me what's good for me.
If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good.
Everybody moving scared, don't know what the answer is. Told myself I say the word, speaking like a prophet did. Shit just feel like stranger things, upside down and overwhelmed. Chaos just to set you free, chaos just to set you free.
Deep down, still in doubt, hold a smile like it's all good. Seeking answers, all I found is you.
Look, man, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing either. All I know, I'm doing what's right for me. That might not be right for you.
You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. Cause you can't tell me what's good for me. If everybody jump right now with the world crack. Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. Cause you
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and I'm with Solo and Jen here to help with some translation. So Solo, of course, a lot of teams talk about how Paper Rex is a very shocking team to play against if you don't know them well, but Gen.G does know them well. So how do you as a team dissect their style?
페이퍼렉스가 익숙하지 않으면 그 플레이 스타일에 상당히 당황하기 마련인데 좀 젠지 같은 경우에는 페이퍼렉스 스타일에 대해서 충분히 잘 알고 있고 잘 분석이 돼 있잖아요. 페이퍼렉스를 상대로 좀 어떻게 경기를 풀어나가려고 하셨나요?
일단 페이퍼렉스가 진짜 많이 공격적인 팀이다 보니까 피지컬을 앞세워서 게임을 많이 하는데 저희 또한 피지컬이 지지 않는다는 생각을 하고 있거든요. 그래서 저희도 역으로 저희도 공격적으로 하자는 식으로 많이 얘기를 많이 하고 있고요. 그런 게 좀 잘 되는 것 같아요. 네, 저희가 피지컬이 좀 더 좋은 것 같아요. 지금은. 네.
Of course, PaperX infamous for their W gaming, but I feel like Gen.G players can match up to their firepower as well, and I feel like we're shooting more heads too today. So we just came into this matchup with the mindset of, you know what, fight aggressive teams with aggressive attitude. You know, don't be afraid to take those fights, don't give them too much respect, and I feel like we're just having a really good day overall.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Gen.G, so thank you very much. Let's see if they can close this out.
It's not just a good day, they've had a great tournament so far. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Mimi and Hypog. You heard it from Solo there. They're confident, they're hitting their shots, they know how to deal with Paper Rex. And Mimi, it's not looking great on the other side.
Yeah, to be quite honest, I think that Gen.G looked like a better Paper Rex in this game, right? They had the ridiculous individual moments, they had the pop-ups, but they also had excellent fundamentals. You compare the info these two teams were getting on their defense with the Sky Util. Gen.G was always on point with the rotations, setting up reclears, swinging together, whereas Paper Rex looked like a team who was, you know, playing for the individuality.
Yeah, and the telling thing for me is Gen.G willing to step into that zone with Paper Rex, where, you know, you have the flood pretext or, you know, stacking up bodies and looking very aggressive engagements. Gen.G, we're getting down and dirty with them. I'm kind of coming out on top.
Yeah, you guys are hyped up the rookie. Karen coming into this a lot, and here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment, round 17. I mean, you gotta check your corners, man. You gotta check it.
This is exactly the sort of scenario that I'm talking about, right? Making plays like this, getting ahead of this execute. You lose to Paper Rex when you allow them to execute onto you, come up, play very aggressive, and Karen, I mean, Tom nailed this as well in the cast. There's a sort of rank play that catches Paper Rex off guard, because they don't expect people to match their level of unorthodox.
I think that's exactly the point, right? They're used to teams playing back, cowering in fear, playing for flood retakes against a squad like this instead. Gen.G can give it to them. They're so willing to get proactive, to fight into these executes, and their site anchors were constantly staying alive, doing stuff move like that and actually buying time for the team to rotate over and help everyone out, which you contrast that to PaperX. Their players were trying to do the same thing, and they were getting owned by the executes.
Yeah, and you saw it in the vibes as well. After every round, they were giving it, they were shouting across the stage. And on the other side for this, for PaperX, as we take a look in the AIM Lab shoot-around, Monyet, again, he was kind of one of the players we were really looking forward to watching, but what else has he got?
I mean, he was looking pretty deadly at the start of this map here. Again, super aggressive, almost like in the pistol round. He forgot he was put onto the Omen, still on the raise for some reason, jumping in. But there's just a number of situations where you're looking here, and I was talking about, you know, some of the aggressive plays the PaperX made. They felt very disjointed. It felt like it came down to one person delivering at the end of that sort of play, as opposed to the typical PaperX, too strong on the front line, fragging together.
And I think that's exactly it, right? Like, this is a team that can rely on those moments against lesser teams, can rely on those moments against a team that's not familiar with them, but Gen.G knows them so damn well. They're used to dealing with these individual plays and not letting it get past them.
I mean, we've been here before. I'm not expecting a smile from this man, but I am expecting a solution. Let's hear what Alex had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Alex of PRX. So we did see that, you know, although the team struggled on that map, once the side switch and PaperX was on attack, you got some of that momentum back. And we do know that the team is a very momentum heavy based team. So what do they usually need to hear, like maybe from you, in order to get that push, in order to, you know, get that swing into their favor?
I mean, usually momentum comes when you win some rounds, you know, so I try to just figure out how to win the round. And then if it goes well, you know, then we can snowball.
And I guess calm them down a little bit and make sure that they get their nerves in check, yeah?
I guess so.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if PaperX can wrangle in those nerves and get map 2.
Alex, you've done this before. You made the comeback before. Come on, boys. I want to see them have some fire in their bellies.
Dude, Yinsu, we got to get you down there. They need this energy for map 2 or they're going to be in the lower bracket. Looking at this comp, what is this, Mike? The 4th new comp they've played on this map?
Yeah, we've gone back again. We've got the Cypher back in and Monyet back on the raise. So I guess maybe then indicator we did see that on split. He's going to be the front man here on Lotus.
This does fix the issue of having these flanks open.
Yes.
It fixes that issue. But I think there's another issue in this comp. You're lacking stall util, and on the attacking side, you're way more readable because you only have one piece of smoke util. I think that Forsaken is going to have to be very specific with how he uses his cages to make up for not having this Viper.
And the big concern last time, actually, is that eyes go towards Devi here. His inability to really have impact alone on his utility and opening up opportunities for PaperX in the mid-round was absolutely, it was absent last time with the Astra comp, so really going to be scrutinizing him.
Oh, well, PaperX, if they don't win here, they will be going into elimination on day 1 of playoffs. Mitchman and Tombiz, how are you guys feeling about this one?
Well, Yinsu, I'm feeling excited because at worst, we should have a good game on our hands. Last time around, Gen.G won both pistols here on this map, and it was still a very close game with them barely edging it out 13-11. Now, Tom, they come in with momentum on their backs and a map that they've put the prep into. For PaperX, it's looking like elimination might be on the line soon.
I don't mind the change back, because obviously this isn't the comp they played last time, but it is the comp they ran versus Heretics. I think it's slightly better for them overall. Still has something on the Jet as well, because they had a similar comp to this, but with him on the Reyna. I think this just allows him to do more damage.
Wow.
I like the start though from Gen.G. Oh, okay.
No
They had
Viper
that
on
rebound push initially. Didn't expect anybody to still be around the angle, and because of that, they've lost the first battle.
One man down already, but the rest are rotating into the right spot. The read is good from the side of Gen.G as they move to the A site. Here comes PaperX diving a little quicker than expected, but there's the return. They're not expecting this many players to be on that defensive side already. Anchored down, and they're winning the fights, leaving Devi all alone. The 1v2, good damage done, and the follow-up, and he's out of ammo. Knife out, and Parrot wins! He brought a knife to a knife fight. 3 kills already. This guy's been sensational.
Got respected from Karen. He's like, you know what? I'm not gonna be the coward. I'm not gonna go and reload.
Respected it.
I'll take you in the 1v1. And well, I'll win it out. And well, PaperX, that was again. We talk about the advantages and their conversions. What was that? 5v3 as they get into the site. They get the initial opener and they get an entry, and then they don't convert the round. It's good work from Gen.G, but you always have to look at PaperX and go, these are moments that you expect them to be able to convert. Not the start they were looking for. And again, we're going to see the same proactive approach from the defense, constantly looking to garner extra control. And PaperX, they're going straight into the site.
Oh yeah, look, they're willing to dive. We can tell that as soon as Munyet picks up this agent, and well, he very nearly died to the turret. Not a good start, but Spike should at least be plantable. No nade left online for Gen G. Nothing to really force these players out of the corner.
Spike planted.
With that sees, it's keeping him in position. It's only deducted about 10 HP or so because he was so low. And the problem now is you have to fight back through all these close range angles where PaperX have the numbers to play with on a lot of the fights they're going to take. Decent damage on the headshot, good, follow up, and then it's clean house for Gen G. 2 players lost, not the end of the world.
Yeah, could have been much worse. Interestingly, yeah, something buys shields into that round. So maybe hoping that they could get a kill and he could steal a gun away, but doesn't come to fruition. Texture as well as one off a showstopper going into round number 3, so especially on this map, it definitely is a little bit more difficult for challenge for those orbs, but it might mean that we see a bit more of an A push, an opportunity to find something there. Well, this is where we are going to get the investment. Mitch, you'll be happy. Forsaken is already bringing in an Odin.
Listen, he's a wise man. I've always said that, Tom, and he's just proven my point, isn't he? You won't expect this off rip if you're Gen G, and a little bit of danger for Texture. That crosshair's lined up on his head, and it's done some damage, some serious damage by the looks of it. Down to 77. Texture's tagged. Lucky is dropped. And we can continue on with the spams. Heals for most players. Divide the only one to stay quite low, not having anyone to bring him back to full fighting health. The reality is, though, they're in a pretty good position. The close range spot by Karen shouldn't be left unchecked. There's still a flash on Devi. You expect that to pop as they move forward. No, in fact, it's just a double swing, and the same thing there. Exactly. Clean trades for PaperX.
Yeah, it looks like it's just going to be fight after fight. Meteor now has to try and pull off some individual brilliance as well. I think a little bit too predictable on when he'd make his move. Munchkin on the other side of the map, and the thing is, he could just hold this through to the next round, but I don't expect him to. When there's an opportunity to have an upgrade, maybe take a gun away.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, I mean, not a position you're going to be clearing a lot of the time. Done well to start. Player close is low. Devi and Mind Freak both playing without shields and with a bit of dent to their health. Forsaken also with no shields and no head anymore. This is getting very costly for the attacking side, with Munchkin not stopping anytime soon. He's already picked up 3, and now he's quickening his pace to the site. The time is so desperately low, and he doesn't know where Devi is. The element of surprise gets PaperX the kill and the round. But at what cost?
Everything. Absolutely everything. Every single gun just goes for overhunting a player that was going to have a gun in the next round anyway. Like, I understand wanting to earn those extra orbs up, but this is one hell of an overextension. Just constantly fighting versus a player that had a bulldog. Munchkin, well, you can already see him smack talking, and well, it's not the only thing getting smacked.
Wow. Round 4, and there's going to be a real challenge for this attacking side. Weaknesses already seen. Chance for Gen G to shut down the way back through for PaperX very early on. We know this is a map that both teams can pull to tight contention, but with Gen G having done that extra work on it, picked it into this series, I'm worried for PaperX. It's early times just now, but with showstoppers online for both squads, we knew this was coming. Munyet's on the way, head caught on the arch on the way through. It slowed him down enough and actually bought some time for Meteor to escape. And for Munchkin to round the corner, no one's going to go down to that showstopper, but it's claimed a lot of space.
Yeah. Oh, they don't realize how close Karen is. He had to move because of the Tiger. Monya's going to try and aggress. This is risky. Multiple players on the other side. Showstopper, he should be dead. He actually almost manages to catch one. Even still, though, for Gen G, this is looking fantastic. Timing couldn't be worse for something either. It's going from bad to worse for PaperX. They need to find a miracle through these spams. At least been able to get one, but they don't know if the player's still on the spike. The second tap will definitely help them out, but it's Odin just going through. Too many bullets to dodge there. But Gen G, they break back immediately. And while we mentioned them losing all their players, it's going to hurt now.
Yes, yes, it absolutely is. Now you see the butterfly effect of that. Well-placed showstopper by Textures. We said there were 2 online, only 1 found its mark. and then the chaos afterwards. Every time you see someone on PaperX turn their crosshair to look towards an angle where they've just seen someone swing or they've just lost a teammate, they get shot in the back because that's the exact timing that Gen G go for the retake on all sides. Gorgeous stuff, 3-1. Odin being kept through, Lakia going way up in my estimations, let me tell you, buddy. And the spams, well, they're not having too much success, but they don't need to. In this round, PaperX have basically nothing to play with. 4 Sheriffs.
Well, also they've
dangerous.
already taken the control. That's the main reason. You've got Karen aggressively up. It's allowed for a gamble rotation, so he's just moving that Odin elsewhere. Not the most common door to spam because you are open to a couple of angles, but it won't matter. And this is the thing. We've seen this scenario many a time. Find a kill, TP back. Karen is excellent at knowing when to reposition as well, so they can leave those spots open. This is ambitious.
Where is he going? Where is he going? He's made it just about around that corner, but well, that was risky. If they came through that wall, Tom, I'm not sure that would have went the way he was thinking. Spray good for Munchkin. It's a narrow alleyway to fight in, and wow, that's a lot of damage. No chance for PaperX here. Of course, we did mention they have those weaker weapons. They don't have a lot to play with, and they'll get nothing done. A flawless round. I hate to harp on the economy, but Gen G off to a flying start with it yet again.
Yeah.
It's feeling reminiscent of last map, but it is still very early days. Plenty of time for PaperX to find their footing. They don't want to waste time throwing rounds away. They've called a timeout.
That's the funny thing. We might actually get to the point where we can just highlight when Gen G don't have money.
Yep.
We'll just save time.
Yep. Yep. It's the play.
They've had it the whole time throughout the series. I like the pause, though, coming out from PaperX because this has been rough. And even looking back versus KC, they struggled when it came to this attack inside. A lot of that was a bit of a peculiar composition, but I don't know if this one's looking any better for them right now. Also, it has a lot of reliance, again, on this double duelist. And there was a moment or two at the beginning where I was like, okay, something looks like he's here to play. But ever since then, they're just getting boomed. And everyone on the other side for Gen G has looked utterly fantastic. In this round, at least, one off a Blade Storm. Showstopper, the only ult that isn't going to be playing a part in this round for either side. And Munchkin already having that Viper's Pit online. Clearly, this is a time where Alex needs to earn his money. Otherwise, I think PaperX are taking that fast track straight to the lower bracket.
I want to at least get that third map out. You know, officials are a different ball game to talking about regional play, especially against a team you've already played on that map. You're testing so many deeper things, and I think for them, bombing out like this in the uppers, it wouldn't speak well for what's to be seen because Loud Sentinels, they're not going to be any easier.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't want to face up against either of those teams right now. Here we go, though. Again, early paranoia. I think this one is not really going to be played upon. I like the idea, again, using that haunt to get them space, but something, I think he's just going to disrespect the utility. Had enough of these pushes coming through. He is going to get pinged up. They know where he is, and Texture's already there to support.
That's it. They're trying to punish the Odin. They know that it's not easy to fight from this angle, especially when the door gets opened, and now he's dead. But that's what it's all about on Gen G, filling in the spaces and being able to fight afterwards. But with the return from PaperX, they've got a real chance. The headshot angle held by Mindfreak, but Meteor's just ducked underneath it, playing the limbo, and he's winning this game with Mindfreak down. It's 45 HP, and a dream turned to a nightmare. PaperX losing out on another. They had a good pacey take, managed to put the players on the back foot, and filled in every gap that Gen G were trying to stuff their way into. They always had someone to take that second fight. PaperX had someone to take the third. This time, though, they lose out when it comes to the post plan. You gotta say, they really could have used that round.
Yeah, this is one of those things as well where Meteor's in a 2v2 scenario. The amount of times I feel like I've watched him just get both kills and his teammates still rotating. Like he's just so confident at this stage in his individual ability, and even just ducking under where he assumed his opponent would be holding. That was again another big round for PaperX. A lot invested, even having some decent early trades, but it isn't to be. And now, well, Blade Storm is really all we could talk about, and they're still ready for his initial play. Almost goes down, but has managed to dodge that singular bullet fired by Texture.
Yeah, thing is that's sending them elsewhere. Forsaken was trying to claim some space by sneaking through. We saw good success for that. I think Magnet on the previous map was throwing out a few of those little feelers. But the idea now is you can't play up against that op. This ain't the round for it. Your Blade Storm's already gone, and everyone else has pistols. Close range, numbers advantage is the way to go, and they've done it, at least trading out the first. Karen, though, he has been consistent every single time they've challenged him. This guy's coming up with multiple. 7-2 right now. Teammate ready to swing, and luckily, because Karen was dropped very quickly, so too is Meteor. Hell, it's winnable for Divine, but his knife was pulled out. Tried to evade some spams or some, well, players emerging from the smoke. Unfortunately, he jumped right into their crosshair. 6-1 for Gen.G, and 4 ultimates online coming into round number 8.
It's one of those scenarios where, again, PaperX have made some of these rounds look somewhat competitive, but Gen.G are consistently able to clutch out the late round. Again, as you said, ults are in their favor, finances are in their favor. There's at least a lot coming online in this round for the side of PaperX. Counter operator going to be invested into something. He has had a very quiet start to this game, and a reaction shot from Texture already puts down Munyet.
You see the idea as well? We see the aggression, we try to take space elsewhere. Denied on A, because Gen.G are getting aggressive, giving PaperX a taste of their own defensive medicine. This is a really good start with 4 ultimates to fall back on, 3 of which will help you out if you're in a pinch. For PaperX, where do they go? Where do they take it? Maybe they can get a neural theft if they can even drop a body. And they cannot.
Oh, no.
A wallbang kill with the Odin from Lakia. That's something dropped. That's the op down, and he's looking for a little bit more. I don't know where they're going to take this on the attack, but I think I know what the result will be regardless.
Forsaken's been quiet as well, and reposition. Nice shot at least. Will make things that little bit more interesting. The reveal as well will tell exactly where their opponents are. Knowing there's only one player here, the turret though, keeping things disruptive. And Meteor, again, full sprinting to help his teammate out. It gets close for a matter of seconds, but Gen.G continue their utter dominance in this match. 7-1 on the defense.
Gen.G is fucking scary, man.
Second pause going to be called for PaperX at this
like,
point.
they're completely destroying PaperX.
As well. Last 3 times.
They win last map like 13-7.
And won this map. 8
right?
rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack, 9 rounds on attack. They're 7-1 up on defense.
And 4 of these rounds for PaperX.
No, I would say that's very bad.
For 13-8. So half of PaperX's round were like pistol and the eco after.
Perfectly for me today because it's the same maps.
So if you remove like pistol and ecos, it was like 13-4.
Well, I say justified a right to pick, maybe not, but we know on a good day he absolutely can. This time, I don't care what agent he's playing, he's having a damn tough time. 2-8. Compare that to Split last time, finding so many opening entries on that attack side. Now listen, I'm going to be the last person to complain about Jet dying on the attack, right? Often that's your job. But here, we haven't seen those dive plays as consistently. At least that hasn't been the crux of their attacking side. The problem is, how many rounds have we seen where literally 10 to 15 seconds in, it's 3v5. No control, no benefit for it. One guy goes down, they push somewhere else, that guy goes down, then they sit there with nothing to do.
Think about the spots that Gen.G are also willing to claim. Like, they pushed out 2 players in all the way past Mound. They weren't even holding the deep angles anymore because what's the point?
And
they're
they pushed
try and
A
swing through
with 2 players in the same round.
Yeah.
Right? So like, this is the thing. You even peek your head out and go, oh, are they rubble? Yep, they are. I'm dead.
Yep, they're
right.
everywhere.
Now we have no advantage. We're playing
They're
from
going to
behind.
push B. It looks like they are. Insta smoke. B control being taken by 3 players. Just waiting to see if the push will come through in that direction. It's going to allow them the fast take back of this control. Paranoia immediately put through. The trade's not awful in the beginning, but they quickly divulge into nothing for the side of PaperX. Forsaken trying to claim it back though. Finally, he comes alive.
Well, this is the round that he needed to wake up in. That spike is theirs, and they can walk it straight to the seaside once that door is closed. 16 HP, Mind Freak on 42, but Texture's got an op and a nade. And there's a snake bite left. This could be very, very dangerous indeed. For now, though, Texture's not deploying the nade. Instead, sitting down Op in hand, 16 HP, turned to 0. Nice shot with the operator as Mind Freak now has a nade below him. He's safe up top. He's got the angle, could even pick off Munchkin. That can make it winnable, but Texture's a little too quick.
I love it.
I didn't think he could fire off that quick.
It's just like, he's got an op as a negative, and then it's like, no, never mind.
Wide swings it. Like, all right, we're quick scoping now, but that's the level we've hit for Gen.G. 8-1, Tom. Yeah, I almost wanted to say coming into this map, well, it can't get any worse. It just has. It was 8-2 at least last time.
Yeah, it definitely is looking like a golf in class, which, again, considering this is the #1 and #2 from the same region, that we've already seen them play a best-of-5 series that was a 3-1, and a lot of the maps are close. It looks like Gen.G have leveled up, and for PaperX, I don't know if they've fallen off, because that's looking like the difference between these two is not the same we've seen before. All 5 ultimates, by the way. Gen.G don't need them. That's actually the point we're in. They don't need the ults. They're just winning the rounds anyway.
Normally you'd be thinking at this point, oh, let's just throw one out just to see.
There you go.
There it is. Okay. Cycle the economy a little bit. Here comes the big rocket, and it's not landed. It's not found the value it needed to. The lockdown has been destroyed, and Meteor was tagged down quite a bit.
That's the value, right? That's the value. They got rid of the they got rid of the lockdown, so they can at least claim some space. He's screwed. There's no way he survives that.
It's a little messy. It's giving PaperX a chance, Tom. They haven't planted the spike, but they don't need to if they win these fights again and again, and they have. Lakia dropped, leaves Munchkin 1v3. If he wins this, I'm putting the headset down. They've got decent amount of HP, and they've lost Mind Freak. Okay, but it's all right. They've still got 2 players, no utility to play with. They've got to just take these fights, not one at a time. That's the only thing I beg of you. Not one at a time, not up against Munchkin right now. He's 11-4. He's been winning round after round, but a reposition by Forsaken. Nice. The swing is good. Nice. And the double peak wins the day, 8-2. Deja vu for PaperX. And, well, Gen.G got to be feeling confident. The good thing is they used 3 ultimates there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That they lose the rounds, they use the ults. That's the weird thing about it. And again, a lot of this just came down to some brilliant individual play from Something, finally putting a couple of kills on the board.
What's crazy is that Lotus is considered
first player peaks, dies, second gets dinged.
An attack map.
Finally they reposition.
And PaperX are being crushed.
Needed a new desk completely for Alex.
They want the bonus, round, which is expected, and then they want this round.
I think just get rid of the desk, man. Punching bag with an LED screen in it.
Whose face is on it?
It depends on the game. Make it interchangeable. Well, Forsaken's picked off Karen. That's a fantastic kill. Look how open the A side is, and they've made that realization. There's no further challenge. There's no utility. There's no reaction from Gen.G. So Forsaken realizes it's wide open, and he gets caught by Lakia. That timing was near perfect. You have to, well, I mean, you can call it a mistake. At the end of the day, he was open to like 6 angles, so he has to just be clearing those, constantly being paranoid about them. The site, though, is lost, and PaperX will find the plant nonetheless.
Showstopper online, not wanting to allow them to set up. Something's going to try and get aggressive, but he's not going to manage to land the shot. Now, I think the flash through the back might have actually caught Munchkin, so he's going to actually reposition through B instead. Move away from the flank position. It's open. I think it's because Divide's having to check too many angles. The Seekers at least will give it away. Showstopper has been thrown in. He might get caught by all of the Seekers, but his teammate's got his back, and that means he'll be able to kill off Mind Freak. The remaining players a bit of an obscure position. Munyet has not been cleared yet, and because of that, he's going to be able to deny the defusal. The spam doing so much damage, and now it's all on to Divide with an operator. First shot missed, but he just needs to kill the guy defusing, and he's done enough. There's no time left. Finally, PaperX pull out the miracle rounds we've seen from them, but everybody will go down with the ship.
Well, it's the same thing as what we saw before, Tom, right? They're getting this little resurgence towards the end of the half. This time, PaperX didn't have the pistol to help them out. They went both on the previous map, putting them up 4 rounds, and they ended on 8. But here, they're doing it on the rifle rounds. They're doing it in the clutches as well. As close as they may come, it's still giving them that little bit of a heartbeat to continue on forward. Now, this round, the last of the half, Gen.G come in with the Viper's Pit. That's going to be a problem to fight through on the defensive side, or potentially a very strong tool for retakes.
Man, it's scary when it's a Red Bull clutch that gets you your 3rd round, but As long as they're getting the rounds, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This battle is now changed. It was previously Karon being solo, and now it's Texture, and his operator has been fierce.
Looks like they're going to go back into it. Is there a flash? Is there anything? No. No, it's just a dry, wide peek by Monette. Players up top looking to trade, but Texture's out of the angle too quickly. PaperX have given him another shot, and it looks like another bite of this apple. As around comes another, but finally the miss is there. Texture gets the reset though with low HP. He's dancing around, but he's being caught. There was no escape this time, and with Lakia falling, a real chance emerging for an 8-4 half. It looks like PaperX have finally woken up. They've found some punch to be packed. Let's see. Meteor's on his way in. Up close with a teammate further away. Munchkin's making a lot of noise. They're trying to find an angle to deal with him, and instead running into Meteor. Well played. Now they can group up and try to force this 2v2 with the Viper's Pit. That was a little scary. Thought Munchkin was about to be spammed, but now they've got a lot of space as they close in the distance. No snake bites to play with though. That could help out, keep them way out of this pit, and with Munchkin falling, it's done. PaperX 8-4 at the halftime. They found some legs to stand on, some foundations laid. But the second half will be tough if they lose the pistol.
Yeah, it's almost identical to what we saw in the last half. A streak of rounds, that's just disgusting. I was thinking from Forsaken's point of view, I didn't even really see anything. That's how good Texture has been. But again, it's those player deficits that are actually what turn the tides over there. Well done from PaperX to at least get something.
Well, Tom, it's time now to toss this one over to Divide, who had some words to say earlier.
I think it's like a stressful game. I feel like, for me personally, I feel like we are playing against ourselves because the way they play is kind of like similar, you know. I mean, trying to outsmart them. I mean, they were very good. I would say they are smart, and they're kind of like one step ahead, especially on Lotus. We kind of like, they did exactly what we were watching them, like in the VODs, like they play the same, like they are not scared, even though these, like, I think for some of them it's like their first time in Masters. And yeah, I mean, very surprised with how they actually perform.
Yeah, you're going to be put to test, put to task. Oh, that's rough. Blinded, and Monye just popping off. Yeah, farm him up. Even spotting the right there. Over towards Shybox. This guy's on for it. He's absolutely on the money today.
Genji, I mean, the good thing is probably we might be able to get some revenge, you know. I mean, we lost to them in the Pacific kickoff, and yeah, I mean, I think Texture is giving us a lot of problem, like just killing us or like punishing us over and over. And also, Karon was playing insane as well, even though he's a newcomer. But I think he's probably like the top player in the league. I think he got MVP as well in the Pacific kickoff, and yeah, I mean, insane. Yeah, maybe we go back and cook some strats, you know, to cook these two.
Divide has certainly been cooking 15-9, exiting that first half with the next closest player being something. Pretty good player, pretty well respected. He's got 6 kills, almost a third of what his teammates rocking. It's been tough for the side of PaperX. They haven't found a lot of success, but that little 3-round streak to close out the first half, Tom, it's given them a chance here. We want to see them take the pistol though.
Yeah, we want this to be a competitive match that it definitely has not been. Genji looking like a competitor for the crown, and thus far we haven't seen the PaperX that we know and love. This pistol round might just be a deciding factor, but a great start from Monette. Already pushing aggressively on the other side. Is something waiting for someone to try and make their move, and he's going to go back for a little bit more. Has to use the dash to get out of there, and is now waiting for the cavalry to arrive as the rest of the team somewhat far away. An opportunity, but Forsaken with a good trade.
Keeping the numbers in their favor. Something needs to do a little bit more. He's done some damage, and there's the follow-up. A shot right to Texture's temple. That's going to put us in a 4v2 with PaperX definitely favored to take this pistol now. Forsaken fallen. A little bit more of a chance. Something, though, delivers. Okay, he's up top and not spotted. Easy peasy. That's a 3K for Something. Looks like even he's starting to heat up.
That's exactly what they need. Just him having confidence. Because you look at some of the fights he's taken, and there's definitely risks about it, but that's always been his play style. even on a Gecko, he's basically an op main, so then get the finances built up early, get the orbs rolling on the duelist, which is exactly what's happened thus far. Get that sniper into his hands. This game can definitely slip back. As said though, for the majority of the matches we've seen, be it mostly in Pacific, Gen G have been much, much more consistent on their attack.
Pistol win then was essential for PaperX. Now the follow-up looks easy. Very little to play with for Gen G, and even if they drop something, he's the player that's rocking with the pistol. So the margin for error's already been reached here. Any further kills will be costly, will force some level of reinvestment from the side of PaperX. But on the defense, they can keep distance, and with the buy that Gen G have, they're definitely not favored on ranged fights.
Defiant will be solo, but you can see the rotation already coming out from Munyet. Jump peak will give him the info to go back in with that Marshall. This is a round that they shouldn't really have any opportunity to win. The weaponry not falling into their hands off the kills they've garnered, and the players they're pushing into are actually just going to start pushing into them. A good round from PaperX as they manage to bring things again back within 2. But the fact is, it has been the buy rounds where Gen G truly have been a level above.
Well, just look at your screen. Besides something, this is a round that often you're going to look at as an eco, but 3 orbs away from a Blade Storm means he can force up here, buy an operator, and potentially have a Blade Storm, even if they lose the round. With how consistent he normally is with that op, I would definitely put stock in him finding at least the 2 orbs. 1 kill and a death. We'll see what he can get up to.
It also means they can gamble the control. They've got him holding onto the A site, an aggressive position from Munyet. This is not really the gun you want to have here. Somehow he gets out of there unscathed. They also had an initial setup for players outside C, but after that spot comes through, fading back. Now the cross has already happened, so something now in a pretty deadly position. And honestly, I think Meteor's a little bit lucky there to even get 1.
Well, here's the chance for that operator to finally show its ugly face. Ugly for the side of Gen G as they lose a player right off rip. And it's Texture, the man with the responsibility to take the space to close the distance. Now they'll be a little bit slower on the way around these corners, which is just perfect for something. He had to be watching the right way, though, and Munchkin caught him unaware. The same happens with Devi, though, leaving it to a 3v2 defensive advantage and Devi walkabouts. He's been so good. 19 kills, looking for his 20th and his 3rd of the round. And it looks like he might, oh, he will get the opportunity, but he's being dropped. Doesn't matter, because Munyet's there to catch him when he falls. 8-7. And now this gets me excited for PaperX. That round puts them way back in contention because Gen G got an eco.
Yeah, I like the way they play it as well. After the initial spot, that there was at least 1 player lurking. They know that there's an opportunity to potentially steal a gun away. So they 3-man push. Even a trade there's not too bad, knowing there's some things on the other side. And even though he only gets 1 kill, he does enough to delay and allow for those rotations. Devi as well, though, as you said, he's been fantastic. 19 and 10, topping the entire scoreboard right now. Something once more. They know he's going to be here. They know there's a high chance he'll be here, and they're actually going to really put the pressure on early.
I don't mind this from Gen G. They have players lurking elsewhere. Trap just got broken on B. So now for PaperX, they have to be worried about the flank. It means you're not going to have Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own, and again, he finds Texture. That's a big part of this take. They tried to seize the space with him blast packing in, but instead, they've been left to try and trade it out. 2 versus 3. Meteor's good position has been noted. As we said earlier, they know that trap was broken. They know there could be someone around here. It's why you see Devi wait for Mindfreak, wait even for the plant to come through, while Munyet finishes this flank. Looks like they're aware. Well, they're very much aware that something is going on. I mean, PaperX haven't made a move. Why haven't they? Why are they not trying to fight for any bit of control?
The spike is not
something they'll find an
planted,
answer to until they plant the spike.
It looks like because they've spotted players
It was pinged.
near B, and they're worried about their spawn, they're actually going to go fighting aggressively. This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. 1 bullet left. And nothing being spotted towards the spawn. This means they know where they are.
Nice shot.
Perfect, and he goes back with the pistol.
Damn.
He does it alone. Meteor Meteor's going to confirm the MasterCard Thrifty on what was looking like a round firmly in the hands of PaperX falls to one man.
One man with one big gun and one medium gun also. Very ambitious to go for this. That could have put it to a 1v1 top, but he was having none of it.
That's what I said about this guy. He knows he'll hit the shot. For some reason, when it's him, a 2v2, and he goes, okay, I've got the first one, he always peeks for the second, and weirdly, he always gets it. That's the thing. Every time I'm sat there going, I'm ready to critique, and then he gets the kill, and I'm like, well, fine then. I guess that was the right play.
Well, uncouth, but it works this time. Certainly caught his opponents off guard with Gen.G 9-7 and claiming that round. PaperX have weaknesses. An operator in the hand of something.
Look at where he is.
It's not really an opping angle normally, is it? Oh, nice flash, that's good. But he hasn't got the dash anymore. It's faded out. But Munchkin, oh, the shot's missed. And Munchkin's been given a second chance at life while the showstopper is again just, I thought just used for space, but if he fires it out close, no, he doesn't pull the trigger. And now he realizes his mistake as the dive comes in from PaperX. They've got a lot to work with.
The old Stoke should be, well, in theory, forcing them back, but it hasn't happened at all. They went aggressive, made this one problematic. Spike already planted at least, so they're going to have to respect it and just fall back. Munchkin's still holding, and they have a pretty nasty potential crossfire just with the amount of time that can be bought. Munchkin is just looking at that clock. That's all he really aiming for, sitting back, waiting for the push. He manages to land the first, almost onto the second. But PaperX respond in turn, a back and forth so far in this second half. And they close the gap once again to just one round.
Well, that's the response and resurgence we wanted to see. This game, this map, and indeed this series
He would have killed something if he just shot the bullet. That's got to be so infuriating.
Yeah, I can understand he doesn't want to give away his position, but, you know, you make a decision there. Do you gamble it? Do you not? And, well, he chose wrong. Chips on the wrong color. Well, 9-8. And for PaperX, it looks like they've really got their hands dug into those reins. The economy is low. We've seen Gen.G win low by rounds. There's a Viper's Pit online with 1 kill for Munchkin, 1 orb, 1 plant. But the main thing is something has got basically an
Nice shot.
Yassine dash. But it works out for him, no punish. And the reposition gets him another kill. Swing out.
2 bullets, 2 kills.
PaperX, and closing the round in just a second. Blink and you miss it as we're 9-9.
Yeah, they have somehow made this comeback happen. 5-1 in this second half after what was basically, we were at a scoreline where this looked over. What was it, 8-1? And then they went 3 rounds in a row. And that's the thing. You don't really think it at the time because an 8-4 half is still great, but it seemed like Gen.G just let the foot off the gas. A few big plays coming out. Now we're starting to see players rise up. You were mentioning it, the distance between Devi and everybody else was a lot. Well, something has been closing the gap. I'm also just looking at Mind Freak.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking at him too. Karen was trained in on that with Texture finding a field day. 2 HP left on Devi. He'll find it hard to get any impact from this point. A stray bullet enough to take him down, but he's caught Karen off guard. The flash covers his retreat. No more flashes and they don't regen anymore. But an opportunity still. No, shut down. 2 versus 3 though. Viper's pick could change the game.
They're trying to get in as quickly as humanly possible, but Meteor's there to defend. Leaves it onto something. As said, he's had a real resurgence. They just fall back to enable the reload. Never mind, he's just looking to reposition completely. I think they know exactly where he is, but somehow he still wins the battle. 3 bullets left in the clip. The pit's been dropped. He's already going to spot one, but he's now just down to the classic, and it's a classic v classic. Valakia's the one to take it home. These rounds are getting insanely close, and it's a back and forth once again.
Really is like a pendulum swinging. There's no stability to be found for either of these teams. 2 rounds for PaperX, an immediate answer back by Gen.G, but the fact that it comes down to this, that the Viper is dropped outside the pit, and then that's the result. Clean as can be with a final right click to close it. Gen.G they've got a lot set up in front of them, Tom. There is a showstopper for Munyet. Other than that, everybody is just on the rifles. Credits are low. Gen.G could be on the home stretch very, very soon, and Forsaken in that corner needs value. They've not seen him. He's good for 1 and damage on Texture. Those could be very, very pivotal facts for us as PaperX look to move back through. So many players are low. And one extremely low in the corner. It's the Rocket to find him.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. That trade's all right. That was the low HP player that goes down. I don't think they're going to mind that whatsoever to put it back into a 3 versus 3. Something about to try and go through this. His teammates a little bit further behind. No flash available for Devi, so it's just going to have to be the raw push. Already managing to retrieve a rifle.
Oh my god, something.
Gen.G now get a double back of their own. And the major worry here for PaperX, they don't have backup credits. They don't have anything in their pockets other than a Blade Storm. This could be the beginning of the end.
It feels that way, Tom. 2-round cap.
Yeah, it's almost OT secured for Gen.G.
Rifle rounds, and again, it seems strange that 13-8 to talk about it as a dominant game. Yes, it is a strong score line, but not damning for the other side. But when you look at both pistols, that's a 4-0 start based off of coin flips, and PaperX managed to just about come ahead. When it came to rifle rounds, they weren't able to succeed. Now, early push, it's not quite a rifle. Instead, it's a set of blades, and those don't even get fired off. They lay by his side as he falls to the floor. Something down, so too is Devi, and they're ready for another player close. There seems to be nothing that PaperX can do to surprise this Gen.G roster in the last few rounds. And with 12 looking like it's on the board, Tom, these players, they have to be feeling the crushing weight of this series. The lower bracket is beckoning them, and there they'll face elimination against the Sentinels who are allowed. There's no easier fight for them than a team that they know. The devil they don't is coming.
Seems like Gen.G have got their number. This round at least was a weaker investment, but they had to use one of the ults and it got absolutely nothing. And the second we've got into these post plants, that's where Gen.G have looked their most fearsome. A team from last year that started strong, had a massive fall from grace, made a huge overhaul of this roster with
and there are 3 ultimates for
players brought back who had been at a Masters right at the beginning of Valorant, a player they got from Ranked, and players that have not found success elsewhere. Texture, one I think we can really highlight. Like in G, he was okay. But to go into a Gen.G roster that's now playing for a minimum of top 3 if they win this match, unheard of, surprising, and now looking like that pinnacle of Pacific. Looking to try and do what no Pacific team has ever done before. Take themselves to an international victory. The PaperX are not dead, not down, until you stamp them out.
Definitely looking injured. The path to recovery, 3 straight rounds in OT in a 3rd map. A lot of win conditions. Gen.G.
They are gonna look to hit B with the Killjoy placed there.
Where's the lockdown, the showstopper, and of course the Nightfall. Any one of those can open sights, pull you out of sticky situations.
Yeah, they are pinging on B.
That was the defenders, but it's covering Munyet's push forward. Problem is, okay, good nade up close. That's going to force that player out in the open. Problem is, Texture was covering it. And now the push on mid is spotted as well. 3 players left for PaperX. And it looks like they've still got a fight in them. Nightfall won't evade it. He's being caught. But, oh, it's fake information. The Shrouded Step has bought a little bit of an advantage for Mindfreak because he's still alive.
Oh my god, something, man.
Down. And Devi, very much known towards that spawn. Mindfreak's on the wraparound. Wants to move towards that singular door. For this, Devi needs to buy some time. He still has a flash to play with. There it goes. It's popped and it's cleared out this corridor. Devi's even won the fight. The smoke is down. A chance if Mindfreak can make it to Devi. If they can take this fight together, but they don't know where the last players are.
They have to go.
Fade has even forced them back for a second. The time now very low. And with 2 players still to root out, it might be too low. Devi just dodges that siege, but Mindfreak down. The time now.
It's
not
over.
to be played with. Okay, no, Texture went out swinging. There's
It's
no
over.
chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose, and short of a
Damn.
misplay, it was was never swinging the other way. 13-9 and 13-8. A consistent showing from the side of Gen G as they take victory over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper
might
final.
be Kim's, I guess.
It is another huge statement play for Gen G. No doubt at this stage that they wear the crown when it comes to Pacific. But that's not the crown they're gunning for anymore. They said it at the time. Their goal was to make it to the playoffs. Well, they've made it there, and they've continued to push forward in that upper bracket. A team has said that last year didn't really do too much, didn't really give us much to be excited about, and then bringing together a mix of players that maybe many didn't expect to do well, definitely didn't expect to get this far. They continue in that upper bracket to fight off and be the representative as they face Americas, and they send the previous Pacific champion, a previous finalist of one of these events, down into the lower bracket.
Well, this second map, although only one round in the difference, Tom, this was definitely a much better feeling from the side of PaperX. They earned their way back in from an 8-1 deficit to a close scoreline in the end, but despite that streak of rounds, Gen G take the victory thanks to map number 1, PaperX's pick, where they just didn't get started. Yeah. And that's a big concern for them. Moving on to an elimination series next, they won't get a chance to have a slow start. They've got to come out swinging off the bat. For Gen G, they get to watch their opponents play, figure out who it is, take some notes. This is a very nice position to be in, and a chance to make a historical run here in Madrid for their region.
But that's always been the thing. Like, we talk about Pacific teams as a flash in the pan a lot of the time. You look at the Zeta run. You could even throw a Chinese team of EDG in there as well, sure, making a run. PaperX making a run. This Gen G squad, though, it feels different. They have so much depth to them in terms of individual plays, but they have such a solid structure, great trading, and also it just looks like the individuals on that team have leveled up from last year. They look like different players, even if they're in different roles, some coming from the tier 2 as well. They are an absolute joy to watch. And the fact is, I don't know where this ends for them. They could genuinely be there lifting the trophy.
It definitely feels like they have a long road ahead of them. Hopefully no bumps in that road. And the reality is, you know, Texture for me, certainly someone to take notes on, because this guy, he was good before, but now on the international scene, up against some of the best in the world, and he's leaving his mark. He's already left his mark, and it could get so much more beneficial for this squad as they now get to watch their opponents play, take those notes. I really put so much stock in that. I'm excited to see what this squad can do, Tom.
I think I've loved the fact that just even hearing them talk about each other, it's Munchkin elevating his teammates. Like, I think that's such a huge compliment. Like, you could say someone come in, oh, he's a great leader, he's playing great individually, like all of these compliments. This is a nice thing, but to say he's come in, as someone has said, one of the first players coming out of Korea, Lakia, to play at a Masters event, and you're going, yeah, this guy has made me better. As someone who's coming in as a relatively new leader, that's such a huge compliment to hear from. And I think that's the great thing about this team. You look at them on the stage, you look at Texture just having a great time, everybody like standing up, like bows and arrows. Like, this is looking like a completely different squad. And honestly, I am so impressed with what we've seen. Luckily, now we get to hear from Munchkin as he's going to be down on the stage.
La victoria más convincente para Gen G hasta ahora. The most convincing victory for Gen G so far, and it had to be in playoffs. Tenía que ser en playoffs. Estoy aquí con Munchkin para que me cuente un poco de lo que ha sido esta partida y lo que ha sido este recorrido. And the first thing I'm going to say is, can we hear it for Munchkin? Can we hear it for Gen G? Where are the Gen G fans over here?
Thank you.
La primera pregunta es que fue una partida en la que se hacen algunos cambios por el lado de PaperX. ¿Había alguna idea y en qué se enfocan especialmente en este segundo mapa para que el cambio de composición no le afecte a Gen G y puedan cerrar un 2-0? Munchkin, first of all, congratulations. The first thing I want to ask you is, I want to know what goes behind the scenes when we get to see that PaperX composition change on that second map. It seems like it was slipping away, but you were able to take it back right at the end. So what was the focus to make sure that map would go your way?
로터스에서 페이퍼렉스가 조합을 다시 한번 바꿔들고 왔는데 이제 젠지 선수들은 그거에 대해서 어떻게 풀어나가려고 대처를 했는지 궁금합니다. 아무래도 갑자기 이렇게 따라잡히는 모습이 나오기도 했거든요.
일단 저희가 사이퍼 상대를 많이 만나봤었기 때문에 사이퍼 대처 방안에 대해서 일단 첫 번째로 이야기했었고요. 그리고 저희가 중반부터 좀 따로 잡혔던 거는 저희가 좀 방심하고 저희끼리 커뮤니케이션이 잘 안 돌았던 것 같습니다.
Well, we're familiar with going up against competitions with Cypher, so first thing we talked about was how to play against the Cypher comp. And I think when PaperX were making the comebacks, I think we had some miscommunications and mistakes going on, but we were able to, set it straight.
Lo que nos cuenta de ese mapa de Lotus es que ya habían jugado en contra de composiciones de Cypher, así que el enfoque principal era cómo tenían que jugar en contra de ese Cypher, y cuando PaperX en esa segunda mitad estaba ganando rondas, el enfoque principal era en que la comunicación no estaba de la mejor forma y después la podían arreglar y cerrar el mapa. Ahora, mientras más vemos Gen.G, mejor se ven. Sí se consideran uno de los equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más comparado a los otros tres que tenemos en estos playoffs. The more that we get to see Gen.G, the brighter and the better you're looking. This time around, closing it in a 2-0. Do you find yourself to be one of those teams that is able to be better under pressure compared to other teams that we have in playoffs?
계속해서 경기를 치를 때마다 강해지는 모습을 보여주고 있는데 젠지라는 팀이 먼치킨 선수가 생각할 때 좀 부담감이 더해졌을 때 더 잘하는 팀이고 또 훨씬 더 이렇게 좀 긴박한 상황에서 경기력이 더 살아나는 그런 팀이라고 생각하시나요?
사실 저희가 부담감을 아예 안 느끼는 건 아니지만 사실 그렇다고 해서 또 부담감을 많이 받는 건 아니거든요. 사실 부담감이 저희 경기력에 영향을 끼치는 것 같진 않고요. 그냥 저희가 연습하던 대로 계속 대회에서 성장하고 있기 때문에 그래서 더 잘하시는 거라고 생각합니다.
I would say there's a little bit of pressure on us, but not a lot, and it's not going to be a lie. There is a little bit of pressure, but that's not enough pressure to crack us when we're up on the stage or, affect how we perform. And I just feel like we're that type of team that gets stronger and stronger and that can grow as we play and as we make those runs today here in Madrid. So I am very glad that we're able to pull this one off as well.
Dice que definitivamente hay presión, de que la presión está ahí, pero que no los llega, que no los rompe, que no les destruye en el momento en el que están en el stage, en el que tienen que jugar. Y también dice que sí se consideran como uno de esos equipos que bajo presión puede brillar más y cada vez los vemos más fuertes por eso. Ahora, para mi última pregunta, quiero saber si vemos un escenario en el que Gen.G llega a esa gran final, ¿esperaría tal vez más adelante un rematch en contra de PaperX o espera tal vez que sea en contra de alguien más? Ya, asumiendo que siguen tomando esas victorias for the next couple matches here. Assuming that you guys make it to the grand final, everything goes according to plan, are you expecting to have a rematch with PaperX or are you expecting it to be someone else?
계획대로 결승전에 간다면 페이퍼렉스를 만날 것 같으신가요? 아니면 다른 팀을 만날 것 같은가요?
일단 제가 원하는 건 페이퍼렉스가 아메리카 팀들 다 잡고 다시 결승 오는 것까지 다 원하고 있지만 그래도 센티넬도 한번 온 김에 만나보고 싶기 때문에 센티넬도 열심히 해서 올라왔으면 좋겠네요.
Well, if it goes to my plan, personally, I want PaperX to kind of eliminate all the teams from Americas, and then we meet again in the finals. But I want to play against Sentinels because they're a really good team, so I hope they do well right now. But yeah, I would like to face Sentinels.
Dice que si todo va de acuerdo a su plan, la idea es que PaperX le gane a todos los equipos de Américas para que se encuentren nuevamente en esa gran final, pero que aún así dice que le gustaría mucho jugar con Sentinels. Espera que les vaya bien en lo que viene siendo esta partida que ya se viene. Y hablando de eso, nosotros vamos a pausar. We're gonna take a break real quick and we get ready for that Americas match.
We've seen this matchup before, and last time Gen.G became the king of Pacifics. But this is a different stage, and a stage that PaperX have conquered over and over again.
Not two damage, but no kills. This has come back into a winnable scenario. Just need to hit the bullet.
Yo, not even close, guys. Not even close.
Looks like it's gone. An opportunity here at least to shut down the first and the second one. Yet just 12 rockets on point.
One enemy remaining.
Position is sublime. Brilliant from Karos.
Nice
This would be exceptional.
Time.
Good luck to you and good night.
What a performance for the side of Gen.G.
Done, and the follow-up, and he's out of the knife out, and Byron wins. He brought a knife to a knife fight.
Players on the other side, Showstopper, he should be dead. Actually, a very quiet start to this game and a reaction shot. I want this shit. 4 on Nice means they know where they are. The peek out is perfect.
Forsaken there to help with this fight. Instead, something has to do it on his own, and again, he finds texture. That's a big part of this take. There's no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. He had to stick it underneath his nose, and short of a big misplay, it was never swinging the other way. A consistent showing from the side of Gen G as they take victory over their Pacific comrades. It's on to the upper final.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 6 of Masters Madrid. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back on the desk with Mimi and Hypog. We've had our first regional rematch already, and let's get into the second. It is America Sentinels versus Loud, and I believe, Mimi, the matchup that you're very, very excited about.
Yeah, this one's going to be fantastic. It went all 5 maps in the finals in America. Sentinels pulled it off there against Loud, but Loud has really leveled up at this event thus far. It should be a great match again.
Yeah, I think so. A couple of stumblings along the way. It is a concern for me that Loud have already kind of shown some bad tape here. Obviously, with the permaban even being shown here now, Breeze, there's no questions left over their map pool.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the same 3 maps before in the first match of the regional, but I wonder we're going to get that again here. But the thing is, Hypog, as you would know, Sentinels have played an obscene amount of games coming into this tournament. They continue to do so here in Madrid.
Yeah, a lot of tape, obviously, to go through. An opportunity there for Loud. They've already shown that you know, they're willing to switch away from some of these Phoenix compositions and pull out a curveball and change something up. So there is actually a real opportunity with the break coming into the playoffs. Loud, I don't want to say in terms of prep, but have the upper hand in that regard.
They played less maps than some of these teams, but remember, they were playing back-to-back. It was something like 12 hours of prep between playing Heretics to then play KC and beat them, and it was the same in Americas. They played more rounds than the rest of the teams in America's playoffs combined, but finally, this team has had a bit of a break ahead of playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, this break is going to be very, very important for them as well. And speaking of that, here is what Coach Kaplan had to say right after they secured playoffs.
I cannot wait to sleep. It means a lot. It's been really hard to have such a quick turnaround. We showed everything we had pretty much in kickoff, and it's we didn't have a lot of turnaround time to deal with that strategically, right? Especially even with scrims or jet lag. There's just so many challenges. So having some time to breathe and be better equipped to handle opponents studying us is a huge relief and a confidence boost for the games ahead.
I mean, this is the thing. They've already achieved everything so far without that a little bit of a break. So how much stronger do you think Sentinels are about to be?
I think they're going to be really strong. We've already seen, even with the low prep time, how good this team is at counter-stratting. Against both Heretics and KC, I think the squad came in with really good game plans to fight forward, to punish their opponent's tendencies. I think they're really good when they have even more time. And we saw that in Americas. When they went into playoffs, they further leveled up. This is a squad that really take that effort to study their opponents and come prepared to a match.
Yeah, and I think the individual performances here, Sassy a little bit of a concern, but I think if there are going to be any change to the composition, the way that particularly Zek and Tens are both performing individually, there's room there to put them on anything potentially, and outside that, John QT as well, individually standing up so far here in Madrid.
Yeah, let's talk about Tekken here, because we say, yeah, Tens and Zek and Tekken.
Okay.
We've been kind of debating, you know, rookies here and there, but there is no debate when it comes to these two. Mimi, they are just the best right now in this tournament.
Yeah, both these guys are looking like top 5 players in the tournament, and they're on the same team. And the thing is, they're always playing together. These guys out of the server, they're good friends. Their teammates call them the kids of the team. They're always hanging out, and they're setting each other up together in the server as well. They're a very aggressive duo. You'll see them take risks, but the difference between them and maybe a team like PaperX as a player like Forsaken per se, is it's always together, and it's always being really well integrated into John QT's system. When they go for these risks, when they go for these early fights, the rest of the team is calling around that. They hear Zek and say, hey, I want to make this play. Tens knows how to set him up, and the rest of the team adapts around that really, really well.
Yeah, and I think as well, just to double down on that, the support system here is really the difference. To have everybody here delivering individually, Zek and Tens being the ones to lead the charge, it's terrifying to have to go up against them in this sort of form.
I'm going to make Tekken a thing. But let's move on to the other side for Loud, because they had a slow start. But Hypog, as you know, even when they've had a slow start in the past, they always go really, really deep, and they manage to take it all the way sometimes.
Yeah, Loud have always just got this playoffs form that they seem to, it's almost like the trump card, the Uno reverse that comes out in the series that they need to deliver it. And I don't necessarily think they've shown that so far, but coming out and bouncing back the way they did with the follow-up series, we talked about obviously it being a bit of a concern, the loss to Gen.G, but outside that, you still look back and you think, well, what series has Les been playing in? In particular, Les having another MVP-worthy performance. And you look back at the series, you think, how's he doing that?
Yeah, and I honestly think that this team has leveled up yet again to a form where they can be a contender for a title. I think they worked out some of the issues they showed in the kickoff event, where they're playing these like Phoenix comps, it's not really working out. Here I think they really narrowed down their map. They showed maybe some weaknesses on Breeze, but on the maps that they're committed to, their Sunset, for example, they've looked excellent. The strategy is really coordinated. Players have also leveled up. Quick in their last game looked so much better than the rest of the season thus far. This is a Loud that always wakes up the deeper they get into tournaments. It seems like they find the ability to hit the peak at just the right time in like every event.
Yeah, and I think as well that they've already shown here that they are willing to kind of detract away from the commitment to the Phoenix and Breach. They're obviously busting out the Euro in particular, but QCK's individual performance across all the duelists has been pretty incredible. I keep saying that nobody plays this much Phoenix and comes out looking like, you know, a great duelist or a great individual player, but somehow he's doing it.
Yeah, you guys mentioned Les already. He was also having a great tournament. I believe he is standing by with Mika Fabs. Take a look at this. Not just quite yet.
What about this?
What about this?
I want to look at this, because this guy's stats have been ridiculous this tournament, but they are every time. Les is the consistent member of this squad.
Yeah, Les is more.
He's the #1 guy you have to look towards. He's always playing Viper, but he's competing with the star duelists in every role. The guy's ridiculous, and if Loud is going to win a trophy here in Madrid, it'll be because he's keeping that up.
Yeah, that was Les. We got Les as well because less is more. So let's send it
Nice.
down to Mika Fabs.
Hey Les, I like that little groove you had going on a little bit back there. So you've been on the team for forever. You know how it's like when the team gets that synergy in order to win championships. I'm curious how this level of synergy has been from like the beginnings of this roster all the way up here to Masters Madrid. What's that journey felt like? We have Arthur here to help with some translation.
Oi Les, então, primeiramente eu gostei que você estava ali mandando uma vibe bem legal. A gente quer saber, você está desde o início com a galera, com o time, e agora com esse novo roster, vocês estão com a sinergia. A sinergia tá boa? Como é que tá a sinergia de vocês agora até o campeonato?
A gente está começando a evoluir, né? Querendo ou não, tá no início do ano. A gente está com um jogador novo, staff nova, então a gente está planejando a longo prazo, mas estamos evoluindo aos poucos no campeonato.
Overall, step by step, we're evolving not only in the championship because we also have a new player. We're working on with like new staff as well. So I would say we're just on the way evolving because overall it's the beginning of the year as well.
Well, eager to see the next step. Keep that vibe going and best of luck.
Thank you.
No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
These are two of the best teams Americas have to offer, but being here is about being the best in the world. And as it stands at this stage, it does feel like both of them have a great chance.
It's the new versus the old guard for Americas in this match. It's the third time they've played this year, and we're already into the veto, Mike. These teams have a lot of similarities in their strengths, and I think we're going to expect to see maps like Sunset, maps like Icebox that was just picked that both these teams love to play. This, honestly, what we're getting already is a bit of a rematch of that finals.
Yeah, definitely. Well, actually, yeah, with Sunset to round things out. Concern, a massive concern to kick things off on Split. Obviously, two very polarizing results, obviously, regionally looking back at this, but last one being a 13-3. Sentinels absolutely slap Loud about.
Yeah, Split is far and away the best map for Sentinels that we have seen thus far. They look lights out on that, in particular their defense, their protocols, the way they set up for the retake, everything.
I don't know why teams still play Split against Sentinels.
Is also John
It's probably their best map.
Is perfect on the defensive side of that map on how this team sets up. This first map's going to be a challenge for Loud.
Yeah, just how close do you think this will be though?
Like when Sen veto Breeze,
also what we expected, but
why do you veto Lotus and not Split?
I'll be honest, I do give the edge to Sentinels here. I don't think we're going to have a very clear-cut series though. I think Loud may be looking to reinvent themselves once again and have that bounce-back factor. I don't think this is going to be an easy run.
Yeah,
I
the
just
question for
don't
me
get
is
it.
What has Loud changed? Because they haven't had to really show their split since that grand final. So there has been a bit of time to kind of look back, see what went wrong there. But even the best teams haven't been able to beat Sen there. I look more towards the rest of this pool.
I mean, I
think
guess
Icebox
it's
and
good for
Sunset,
my
both teams
PKM,
are
but
incredibly close on how they play. In particular, Icebox leads towards Louds. I really expect us to get a third map, to get Sunset, and that's so exciting because these teams are both excellent at the map, but with very different reads. One playing the Breach and the Phoenix, the other playing the Gecko composition. Both have these great retakes. Both have really cool ideas for how they take space on the map. Really hoping we get there.
Yeah, and I also, you mentioned a little bit of doubt perhaps in Sassy here, but Hypok, he's going up against Sadag. You know, they've been looking forward to
Yeah.
this matchup for a long time. As we take a look at the Agent Select, how much pressure do you think is going to be on his shoulders?
Well, no surprise to see the compositions come out, but I do think it is a little bit concerning Sassy's performance in areas. But I mean, you could argue again, it's another one of those familiar opponents, very, very comfortable ground, and obviously regionally, Sassy's performances were above what we've seen so far in Madrid.
Sentinels are starting on the attack. A lot of this comp is built around how in the mid-round they take space for Zekken. I think shutting down Zekken has to be a priority for Loud. He is looking like the best player in the event right now, and if he can keep that up in this one, if he can get the openers for Sentinels, give JunQt those options in the mid-round, the way they've been able to for most of this tournament, it's going to be really tough for Loud to recover.
Yeah, well, I've just been told that Bren and Sideshow are in fact contractually obligated to cast every single Sentinels game. So
Nice.
Here they are, over to you guys.
That's extremely true. We have so much influence and power, actually, over Riot Games here at the caster desk. But excited to get started. Well, our second match of the playoffs, and it's bound to be a barn burner. We've already had it, you know, a sneak peek of it, at least. In the regional finals, these two teams clashed, and they're kind of taking over that mantle now. You know, me and you, Josh, we were talking about it just before we got into the game, but, you know, you think of that Optic Core versus Loud matchup. That was, you know, El Clasico. And now maybe the passing of the torch over to this one. We've seen Sentinels versus Loud now many, many times so far in 2024, and it's always pushed both of these teams to great heights.
It's possible that we'll see it even later on in the playoffs too. We've yet to really discover which of these teams are going to be able to battle it out against each other and make it deep in a playoff kind of situation. Gen G looks scary. You do not want to be in the lower bracket if they end up down there at some point. Obviously, Paper X no pushovers either. But yeah, this is a really cool regional matchup that you have between these two teams. You know, last year we only had one regional title in Americas to fight over. That was Loud that ended up taking it away. This year with Kickoff, Stage 1, Stage 2, we're going to have 3 potential opportunities for regional fights like this. And then also all of the opportunities at Masters events or at Champions, where Loud and Sen, they're not just fighting here for the rivalry, but they both believe, and I think a lot of the fans do too, that they've got a serious chance of being able to win the thing.
I think every team does that's at this event as well. I mean, winning here in the playoffs, of course, you know, not in the danger zone just yet. There's not elimination on the line per se, but it does just, you know, stretch you ever so deeper into that tournament, into Madrid. Gives you a really decent chance as well of lifting that trophy, lifting that title, which, you know, every team here is looking to do.
Now that we've got a little bit of time too, just to dig into the map veto, it's going to be electric. You look at the opening map, the analyst desk has talked about it, and then Icebox, yeah, Loud won that in the 3-2 victory that Sentinels ended up putting up. But Icebox was close, man.
Really close.
And Sunset too. There's no guarantees that that goes the way of Sen again if we do end up going to 3. Sen need a good start here, but I think for Loud too, they cannot afford to just get battered as they did previously. Hypok was talking about that scoreline. It was devastating for Sen.
Early presence showed here by Loud into the main with the boombot, walking up behind the smoke. Looking like they want to fight through it. They've got a flash ready and waiting. Potentially, no, just literally egoing the smoke. But Zelsis is going to be holding for this one. Jiggles it. Stray shots going wide here. Might be calling for reinforcements.
You have
So
to
far,
fall
a
back,
little bit of damage
Yusuke.
done. It looks like just a 10's not a re-clear. Going to be called for B main.
And Ten's prepping the paranoia in case this Trailblazer caught contact.
But they know now.
But not necessarily going to start taking that territory with bodies. Instead, looking forwards to the fight in mid. Kawanzin did not use a fault line at the start of the round, so he's still got that, but it's going to be a gunfight instead.
Yeah, just straight up. I mean, just dry into it, no kit being utilized. Again, want to face with the bodies.
And to be honest, I think that favors Loud. Yeah, they've lost the breach, but no smokes if they decide to go over and commit to B. And Loud are re-exploring down mid as well. John Cutie and Sewers.
Massive proactivity being called here by Sadak, but, well, John QT left to do so much more there. Just the one before the trade comes through, but the B site now opened up entirely for them. Will be that plan. Sassy's out wide into the open. Could have been danger there, but the nade, I guess, staves it away. And a call is made to try and fight into the spawn. Zelsis. Snakebite now being held, but he's got 3 targets to deal with. Luckily, Zella. Okay, Zekin right there. Vulnerable. Will he be able to get the damage? Of course he will.
And he gets
the snakebite post-mortem.
Kill with the snakebite.
I love watching Sen set up these kind of little plays. You could see it constantly when they were playing against the European teams in the Swiss stage, and they didn't want to offer them opportunities to go for retakes, where they would cook up some kind of post-plant aggression, and they've always got a different idea. That's the great part about this Sen team that took the off-season so seriously. These players now have just a depth of micro plays that they can add in. This one, a snakebite off contact.
Already seeing examples of both of these teams just trying to be proactive. Yeah, I calling that mid-push earlier, fighting through into spawn. So I think what I said earlier, both of these teams, they're going to be pushing themselves to brilliance. I think you might be seeing it. At least we certainly hope so. Les Korani open no man's land, so he will fall.
And I think what you're seeing, at least at the beginning of this game, is Sen taking a very slow approach. That's a big kill. John Cutie going down on A means that this side of the map no longer has any offensive threat.
Ooh, second reactions there. Fault line stunned up. Well, there it is. The classic damage coming through. Flash in the end as well, so Tenz is shortly behind him, but a flash repeat. Kawazine can't get too much more done. 1 player left. 2 years. Can't see too much danger in the round.
No. And Sentinels were forced to accelerate there once John ended up dying because they don't have information about what's happening on the other side of the map. But if you want to talk about info as it relates to these compositions, Loud constantly need to be jiggle peeking corners, need to be going for those proactive explorations. And that's going to incentivize Sen to play a little slower, to try to punish the jump peaks and see if they can get damage or kills that way, to try to punish the info pushes into mid, that kind of thing. And Loud can't always run around the map pushing on defense with utility because it just makes it so obvious where they're playing. It's a difficult comp to play on defense.
Might just get even harder as well when Sen end up swapping sides. They look like one of the better teams here at this event when it comes to their split. Largely due to their retakes. The fundies here for Sentinels though. Standard. And a util being thrown out wide here for that ramp control early. Now setting their sights out into the A. Sadak! Anchor in position. Tucked nice and tight and safe and really just buying time for the rest of his team. Where are the reinforcements? There was a molly into the smoke and well, damage has been done. Vulnerable up. Sets it up for an easy one for Zelsis. 3 versus 3.
Bit of a blunder there for Loud, offering Sen another opportunity to get back into it.
They have Evan control though.
Evan. Planted. Oh, and the pick goes down too. Now Sassy is pretty far away, but I think, yeah, I mean, look at the way that Loud are clearing this. They're expecting a reflank back up.
Holding. Usually going to be the bread and butter of a team like Sentinels, just trying to fight, scale for it. That paranoia, the timing on it. It's immaculate as soon as the nade comes through. Yep, just hearing it and tucked to the corner. Sassy removed.
It's gonna get
taken out now. Just 2 will stand, and it could be just a bit of random spray, a bit of random spam that saves the day for them. Celsius traded, pit going down. Tenz 1v1. Doesn't really have to gun for it as a bulldog, but will it be all bark or all bite? Tends to be the latter when Tenz is wielding it.
Great clutch there. Enormous round for Sen to be able to pick up. The momentum piling forward.
They win their bonus.
They win the bonus and knock Loud's economy down. And what a fumble after Sadak's able to get a 2K at the beginning. And it's a 5v3. The stun just comes through a little too late for Sadak to be able to follow up on. And then the flood that comes out is late too. And they've taken a huge player advantage situation set up by their IGL.
Keep playing together.
Tossed it away.
Glimpses of the comms there as well. Keep playing together. Fundies on show for Sen. Winning that bonus round is amazing.
And I do think that that's such a key. You know, Loud thrive against teams that opt into the individualism. You saw what they did to EDG.
Oh, yeah.
It was a massacre.
No chances, no gaps when they're playing against that. I mean, you can argue as well a team like Loud had a relatively easy path into playoffs. Only beating out the Chinese representatives at Madrid.
Neither of whom played that well in their games against Loud.
Didn't put up a fight, really, did they?
But having said that, we know that Loud are an extremely good
He's
team
gonna see the
when they're on.
stack. Mid.
Sassy feeling the
They're just gonna walk in B.
John is so
That's so
damn
much
wide. Yep.
That is so much info. John's like, guys, there can't be anybody B because they're all looking at me in mid.
Lucky to not pay with it with his life. Nade waiting for Loud. Could be some danger if they find a few initial picks rattled off maybe with the Sheriffs, but use the Trailblazer early. Nade follows through with a snakebite exchanging, the handshake dropping down. Sadak was alone there. There wasn't really much to do with in terms of the follow-up. They have to face it wide though, with the aftershock being played for. So much damage done to these Loud players. The positioning's known and noted, and so 3 survive into it with Zekken picking up 3s. 1 away now from the big critical ultimate on attack side. That showstopper is going to be putting in some work if he manages to earn it.
Yeah, and this is the problem once you start snowballing forwards. Loud are going to be 1 away from having a broken economy again, and Senna starting to get up to key ults. Look how nice as well the Sentinel's utility usage is when they get into a plant scenario. Zekken's holding nade to try to deny someone who might try to stop the plant, but he's also ready to throw counter utility with that nade as soon as the retake starts happening. They know how Loud are going to play, and they've already prepped the counter to stop them.
Truly one-sided affair. I want to see some bite back from Loud, really.
Well, this is interesting. Zelsis went for an orb lineup that's all the way into mid there. You see how there's 2 Viper orbs layered on top of each other. And that's going to disincentivize what Loud have been going for. This is Sentinel's Viper orb in mid there. You're going to take a lot of damage if you want to try and fight mid, if you're Loud. And that's, broadly speaking, what Loud have been doing on this defense side so far. Only 4 rounds in, though.
A dog to repair main, but he's gonna see the lurk, so that's why he's rotating back.
Still
Skyn.
Scratching their heads ever so slightly in terms of wondering where this might land, but they are starting to guess now correctly with the Seekers as a pointing them directly into the right targets.
Sassy's going to pick up the ult orb and get Seekers himself.
Seconds left. Which direction is this going to go into? They've still got 2 players planted into mid here for Sen, but the spike over towards A, they are struggling to get themselves in. Push and pull, ebb and flow of the map, not really working out.
I see the huge flank from Min. That's now spotted.
Maybe to be granted to them. A bit of spray with the damage, the bullets going wide, but this is such a difficult setup to break into.
20 seconds left.
What are they even going for here?
They have to explode on site.
It's going to be the worst enemy. It's a team flash. John QT there, close to the corner, cut to wide. Satchel's through and over the top. Cabazine still anchoring. Tucked tight to the corner, Sassy planting the balls on the man to go for that one out wide for a heaven plant. The wrap around, now Zelsis becomes a key player in the game.
He's managed to pick up his orb and reposition it too, so he's got more control over towards heaven. So he's set to try to blind somebody playing elbow. Tenza's already repositioned up top.
There's no follow-up off of that flash.
He's gonna hide the ropes.
Now to try and at least attempt that reclear, but you're gonna have to be giving this one up. They don't have positioning at all. Zelsis is backed away, playing a really passive position. 10 spots it, backs away, not favored for that fight. And they've won out the at least critical ones. Now no mollies for Zelsis.
Les is holding
it. Les is holding for it and watching for it.
That was really nicely done there by Loud. Coming back in, they had so many different things that they needed to navigate. You saw that there was no follow-up on the paranoia. That's because they're expecting some utility in response or aggression in response. Look how good Cowanzine is at being able to deal with Zekken flying over the top of him too. Unless, as usual, the backbone when it comes to fragging, winning duels against Tens and Zelsis to shut the round down. That's where you see the slower pace of Sen get punished. If Loud are not going to give them things in the mid-round, give them openings to punish, you've still got to be able to make your own success with the executes at the end of the day.
A familiar setup. Doesn't look like there's the same Viper orb that's being thrown out.
No, not this time.
Not from Zelsis.
The other thing that's amazing about that Viper orb, though, too, is it keeps people in mid, because you could lurk through it.
Yeah.
So I think we'll be seeing that one come out to play a little more.
But the presence shown, though, now with a boom-bot.
Touch tips.
Yeah. Handshake.
QCK
up for A.
QCK and Cowanzine are really close to huge ultimates, too.
They know there is 2-player ramp.
Previous round on the board is just so huge for them.
They're gonna smoke
the
ramp.
bleeding. Everything was red.
It's a lot that could happen right here now with 50 seconds left. QCK Shows it, body checks the dog, breaks it down. Now he's one away from a large hold of his own. Onto Heaven control, but now here it is. Showstopper, fault line to stop this one. Zekken was blind as anything, no way with the movement. Just evades capture. He's still low enough though. Tens now with a TP into the back of the side. That was not punished, and it is that full retake protocol, but already RAM control game for Loud. Look at them clearing that so damn proactively.
Meanwhile, Celsius is so far away from the rest of the squad, just trying to find the timing for a late lurk. He might be too late.
There's a kill. Here's the showstopper. Finally online. Rocket round towards the back. Sassy is dropped like a fly. Tens has to do the most now. He stands his ground and wins his one out. Kawazine falling out. Sadek though looked into this position to Molly to push him out of position. Zekken.
Celsius is here.
Finally. Arriving to the party though, Util in his hand. Sadek adjusts it and watching for it. Tens now 1v2. The double face is there. Terrific together.
Let's go, Loud.
His partner in crime, Mr. Sadek himself. So with that defuse online, that's going to be that second round on the board. And Loud starting to get a handle now in terms of how to tackle these A sites.
Yeah, finding the timing there to re-push ramp before Sentinels were anywhere near set up for it, right? Zen's general game plan is we're going to get to site, we're going to have some kind of post-plan idea for aggression, or a backup plan like Celsius going for that late lurk. But if you can find the timing between them going to site and setting up the next play, which Loud did, you can be very disruptive. And also, one of the big crucial factors in round 5 and 6 to Loud winning is that they just had players able to take ones and win duels. You saw Tens at the end there. We've seen him do magic in those positions sometimes before. But Loud are shooting back. Might sound reductive, but it's very important. Here's that same orb lineup, but this time it's just going to go straight into a pit. I don't think that's going to have the value that Celsius was hoping for. Kind of risky to go and retrieve it too.
Yeah. But it's lost, isn't it? Can't really be reclaiming it unless you have a plan to re-clear, which is stacking bodies, don't get me wrong. Just hoping that a few stray bullets might land into the cranium of less, but he's tucked to safety, making sure the pit will stay up.
Scout destroyed.
If Sen get a read that Loud are playing heavy over mid at the start of these rounds, which they generally are, there's normally 2, sometimes 3 players there, Sen might be able to make an adjustment and go for more burst executes. But all of this is so based on having a read of what your opponents are doing in this match. And they will be changing it up compared to the last time they faced off.
Pretty clear call. That looks like was the dog John QT. He's been pushed forwards now, tucked. And there it is, kill claimed. QCK, fault line. Definitely there. Eventually, labored enough, but still, the trade online. The call's being made to try and speed up the play now into B, but already that Util, look at it. I mean, the paranoia, the smoke drops down, cuts up the side, and with that lurk into mid, Sassy not rewarded for it. Tens has the spike here, looking eager potentially to take some fights here, but has to stick the plan now towards default, but his team do on his back and more. Look at that! Coordination on display. Sadek creeping and crawling.
That reaction from like
there while all that chaos was going on, but not enough
two
to
is
And that was a tricky round for Sen to be able to convert. When John Cutie goes down over towards A, Sen are forced. Their hand has to go B. And Tui's knew it was happening. The Loud players were there, and yet Sen come out on top anyway. Celsius destroys that attempt to flood retake. Dodge the flash and pick up both players. Good job. Sen, they are running away with this a little now. Getting to dangerous territory. Loud put 2 on the board with some slow, nice retakes, but now the economy's broken again.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? How that ends up working out, but...
And we haven't seen a attack pause yet.
Smoke. Gonna be disrespected apparently.
Like a timeout.
The flash, they know that nobody's close, tucked to the corner. A lot of players now looking for a punish on the John QT. He's been noted that he plays here a lot, solo play. But they're just gonna posture and pick up the orb.
And if they can find a pick on John Cutie and push him away, it'll create timings where Loud can worry about the rest of the map. And I think they've got a very good read that John is playing solo A lot. That's an expectation that maybe Sentinels can mess with a little, but at the moment, Loud have found a decent timing here to make a little bit of danger in the round. And the more the time ticks, the more you start to get worried in situations like this.
Absolutely.
Especially when we saw one of the rounds go down to only 15 seconds on the clock.
I think you can get really punished.
And Bren, the spike is going towards A, which is where Loud are going for their gamble stack. There are only 30 seconds left on the clock. Zen are quiet, but so far
30
away.
seconds left.
They're faking like it could be going towards B, blocking off Less's sightlines, but no one's budging.
budging. Kawazin looks to be the contact for a Paranoia play that's being held around the back now. The nade flying forwards, close quarters, still doesn't win it out with the stinger, and the backside players are brutalized, eviscerated. Sadak goes for the flash repeat. Zelsis, safety in numbers.
What a swing and great dodging movement by John as well. Can Les pick this up?
V3.
He's been a monster.
He's got the rifle to do it still. There's going to be no gaps there, not with Sentinels. They know who they're up against.
And another round where Sen, it looks dangerous on the mini-map. You see them walking into the trap. Yusuke even manages to get one. But everyone on Sen is playing really tight together. Making sure that they can trade, making sure the spacing's excellent. It is. Absolute sentiment. And they're running away with this. If you wanted to have an expectation coming into Split, I think it's a little difficult. Because the two times we've seen these teams play before, one was an extremely close split.
And the idea is allow timeout, surely.
At the end of the game to drag them over the line. And the other was a flattening. It was Sentinels just utterly, tactically dominating the game. And this is looking to me to be more like the latter. Obviously, the scoreline would suggest that, but the approach, the way that Sen is so patient around the map, dealing with everything that Loud threw at them. I think that time, having been the first team to qualify for playoffs, has been used very wisely.
Oh, yeah. Rest and rejuvenation. I mean, listen, I've seen these players wandering around the hotel, and the coaches, Kaplan and Drew. They had very dark bags under their eyes, but now they've finally been able to get some sleep.
Secure for both, and an ulti for the break.
Sadak popping off, making sure he's communicating what he wants to be adjusted heading into this. Tack timeout taken for Loud. Are they going to be able to find the adjustment that gets them a little bit of a cushion to work with, because the economy has just never been in a good spot?
No. Really quite vital round coming up here, just because of what you mentioned, the economy situation. Is a deep fault line. That's just off the rip from Kawazin into market, but there wasn't really much to follow through with it. It looks like maybe it was just to set up B main control for 2 years.
Now look how difficult this is from Les and Kawazin's point of view. You know, when this orb goes up, it's very difficult to know if someone on Sen is just quietly taking the timing through. And so these A players have to be cautious, concerned.
I've got your trail.
Little portion of the round though, with a minute 10 onto the clock. You can see those Seekers offloaded, pointing in various different directions, but it doesn't really give Sen an indicator. They do know that a male is going to be free.
They're gonna go
the ropes itself.
Yeah, that Seeker went a long way before it hit Kawazin over in A Heaven. So Sen have a pretty good idea that that path to A Heaven is fairly uncontested.
Oh, that big area is
might give
huge.
such bad information.
Broken.
It didn't see the second player of John QT. We'll see what Sen end up going for. Certainly relying a lot on the mid-rounding here from John, rather than having set game plans going into the rounds.
Sadak, Seekers of his own now, spotting all the way through into mid. Everybody bursting through. Now the snake bite. Used on the Q as he hears that Trailblazer. Where's the follow through now from the rest of the team?
It's gonna be a B8.
Lost control
They have
of
to
this one.
rotate.
There'll be questions asked now of a lot of these Loud anchoring players. They want to give it up entirely. Don't want anything to do.
Yeah.
They're gonna play take with.
Lovely. Would have caught anybody over.
Oh, but they have a pit.
Yes, the time is low, but look how devastating this looks to retake.
How do you do this now? Yes, you have a rolling thunder, but it's going to be utilized hopefully now to clear through into the bit. They've got this late lurk, the flying from Sassy, and yet he's caused all the distraction in the world. Gets out with his life, close to the corner, cut him up. Still, John QT. Quality tactics, quality time now with the whole family as he's sat back into the spectator. CQCK forward. Leading it with the team, but it's already wrapped around, so they got to expect the Sassy.
Oh my god, those timing, man.
TP adjustment. He's on that high ground position, just propped up, but Les now needs to get more done, and he can't do it. It's going to come down to just a bit of spray and pray, but already time ticking, so 2 years, no chance in hell.
And it's another situation, Bren, where Loud cannot get any level of economic cushionry going. They're going to be knocked straight back down onto a low buy. And that adjustment, whatever it was that Sadak came into the round trying to inform the rest of his team, it did not work. They weren't ready for Sassy here in B Heaven, and they weren't ready for Sassy again once he repositioned into B main. It completely disrupted.
Why do you let freaking Sentinels play on Split?
Could not have been more perfect.
Just ban the map.
The way Sen are working this map, I mean, it's a masterclass.
Yeah.
Speed running it.
It really is. There was a lot of talk coming in based on their regional performances on Split that they might have the best split in the world. And, you know, I was saying, be cautious. We haven't seen them play up against all the other teams in the world, but man, is it looking clean. I think the believers in the Sentinels split are getting their beliefs confirmed every time we watch it.
Yeah, now heavy group up. The weaker buy here from Loud using that Trailblazer, trying to be fast onto the approach. Chance here, Zekken tries to adjust the spray, expecting players to swing from that left side. Tens. Evacuating, has a Paranoia still left to play for, but the Mollies are really clearing him out of position. What's the call now for Loud? Looks like a pivot.
Yeah, very mobile though. They've made it feel like it's ramp and they're already pressuring the screens. There's still a trip here for John. And Stens is in their spawn where they buy guns.
They don't have a clue. I mean, they've just caused them to all just be looking backwards as well. Les didn't have any sort of idea. He was just watching in case it was in mid. 2 years. One with a rifle, but no longer. Dropped to the floor, dropped to the deck. Les quite able to do it.
Yeah, and it's not really Tens that makes the round-winning play, but I think it was that Cypher trip coming from John. He'd popped it over towards screens, and I believe that's how Cowanzine ended up falling off screen. Zelsis got a double spray down. Have a look here. Blinded up. Yep, hits the trip.
Oh, yeah.
And also gets QCK killed because he's right behind him. So it just gives the perfect timing and positioning for Zelsis to go for that spray. I mean, everything is working here for Sen. It must be devastating for the Loud morale. Bear in mind, you have a full BO3 ahead of you, and you knew that you wouldn't be favored here, but it is still going to be mentally difficult to bring your spirits back up.
Hopefully have that experience in spades. Oh my, showstopper. Let loose there. There is the trade.
It's a
online.
trade.
Kawazini followed
It's okay.
up with the stun at least, but his high ground angle of 10s drops down, gives him the cues. Kawazini
That's
taking a
big
white
because
peek by
ballsy
himself,
as fuck.
taking a fight by himself.
But it's
Yeah, there's
working, I
backup
guess.
there, but heads have fallen, heads have rolled. And now
They're gonna run
exactly
A.
what Loud ordered.
Yeah, player advantage situation, looking lovely for them. One away from a showstopper too. Sen, they're going to be able to get a plant down here. They're pretty certain that A is completely clear. They saw so many people fighting over mid. But this one is going to be tough, and Loud cannot afford to throw it away.
Yeah, just watching for it. Look at that. Loud. Great awareness, knowing that Sen are going to have to be playing a bit more proactively, making the moves into the post-plan situation. Sassy is the lone survivor. Gets shut down by his former squad.
And so Sen, for about the first time in this half, tried to do something fast at the start of the round. And that actually results in Loud getting the round win. Right, every other round, we've seen Sentinels with a tortoise-like pace to the beginning of these, making sure that they are cautious, diligent about everything. And as soon as they step forward to try to take the fight, Loud are so happy. These players behind Zekken just got wide swung and minced.
Crucially as well, final round of this first half, the money's looking good, the ult's even better. The showstopper for QCK.
I mean, if you get 9-4 for Loud, you're happy with how the map has been going.
Silver lining, if they can get to 4, if they can win a pistol, maybe it's doable. But they've got to be securing those wins.
Yeah, clean with the rounds that are available to them now. Viprorp does throw a lot of just chaos into the mix. I mean, look at the amount of Loud players. It's just gathered all the way into mid to watch it. They've got 3 players checked and ready.
Yeah. And Tens is still holding counter utility.
And Junkut is already mean.
That timing was looking pretty good.
They're gonna explode on 2B.
Now that they've spotted the up though, the call's been made to contact in through B main. So Sen have just got themselves a freebie there. Can now utilize this ult forwards.
Oh my god.
QCK! And now no Valley to be found there. Out wide once more. Still QCK's on a swivel. Molly's vulnerable him up. Pushed him out into the open. The easy collection of the kill. Now there's 45 seconds left. Chances to slow this one down, but it looks like Sen have no intention of it. Forward positions once more. Kawazin drops down from the ropes here, spraying down, but Tuyes is disjointed on the rest of his team. Kawazin out wide. The reset. Rolling Thunder lifts him up in the air, sky high, and then one player standing towards the back as a crossfire setup, but the aftershock is the lead.
Let's go, Kawazin.
On for so much more. An ace on the cards, less to stick. This one comes down to the spam, but John is stunned. A tap, he's going to be out wide, he's going to be forced wide, knows it. Info gathered now, but another stick now. Less finally to trust, maintained in his teammate, maintained in him, might be punished. A tap, out, force with a jiggle. John QT, balls of steel.
Damn.
Kawanzin was forced to reload in the middle of that, and John took the timing as Kawanzin reloaded. Les was still on the spike. Unbelievable timing from John. And Kawanzin had done so much, more than anyone could have been asked to do. But the timing on that, of when to take the fight in the 1v2, was utterly superb.
It's perfection. God damn, absolutely unreal stuff. Well, we heard from John earlier. Let's find out what he was expecting coming into this matchup.
Hello, I'm John Curie, and I'm the IGL for Sentinels. We definitely did a lot of mistakes, and we looked rough. We've had 2 rough days, but we made sure to rally the team, everyone stay focused on the goal, and we won 2-0. I watched a lot of their VODs. I even came here and just spent all my time watching Split and Lotus. I've noticed their patterns and what they like to do, what's their tendencies, so it wasn't that hard to kind of guess what they were doing. I like to tell my teams that the devil is in the details. It's the small things that adds up and create that big thing that will make the difference.
All grouped up right towards the back TP on top.
That's amazing.
This man is terrifying.
What an angle to find.
All the way forwards, Judge in hand, Shin. It's away with it. Still, reinforcements arriving. Narrate can't withstand it though, the pressure. It's too much, it's immense. This man is a thing of nightmares.
The mobility, the confidence, both working in tandem. He's on for the ace.
Obviously, the team has been through very lows after the 2021 Reykjavik, so it hasn't been all rainbow and sunshine, but the fans still stuck with the team. Since I joined, I'm lucky to say we've only had high highs. We've won all of our off-season and VCT so far. So, everything is going great right now, but we're still process-oriented and goal-oriented. Even if we lose, we still make sure that to keep it consistent and not really worry about the comments.
Consistency is key at the end of the day. It's clearly working out for Sentinels. He was talking about it, time in the off-season, they've been winning a lot, but with that comes a lot of hard work. They've shown some of the most maps of any teams coming into the kickoff, coming into the entirety of this year, but part of that is just them honing these map pools, All the questions placed onto their split, why the teams keep letting it through. Well, the reality is, it's a middle ground map for most teams.
Certainly true. Loud have come into this perma-banning Lotus, and Sen's Lotus looks good. That means you have to go towards this. So pistol round. Loud decided to take a ramp control at the start. Sen wanted to fight over mid, but there was nobody there. And Loud has still got some people really, really far away from the action.
Real fast refight. The stun. There's no connection there, so Les is able to just skip and hop away, but John QT is just this watchful eye onto it. There's a gap into the smoke. Maybe a bit unintentional there, maybe just a bit rushed from 2 years.
Sen are also expecting there to be more players on site right now. Like, okay, well, where are the other 2 players for Loud? They lost track a little bit of where Kawanzin and Tui's could be, and now they've lost a lot of map info too. There are still chances here for the Loud players to turn things around, but this silent jump spot, not gonna be punished.
Comes down to a couple of obstacles, really.
And look at the rest of Sen, tripled up, re-clearing areas of the map, trying to regain some information, making sure that they don't offer any 1v1s.
Yeah, methodical.
30 seconds.
The win conditions of Loud right now. Playing against it, slowly creeping forwards, making sure to regain some of that map control. No kill found onto Kawanzin. Less a chance, really, for him to bite back and fight back. Here it is. Return of the fire, 10s from the wraparound. 2 years running all the way through. He knows the time's against him. So, pistol round does not go the way of Loud there. Sentinels, again, looking like just a map of pure domination.
Yeah, this could be extremely similar to the last time we saw these teams face on Split.
And it's the second pistol for Sentinels too.
Sadak caught off guard by that one. John picking up the 2K. It's just enormous. That paranoia, by the way, too, lovely from TenZ. They didn't know, as far as I'm aware, that Les was in that position, and TenZ just sensed that that could be dangerous.
Keep it up. Small windows, but
now Loud have got to, they've got to force. Right, you're down 3 to 10. You didn't win the pistol, you need some momentum.
All relying on this one. That full investment, no money left standing. Tripstow to stop them in their tracks as they try and take control of this. The dog broken before it even triggered into it. They do find it. Reface, Elsis, that is incredibly brave. Well, second following through with the bullets as well as Stinger. That's just a wide Bit of a gap there still. Sentinel's fully aware of all potential possibilities right now. Sadak has been pushed forwards into this deep angle and approach. That trip broken, there was a chance of a timing.
Sassy's going to re-explore. He's very favoured in a fight against 2Es unless 2Es gets the jump on him.
No way, just the ghost
Let's
to
go,
him.
2Es.
That's bonkers.
Yeah, it's got the one pick.
That's gonna drag Zelsis towards B.
I mean, they can't really react appropriately. Sends the util flying.
It's pulling Zelsis over. It is making the A site weaker here.
Second and John QT though.
They're gonna rotate.
Back online, it's going to be spotting the crossover.
30 no.
Seconds left. There it is. Camera taken out. Going to be calling out now that they could have been compromised towards spawn, but now time running against them. Loud, get a move on. Cages, propped up, pushed up. Behind it, John QT can't follow through after that trip. There's a smoke in his face. It does make it quite dangerous, quite difficult. Still, it's
no
a bit of a running
plant.
gun in action. Only a few seconds remaining. Pull out the sidearm. Why not? And it gets the job done.
Really excellent teamwork and anchoring again there from Sen. Didn't have a cage for himself to be able to play inside of, but has a smoke there from a teammate. Somebody inside the smoke that he can spam off. Just really solid setup. Beautiful little team plays happening all over the place for Sen on this map. They've refined it so well. And Loud, that force smacked of desperation. Down 3 to 11 with only sheriffs to work with.
I still don't understand why you would leave split open. Like.
And the other two maps here are going to be, even if Loud were to win them, very hotly contested. It's not like Loud have a map themselves that they are guaranteed to dominate on.
No, they've got a Sisyphus level fight ahead of them, honestly. Uphill battle. Icebox, both of these teams quite favoured on their attack side. Sunset, I would give the edge to Sentinels.
Yeah.
So even if you do win on that second map to extend the series, it looks dire still. Anything can happen. Team like Loud, being around the block, they might be down and out right now, but they have that experience to maybe rally themselves here. They need a few more though. Openings not going to be given to them.
Man, you see the Omen, you know the Viper plays mean.
Too well honed.
Yeah,
you have to expect the chicken.
They've crossed every T, dotted every I. You heard John talk about it too when he said the devil's in the details, right? What makes a team excellent is not just the macro, not just the shooting, but it's all the small things, the little interplays between players, the maximization of, you know, a certain piece of utility, knowing to always smoke this spot or knowing to always throw this nade in this particular way. And on split here, Sen approaching some levels of perfection on this map in the current meta. They are ahead of the game here.
True flattening.
And it's going to strike fear into the hearts of anybody else, because if you have a perma, you have to let this through.
Yeah, playing split against Sen, I mean, almost guarantees. Yeah, Sentinel's going to be taking it. They've only lost it a handful of times. One of them to this team that they're playing against now, Loud, but Sentinel's the kind of team getting knocked by their losses. Reclearance called here with a flash and a paranoid. Well,
good counter flash.
Good one, yeah, from Kawazine.
Yeah, very important counter flash there. Sen are trying to set up plays like this because they have looser weaponry to work with. The two Spectres, the Bulldog.
Heal up, squad. Here.
So we get to see a slightly more aggressive version of their setup.
So goes the ebb and flow of the map.
But there are still chances for Sen to win this round and just dominate with the same scoreline that they did.
Flash rifle.
The spam.
Bloody hell, that's a lot of damage and a retreat. Covered and watched for.
And Sadak dies, so he can't heal this.
The reaction called now from Loud into the site. Will they be able to get the plant down? Looks like they will do so. Too much pushback.
There isn't very much retake utility here for Sen. Normally their retakes are amazing, but there's really only a boombot to
and
work
that's
with.
his mean.
Waiting for the right timings. I mean, the smoke up. 1 second here for Ten's. Going to be using it probably to block off one of the angles. Just jiggling for now. There it is, actually dividing up the site. Paranoia flying with the fault line. Time. Time to tick. A crucial kill. Zelsis falling on top heaven. TP forwards. Backside control, at least partitioning in it and trying to take it wide. Still with that util online. The aftershock does push him away. A time from John QT, but forcing the fights.
They are so far,
no. Plenty of util here, so Loud really well played into that one. Just understanding how to play that fully, just using the util.
And it's officially now a closer game than it was during the grand final, where Sen won 13-3. But man, it doesn't feel much closer.
No. I mean, this round almost I'd say a givey, but
it was a bonus.
It was a bonus, right? You know, yeah, Sen didn't have as much util available to them, but still, you know, Loud. One round at a time, it's all the way, you got to take it.
Yeah, and we've seen them pull off big comebacks before. And we've seen them lose leads before as well, but listen, we won't talk about that one.
We won't talk about it. We'll mention it a few times.
Look at the timing there. Just beautiful. Great read that Les was going to go for an aggro lurk.
Les dropped. I mean, this is your star player. This is a guy you're expecting to put up massive numbers, who's going to offset that mechanical advantage that a team like Sentinels might have with players like Zekken, like Tens. The desk was talking about it. When he's shut down here, your chances begin to dwindle. Trip in their face. There's no protocols at all to really deal with that one. Should have known it was there, surely, if they were walking all the way up. TP forwards, it is just being toppled and crumbled. All the opportunities in this round here for Loud. QCK with a nade does get the one onto Zelsis.
I mean, this spike is down in such an open position, though. Yeah. It sends to close out.
And Sadak, it's inevitable, yeah, the double face in the end. That is one of the most one-sided maps we've seen. Two of our top teams here in playoffs. But Sentinels are primed and ready. This is a team angry. They want to go deep, they want to go forwards. They know they've had obstacles, they know it's been tough for them. But that was just a dismantling of the opening map.
I don't know whether Sentinels have, been talking to EDG and told them they'd get revenge, but they just stomped Loud in the same way that Loud stomped EDG.
Absolutely impeccable work. We'll send it to a quick break on the other side of things. Plenty more action where that came from.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Pa' saber cómo se hace. Dale despacito, mami, nada que te pare. Tú sabes, baby, que yo soy una gárgola. Moviéndote culo, papi, tú te pones a rezar. Porque sabes que yo te pongo bichi. Ya me cambiamos cuando te veo dreaming con alguien más. Tú sabes, baby, que yo soy una gárgola. Moviéndote culo, papi, tú te pones a rezar. Tú sabes que yo a ti te pongo bichi. Ya me cambiamos cuando te veo dreaming con alguien más. Sin compromiso, mami, dale hasta el piso. Con esa carita linda yo no me complico. Ven pa' pillarte como si fuera yo mico. En tiempos de la hype, baby, yo no lo medito. Se con nene o nena. Papi, pa' mi mente en ese caso no hay dilema. You make me horny, bitchy, feeling nasty. Mándame un DM y nos comemos en luna llena, ey. Baby, pégate, muévelo bien salvaje. No te hagas loca, todos saben que eres gante. Ponte en esa pose pa' saber cómo se hace. soy una gárgola. Salgo de noche con todos mis gatos derrapándote en los coches. Pita encendida, todos de roce. La vivienda activa para el perreo hasta las 12. 1, 2, 3 con la nalga para el piso. La bebé anda sola, nadie le da permiso. Prende y pasa, lo seguimos en casa. Que yo tengo un par de amigos pa' quemar la salsa. Oye, bandida, bebé, tú eres una atrevida. Cuando baila está encendida. Le pide al DJ que ponga el chori con la blum, que grosería. Soy una gárgola, salgo de noche con todos los míos, estamos puestos para leer. Soy una gárgola, salgo de noche con todos los míos, estamos puestos para leer. Yeah, 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 yeah. Con Yori, dimensiones. Con el Yori en la casa. Salgo de noche con todos los míos, estamos puestos para leer. Soy una gárgola. Salgo de noche con todos los míos, estamos puestos para leer. Roche, roche, roche.
Hey guys, I'm standing right now with Kaplan of Sentinels. Now, of course, the team, I don't think I need saying, but the team is looking like the current favorite to win it all, and a big part of that is just how consistent the team has been. How have you ensured that, especially since you guys have been very vocal that it's such a hectic schedule, how have you been able to ensure that consistency in their performance?
Yeah, it's always impossible to perfectly control how your off days go. You know, you can't prevent things like jet lag or a hectic schedule, but the one thing we can do is control how we sound once we get in the game. So as a team, we really emphasize the atmosphere. Is it too high? Is it too low? Recognizing it as a team without me needing to pause, and you know, the whole team having the skills to call it out and know what to do to shift into the right space, and the guys have done an incredible job with that.
That's awesome. And have you guys been able to take a day off? Have you touched grass?
Yes, that is another big part of it, preventing burnout. So we had a really nice day where we, I think it's called Parque de Retiro or something. It was beautiful. We got outside, walked the city. It was much needed.
Yeah, glad to hear it. That's why probably Sentinels look so good. So let's see if they can carry it over to the second map.
Oh, great choice of extracurricular activities there from Coach Kaplan. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi. And Hyde Park, they look so good.
It's the park, man. I went to that park. It's lovely. They ride around on a little rowboat. There's peacocks
They
in the
had
park.
a boating day for sure. For sure.
How could they not 13-4 last?
How come we don't perform like this, Mike, after we go boating?
Yeah, I can't answer that one, unfortunately. But I mean, to take nothing away, now if there was any discussion ahead of this, I know Josh said on the cast as well, there is no question. Sentinel's split is seemingly flawless. Like, they do not miss a beat. And every single decision you see along the way in some of these rounds, it's not even coming down to mid-rounding. The decisions of the individuals are automatic. They're firing on all cylinders.
They look so drilled. We talk a lot about this team's defense and how good their retakes are, how good their protocols are, but look at how they're playing their post plans as well. They're setting up forward here. Stilstis has a molly off his teammates' contact, and then they're ping-ponging off each other to take that fight together. This is another round where once they get into post plan, they're going for these executes with the double dive between Tens and Zekken, which always looks incredible. And again, look, Zekken has a nade primed, ready to go towards heaven. They have so many layers to these post plans, and really it seems to every stage of this map.
So yeah, sorry, just caught my breath for a second there. I think as well, Loud, yeah, just an inability to really throw them off their game, right? There was no pressure towards the backline, the weaker extremities ahead of some of these executes coming in. Unfortunately, Loud just didn't really get a look in. And with the way Sen have been playing and how well drilled things are, if you let this Sentinels execute on you, you're losing time and time again.
Yeah, and I want to shout out to the fragging IGL on the other side too for Sentinels. John QT, take a look at this. A HyperX reflex. I felt like every round when he was still alive, Mimi, something magical was going to happen.
I mean, this was after Cow and Zine got a 4K, almost gets the ace in this round, and then John just plays the clutch to perfection. He's not always the flashiest player, but when you put him in a position he needs to step up, he seemingly always does, Mike.
Yeah, he does, and looked absolutely ice cold afterwards as well. Giving him a wave to close out the half. It's heartbreaking to see Loud lose rounds like this, but like I said, with the individuals on Sentinels, not even Zekken and Tens, in scenarios like this, stepping up, this is the plan B. How scary is that for every other team?
I mean, everything is just coming together beautifully for them, but the job is not done. The job is not done just yet. They are one map up, but let's throw it down and hear what Loud's coach STK had to say ahead of Icebox.
Welcome back, Mika Fabs here, now with Welcome back, Mika Fabs here, now with STK of Loud. And now that was a very tough first map. What was the team struggling with the most, and how do you guys plan to remedy that going into Icebox?
I think that we entered in a game with a game plan. This game plan didn't work. Unfortunately, they adapted themselves, so they have a lot of merit on that. So on Icebox, we have we are more comfortable on the map. We have more plays on this map. So I think that's about this. Reset about the first map that anything went good, and go for with our full power right now.
Well, Loud is a team that you can't ever count. So let's see if they're able to bounce back on Icebox.
Exactly, Mika. Well put. But the thing is, Mimi, what are Loud's game plans for Icebox? What do they do?
So they play this Harbor Viper comp that they've been playing for a while, but they execute on it really well. Last time they played, the thing that impressed me the most was their protocols in plant denial and retakes. They're very good at kind of timing how they're using their mollies to delay their opponent's plant, then going for these flood retakes that with the Harbor Viper are really effective. This is a map where I think you get to see the experience, the fundamentals of Loud on full display. They've played this comp for a while. They have a lot of variations of how they want to set up with it, especially on this defensive side. This is the comfort zone for the Brazilians.
Comfort? I don't know. Call me a doubt or whatever. Okay. I think, obviously, this being the anomaly of the grand finals for me is a very, very close fought affair, a 13-11 scoreline regionally. But I don't feel like we're getting the same Loud here. Other than obviously the EG series apart, I don't think really Loud are in a position today to send off their game that much. Obviously, previously, Les has been the standout individual for Loud on Icebox, but I don't know, I just don't get it.
See, that's the thing though, I agree with what you said. This is still, I think, a map they are very comfortable on, but Sentinels is also so good at it. They run a very different comp. They're playing this KO, Gecko, and I actually think that can play into this Harbor Viper quite well. You can be fighting through the walls, fighting through the smokes, combining those two pieces of utility, and Zekin just looks unreal whenever he gets to play the Jet on this map.
Well, this is the thing. Last time they faced each other, Mike, Sentinels did come out on top. You think history is repeating itself?
I feel, yeah, we were talking about this before. We were talking about, yeah, it's going to be a long, drawn-out affair here. I think with that start, it's just so hard. Loud are one of the ones, time and time again, we say they're never out of a series. They're never out of a map. I'm just not seeing it again today. It's another concerning look at. You know, and obviously, I mean, even there with the interview there, talking about the adaptations that Sen made, I don't feel like they made an awful lot. Loud had no approach to really disrupt Sentinels gameplay that they've demonstrated time and time again on Split.
Sentinels, they do look so good, but you guys at home voted and you think that this is going to go the distance, and I have faith in the MasterCard fan poll. But the question is, Bren and Saisho, do you guys have faith in Loud?
I mean, I'm praying. I'm on my knees here praying. So I'm not going to lie. I want a close game. I want something that's not going to be so lopsided between these two teams. We can certainly hope so. You know, the last time these two teams tackled each other on Icebox, it was Loud who got the better of them. Both of these teams have very, very good fundamentally attack sides with their comps. They are very well drilled in that regard, but I want to see some fight back now from Loud.
I actually think that Sen's composition is extraordinarily good against Loud's too. It's just that Sen haven't worked on this map as much as some of the others in their pool. And if they've used this time accurately, then maybe they can come out with another incredible map win. That's not going to help Sassy going down there at the start of the round. You know, he's a really important piece of the puzzle in terms of getting the plants down.
It's a massive one with less of that early face, that early peak.
And Loud expect this to be a re-hit. And they won't really know otherwise until the alarm bot takes contact. And at that point, it's kind of too late. Sadak doesn't have nanoswarms to deny. So just gambling the wrong way here.
Sadak, flash through, who's playing anti. Where's the follow-up? There is none. Just rips away to it, and Frenzy in his hands. Backside position being played here. Dash fading away, the second still standing his ground that he's earned himself. Dodged. Another play being set up as well. Attends to put flash into the peak. It allows Zekin to recross back, playing together now, but they've got 4 players to deal with. Make it 3. Can't let this one slip now, Loud. Shot dart. It's good for the damage. Ten's going to be forced out wide. Tens! You can't be getting away with this, son! Surely not need. Doesn't even matter. Sadak pushed forwards. That's a 2v4.
That's ridiculous.
That's a taken clutch.
Sadak there to give Sadak 2 kills was about the only way that Sen could have messed up what was happening. Not that it's their fault. They didn't know where exactly he was positioned. But for Tens to recover that, he's forced to take that duel there as he crosses back Yeah, he's forced to take fights because of their utility, because of how they're positioned.
Who are they peeking? Who are they peeking?
Give it to him, man. Oh my god.
I mean, the players on Loud are so talented, and Tenz is just owning them.
You man, return to form.
His form has been spectacular in basically all of this year.
Yeah.
The actual shots that Tenz has been hitting, the moments, the multi-kills from him have been unbelievable sometimes. When he's not forced to be the entry player, to have all of that extra mental bandwidth being taxed, the rifling's just been superb.
Player's going to be dropping plan online here for Sassy.
Now look at this high tide. It's not going to have an influence in this round, but I do like how Loud are using it. They throw it out from 2Es when he's playing over towards Snowman, and it's going to let them play between the Viper Wall and the high tide to break the wingman, to deny the plant, to fight more aggressively. I think that could be crucial once we get onto some of the rifle rounds, but there is no danger here. Sen have just taken a very clean B exec.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, Tenz, he should be trying to hunt. Yeah, you see him swap the weapon.
Yeah. Offloading it in exchange there. Does want to go hunting. 2 years. Top of the bridge, brings him down. Still one step closer. That's what matters.
It's a fairly important denial, though. If Tenz had access to that ult at the start of the round, things would get quite difficult for Loud. The attack side on Icebox can be very potent. And the thing is, Loud's composition doesn't actually have great ways of disrupting you when you go for that. It doesn't have the ability to, you know, flash re-peek from yellow or on pipes on A, that kind of thing, which teams like Gen G have done so much work integrating those micro plays on the defense.
A little bit of proactive fighting over.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the reasons why we saw the attack side be so good for both of these teams, is that Sen hadn't really built out those defensive plays, and Loud's comp, it kind of relies on playing retake, which is easier to deny.
Looks like the purpose of that Dizzy is just to spot if a player is aggressive up through B, but the Cascade blocks it anyway. Don't know if that's even been noted. I mean, bonus round here for Sen, all grouped up.
Not really an opportunity here for Tenz to be able to get the ult online, I don't think. Instead, looking more like a standard A exec. Now, Tenz is getting in position for this flash Dizzy combo that Gen G were using. It's so good.
Yeah, choose to break it. You're going to be staying right into the sun. The flash goes off. Plan. Now here for Sassy. Util a little bit delayed. So, yep, it's down, close to the quarters. Down underneath rafters. Kawazine wins his one out versus second. Still, gets to the position for it. And Tenz is starting to use his ult now for this. Making sure that they can't use any of that post-plan util. Keen and eager to take the fights. He's ripped Kawazine's head clean off. Over the top of the ropes. This is a real dangerous situation. Scenario flash. Peek. The rest of his team sets
they have to go.
Casualties now. QCK finally. Abilities back online. Dash backing away. Gets the one. Needs to clear the corner here, but he's just really struggling. Wading out wide here. Having a defuse from Sadek. Pushed back and away. And a wide tip tap and a face there from the Loud players remaining just in time.
Very nice patience there from Loud. Didn't get caught by the flash re-clear, but I can see that Sen are starting to add more stuff into their playbook. I mean, that flash Dizzy combo is so good. The pathing that the Dizzy takes and the way that the flash pops catches so much of the area. And Loud had to wait a long time to get that high tide and the cove back online, and then played with each other really well to stop some of this momentum from Sen.
Calm the mollies. We really need to calm the mollies.
Okay, there we go. Zekken looking for a readjustment early. And these players are smart. They understand what the issues are. Kaplan's talked about it so much.
Potential off the charts here, but clear understanding of what is really going wrong for them. Knife not broken. Tags onto 2.
Yeah, that's going to create a serious threat, though. See how 2Es is using his high tide to make it difficult for Sen to clear out that area, unless he's pushing up on the other wing of the map.
He's going walkabouts. Overstep himself, waiting for the high tide to now fade. So he's going to be using again. Flash Dizzy. Dash forwards from Zekken. Make sure to clear all that space. If somebody was holding that aggressively, it would have been mince meat. But now, once they've gained control of B main, what's going to be the call? Maybe to go back into Zelsis?
Yeah, I mean, they either needed to hit B quickly there or go back over towards A, because if they wait enough time for TUI's high tide to come back, which it now is, it's much more difficult to get the plan down and get Sassy his ult. Drone is going to confirm. I think that a lot of these players have left the area. Does it catch? Oh, yeah, just onto Zekken.
Zekken looking like the fox in the pen, but with him notified now, he's really just caught.
He is, but he's going to be distracting and pulling people away for quite a while.
He's got 3 on him. Here we go. Coming through there. Dizzy firing a blind shot off, but it actually didn't trigger onto Les. Nano Swarm.
That's so much damage.
My God, yeah. Ten's lucky to be alive, facing top rafters Sadak. Taken out cleanly. Now Ten's going to be playing a 4 position here because he is so low. Might be able to get a 1 and done.
And Sassy, with that ult plant, Wingman got the Thrash online.
Need somebody to break that dart for him though, and there wasn't anybody really waiting available, but still, like you said, the Thrash is now online. Sassy lets it loose, the movement, clean, jiggling with it. Entertainment, not quite online here. Now a bit of pace injected back into the things here. Loud, using that util. All available for them.
Oh, that reload noise.
That swing and wide face out. Great with the movement and patience with the aim. Cooling down the weaponry enough to take out QCK. Over and the top of the rope. Zelsis, he's hungry for this kill. He's hungry for it. Building up towards it, but okay, Les just a better player on the day.
But a sad situation for him to be in. He was the player pushed the furthest forward on A, last to fall. Everybody crumbling around him. I just want to go back a little bit to their communication from the previous round. Sen were calming, or Zekken specifically was saying, calm the mollies. And the reason that's so important in this composition is because players need to be able to hide. Players need to be able to hide and not have to face and break cove and fight while the mollies are online. Yeah. They need to force Loud to bring the fight to them if the spike is safe. And so getting that timing correct is really important against what Loud have.
Freaking money here, QCK, 3K in the bank. Looks like he's trying to save the operator, but for now the Sheriff will have to do, and it will. Sassy, dusted, taken the hell out. Deep Knife clears yellow, but really, they've got nothing to try and cross and take control of B main here. Just putting that emphasis here towards the section, vacuuming up the orbs. To defend this gun as well.
Loud are looking for information. Sen have been mixing up whether they rotate, whether they re-hit, and you can see Loud here just trying to figure out, is it correct to stack onto B? QCK looking to explore through mid. They think it's a re-hit. They're keeping players on this site.
Might be some serious danger here. I mean, 2 years just holding onto the high tide's wall. There, flash through into the back. Dart, oh my. They knew exactly the position that was coming from, so Kawasi didn't really stand a chance up with the armor. Draft dashing away. Zekken survives. Flank attempt from QCK. Oh my.
It's gonna get hurt still, no?
Tenz is watching, but
Tenz was watching.
They're gonna get distracted.
They are distracted. Now the pressure really being applied. It's less here, and QCK for the cleanup. John QT, he's there with a trade, but 1 versus 3 now. Diffuse online for 2 years. Not going to be pushed away from this one. There's no more utility left available for them. So a thrifty round for Loud. That's what you want to see.
Good shit.
Yeah, that is just in time.
Make the series
All we saw in
competitive.
Split was the economy just getting ruined for Loud over and over. They could never build up a bank to work with. They're going to call a timeout after winning this round as well, which is a bit bizarre. Maybe the timeout
probably queued a little bit earlier.
Yeah, probably queued before they won the round. Yeah. But QCK opened this up with a beautiful Sheriff shot and then closed the entire thing too. The Cloudburst to make sure that nobody caught him getting past the alarm bot. And often that kind of thing is going to get hurt. But in this situation, gets away with it.
Like John Cuda was mentioning, it's the tiny things, the tiny differences, the minutiae to watch for.
Yeah. And also QCK being able to give them the confidence to stay on B by taking that mid-round timing and taking the risk to re-explore through mid. And it is a risk, you know, he's only one man in that kind of situation. So now what allowed looking to readjust? Can they take any lessons from winning that round? I think one of them would be, you know, trying to fight before Sen have utility setups, because QCK was able to manage that. And he's looked fairly good in the games of Icebox that they've played, despite people doubting his jet ability. And the other big takeaway, I think, from that is trying to look for mid-round information so your stacks are correct.
Maybe might see some signs of that proactivity from Loud being called. Like you said, just trying to gather gain some of that mid-round information, but the comp isn't really too suited for it. I mean, you've only got the Sova as your initiator.
Yeah, you really have to do it by pushing into areas. And again, you don't really have the ability to flash re-clear spots on defense, so it can be very tough. You kind of have to double up, triple up, walk areas. That's got its own danger. So both teams on opposite sides of the map here to start this next round. 4 players grouped up on defense on A, just pushing QCK into an aggressive angle.
I mean, this is excellent for him.
Yeah, but I mean, Sen are nowhere near.
Still, he's going to be telling his team to over-rotate. Get your asses into mid, get your asses into gear, because it's leaning over towards a B hit.
Yeah, and Loud have actually finessed this. Lovely. I mean, they've managed to get into a position where Sen weren't comfortable going for the early round timing, and now Loud have stacked it for the mid-round timing. And on top of that, QCK's watching in case things rotate back towards A.
He's in a really good spot. Drone. Oh, maybe just catching tail end of somebody.
I think they've got all the info they need, though.
Yeah, they have. With QCK pushed up deep like this, look at it, you can just tell from the stack. Already protocols in play. Molly forward, Zekin just tanks it. Half his HP just removed, but they weren't expecting it. Still, Loud with all the kills. 2 versus 3. Sassy almost being taken out. Has to back his way to safety here. Fast flank of QCK. Might be causing some issues a little bit later into things. He's going to be notifying his presence, at least with the removal of that turret attack from Sadak. He's hoping that forces them out wide. Don't know if they could have took a glimpse of that one. Still 10 HP. Leave it just to Zelsis. Kova. There's no real chances here. There's no real chances. Maybe managed to get the second, but no. Full
I mean, it's still a plant. 3 people dead.
B looks way better than their defense on A, personally. Especially coming out of the Loud Gen G game, that was my big takeaway. I think Loud's protocols for dealing with big hits like this are actually real nice. Yeah, they missed Zekin, but they keep good snowman control. They fight from kitchen. They have good crossfires on people. Look at how Sadak, playing around orange, is able to pick up Zekin.
They miss Zekin, but it only gets a 1-for-1, so
cautious if they're sending
it's
big
not
hits
that
over and over and over.
problematic.
The A side of the map does look more of a weakness for Loud. They tend to play it for retake more often. The flash dizzy combo on A is just more powerful.
I think it's more about like QCK's push that gives. They give a lot of info.
I think you're definitely seeing
on the map and the rotations.
Opportunities for Loud to get wins here on Icebox than we saw on Split. Right, Split from Sen is perfect.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that Sentinels play more into mid.
Those ways of stopping Sen going for these hits. Now they've knocked
with maybe a Viper lurk or something.
Have a single eco round on Split? I don't think they
feel
did.
Like it.
They won the pistol both times, and then they just dominated the game. So I think this might be their first one.
Drop down to it.
A Viper killjoy lurk mid.
Potential investment of 1 rifle or so. Looks like
to try to pressure Sadak.
That might get sold, but it looks like they should have money to spare if it goes poorly. And whatever's been called, we're probably not going to be seeing signs of it just yet. Not in this round with the weaker guns, but you know, Sen might start playing towards some of the orbs, try and earn up some big ults.
It looks like an A finish.
And look at Loud setting up the same kind of thing. 4 players A at the beginning to post up some. Oh,
QCK messed that up, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say to post somebody up really deep so they have good information, and yet that 4-player stack now just has to kind of chill and reset. But Sen are not going for anything too aggressive at the beginning of the round. They're worried. As soon as 2Es puts up this high tide, it makes it feel like there's many players ready to fight B. Even though we can see it was only 2Es at home.
Just one dizzy clearing away. Sassy on away now from the ult. Knife being broken. Loud. Should have the protocols for this, but still Zekin with knives is a very dangerous target. Tagged up by the drone. Has to respect it now. Has to back away. Zelsis.
Nice
drops on the
skin.
other section of the map. The other side of things. Still with that plant down.
They're pitting.
They are going to be pitting, committing into this one. This is interesting. I mean, even though the money is a little bit wild still, now the lockdown being invested. I mean, that is absolutely crazy stuff still. Maybe feeling like it's necessary now. John QT getting into this spot and this position on top of it. Can't break it down, so detained and dealt with. Big committed with the ultimates here on either side, but it's Loud win it out. 4 players surviving.
Yeah, I think both ults that were used there probably should have been saved for another round, but The problem is the kills came through so quick, so close to the ults being invested. I think John didn't quite realize that he was in such a player disadvantage situation when he decided to pit. And likewise with Sadak just deciding to send that one. Make sure that they get the streak online. So now we go into a rifle round. Zellsis ultimate, super powerful. If they can get up onto pipes.
And this should be the round what the timeout was scored for at least. Adjustments there with a deep knife. Now, very heavy emphasis and presence being shown by Sen. Sassy. Thrash movement. Looking elite. Looking to clear out the side as well for the rest of his team. Look at that. Skipping and hopping over around the side. Kawazin, he's been caught. Do they want to dive and dash onto this one? Now, Sadak is his bodyguard. Doesn't... Sentinels over.
Has a wallbang angle here.
Yeah, it's a wallbang angle with a pit drop down on top of it. Lockdown, though, should push him out of position. Potentially it to clear, but Les might just go down with the ship. He might just opt to getting detained. QCK is wrapped all the way behind him, and yeah, he will get detained just so that this pit stays up, but he's spammed onto the top Raptors position. Dropping down. Crucial kill here onto the flank. Zellsis cleans that one up, so no gaps now left into the play. Hunter's Fury offloaded. Really just going to be utilized to try and push at these players from Loud into these forward positions. And they have managed to even it up ever so slightly, but still a player disadvantage. Molly, we're waiting for it to fade with Mosh down now. Dizzy on top of it with the Cove. Now stacking up all together. Post-plant utility should be good enough here for Sentinels. Our players realize it. They're the ones who have to make the moves forwards. Kawazin! Kawazin! And 2 years! That is just disgusting.
That looked like a checkmate situation. Sen were running out of post-plant utility, sure, but they still had a crossfire from 3 different areas that they could have set up.
There's no way.
And yet through the high tide, through Tui's util, Kawazin, the hero for Loud in map 1, though the efforts didn't get him anywhere. This time putting rounds on the board. Yeah, Kaplan's going to be annoyed about that, but I don't really think that Sen misplayed it too much. Kawazin just hit some really nice counter spam through the high tide, and then got a sick shot on a jump peak.
Yeah, sometimes it be like that.
Yeah.
Loud. Really creeping forwards with this lead here.
Yeah, look at how mobile they are with QCK's positioning. He gets another one. That's excellent.
Yeah, okay.
They played him over towards A. Last round he walked down Tube. This time he's over towards B. So difficult to predict.
Hook middle though with an no command. Plant. Oh, hello, counter spam. Kawazin dropped. Still have to worry about this operator.
That was actually through mid. That was
no way! He skewered them! Tense dropped to his knees. There's no chance in hell he's being picked up. And now, plenty of time and space brought for the rest of these Loud boys to really get into the action. Auxiliaries are here. Wide face by Zellsis. Traded though. Drop down. And John QT again isolated in this 1 versus 2 position. Familiar scenes for him. The reload surely going to be heard. And yes, Les is very quick onto the angle with the punish.
What a round from QCK. Very similar to the Thrifty that got them started on this map.
And a strong start for Loud.
Angle, hits the shot, and then he's there to punish. This is now 5 in a row for Loud to really get the gears going.
I was talking about the attack side for both of these teams being good, but I mean, so far it's clearly Loud are the ones who have stepped up. Won't go quietly into the night. That is a disgusting shot. QCK with his op.
Zekken's Achilles heel.
Yeah. Barely tagging onto him.
So Loud, they have found something that's worked, which is QCK's op, and now they've given it to Kawazin.
Just to mix it up. If QCK gets spotted now, still, it's rattled off the shots. Ended up using the dash. Where has that kill come from? I mean, Les is pushed up on literally the same as what he did in the pistol round. I mean, he went for this aggressive push on that initial round, man. He's taking matters into his own hands. Does not care. Worth a damn 3 fall.
What a beautiful bait and switch setup from Kawazin and Les as well. Such an unusual one with the Sova opping.
QCK?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a Loud that is very, very angry.
Yeah.
Pod and poke the bear.
And frankly, it wasn't necessary for Les to go and do that. When they've already won 5 rounds in a row and the game plan's working, does Les need to force those fights and take the 1v1s? No, but he's Les. He's Les. He does just have these moments where he decides to take over a game. And he's been pushing up on A looking for that duel, but Zellsis has not been giving it to him. If they're they're B defaulting and they leave Zelsis with the Killjoy utility on A, Zelsis plays it really safe. And John just took a jiggle there and decided he liked the idea of stepping up. I don't know why you would. 12 and 3 less.
But this guy, I mean, he gets sorely underestimated by a variety of people coming into it. I mean, he doesn't play the most flashy roles, but you can't deny his individual talent, his skill.
And now Sen on a weird buy, looking like they want to just set up for that default A hit. Get Tens up over on 2 pipes, where he's got that flash angle.
Turret broken in mid.
Oh, the flash. Actually not in the right spot.
Really deep flash now. I mean, Les decided to take the re-peek. Dizzy shot fired straight into the wall there. Zekken wins it out though. Molly's dealt with. Accounted for. Now you're going to see it. The Reckoning pressing forwards with the advantage they've got. Loud, not giving up any space. They want to take it right back away from them. And already you can see it at deep position. Weaker guns and weaponry still. Maybe Sen could make something of it. Again, the triangle of death set up. This time though, Thrash taking that first contact. Zelsis winning that fight.
Oh,
Zelsis. And
Zelsis.
to the side. And retaking now with this operator just becomes a dire situation. And Zelsis is running a mockery over them. Taking liberties when he's on low HP. Because why not? He can do it. Not planted for Sassy. Tapping. Sadak over and around. Spotted. One. Sassy dropped. Sadak now, but time surely working against in the jump spot. The jiggle. John QT trying to gamble and dice with Dev himself here all the way through. That is
And John QT win those.
John with
He
another
wins
clutch.
those.
So similar to his situation on Split where we saw him play against Quarantine and Les. Beautifully done there. But I do think overall Sen are giving Loud way too much space in these post plans. If Zelsis hadn't been able to get those 2 kills and open things up, I think Sen might have been in trouble again. Most teams when they play against the Harbor Viper,
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
they're trying to get aggressive in post-plant situations to stop them before they get into retake spots. Sen are backing off and trying to play post-plant utility. But if they can secure this round, it's looking good. Double orb, QCK and Quarantine.
Kidding me. You are kidding me. Top of the rafters. QCK is obviously on the other side of the map, just trying to lock down at B angle. But the lockdown now indicates everything. At least it should.
Another problem with this composition, you have no way of dealing with the lockdown. You don't have molly lineups.
You have a Sova though.
Backing out no detainment. Fast with the high tide. Cuts this one up. Mosh pit into the back now. This time Sen fighting 2. And nail! But you're up against Cowards in John QT. Where's he pulled that one from?
Oh, wow.
On the ropes, the pit has been earned. 88 health to his name. He just needs to survive.
And he's on.
And he's already hunting
He's
them
on the
down.
board for an ace.
With him toppling, Ace on the cars, the crowd wants it, the people are chanting. QCK spotted out wide, will his team give him anything? Not quite, still. Around earned, around gained.
And a nice little comeback at the end.
Was looking so damn poor.
And round 11, round 12, the player to salvage it is John. What a beautiful spray transfer there. And then getting the 3rd on the rope too. All coming off the back of winning the 1v1 clutch. To get Sen up to 4, well, he's done it to get him to 5.
That's crazy stuff. Honestly, a really competitive map overall. I believe we've got a special guest down on the floor as well. Let's send it down for an interview.
Hey guys, I am here right now with Coriano. Coriano, what's up? How are you liking Masters Madrid?
Masters Madrid is awesome. I mean, I'm really cheering for Loud. I arrived 2 days ago and I'm enjoying the city.
Of course, right? And how do you feel about this rematch? What are you expecting from Loud?
Sentinels is a very strong team. They beat us on VCT America, so I'm hoping for a really close match. We weren't able to show our game on the first map, but we are trying our best on the second one.
Of course, excited for that comeback. Now, what's this I hear that you bought every single VCT bundle? Is that correct?
Yes, is that true?
Oh my gosh. Okay, now I have to ask you, what's your top 3? And you can't say loud.
Okay, I really like Talon, G2, and also Cloud9 one.
Oh, okay. That's a healthy representation. I like those picks. Now, last but not least, can you give a quick shout out to the fans? Maybe get them to buy some Loud bundles. How about that?
Yeah, sure. First of all, buy Loud bundle. And thank you guys for cheering for Loud. It's a close match. We are top 4. Last Masters, we weren't really great, but I hope this one we can get the title.
All right, you heard it from Coriano. Let's get back into the game and let's get loud.
god.
Serena bundles, man. I mean, I will say about Loud, they do have one of the only, like, you know, proper green bundles, if you like the color green. So they, you know, they got that going for them.
Yeah, if you're a fan of green, any eco-friendly people out there?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, money, other substances that we won't mention. If you're a fan of any of that, maybe the Loud bundle. But listen, 7-5. Important pistol round coming up.
Yeah, a very, honestly, a huge one. And Sen have won every pistol so far in this series. So if they're able to get another one on the board here, that's just been such a phenomenal advantage for them to work with the entire time. Les, he's picked up a Sheriff. Loud are one of the teams that buy Sheriffs the most in these pistol situations. Often there's 2 players on the team with them.
Just trying to take those long-range fights, Celsius. In prior rounds, teammates dancing and dicing with death, but with that jiggle, always a chance, isn't it, that it goes poorly. He's going to be backing his way up to kitchen.
The reclear here from Sassy and Zekken. They had a cascade in their face early on, and now they've realized that was fake pressure. A good gamble to take. And they've got a little bait and switch set up here. Kind of blocked by the wall, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's no going to be any swings coming out for here. Sassy needs to get one, but yeah, like I said, no trade in sight. Zekken, dash, activated.
Yeah, that's just wasted. And he was expecting more pace towards that. Sadak's called that pause in the round.
And holding for a repush.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken's already re-cleared this area once in the round. Loud are ready for it.
Zekken's now going to be pushing to this one-and-done angle. Now that the dash that we talking about prior is gone. Loud, we're going to have to clear this one. Bodies might do it. Surely, Ghost moment, not getting away with too much more still.
But do they expect the yellow player now?
Taking up space back towards the backside of yellow. I need some supportive util though, and Tens is the one holding it. So, flash, repeat, timing, needs it now, needs help right now, and he's got it. The follow through from the rest of them. Those reinforcements, jump, spot,
Les.
peek. Les, he's taking them all out. 7 seconds remaining. Molly has to stick it
He has
through
to
here
stick it though.
It's the only way he goes down to it. And it leaves it just
And John QT Windows.
Viper versus Viper.
They should know that Les is this week. This Sentinels Classic could do work here.
Time to put it to the test. A lot to clear though for John QT. Thankfully, he's got a bit of time on his side. Contacting, spots it. That's now going to be dropping. Orb propped up. How does John choose to play it? Here's those shots. Spots it out on the right click business.
Yep,
Done
he wins
dusted.
those.
Wipe your hands at that one.
He wins those.
Pistol round here for Sentinels.
Did not look good for them in the beginning of this round.
Did not.
And Celsius has pulled it back with some great supportive utility coming through from Tens. Sen really abusing the slower pace of Loud there. Loud had multiple opportunities in the round where they could have gone forwards as a team and cleared out a solo player on B. Because they took so long dealing with Zekken, and I mean this util also perfection. Putting pressure on the clock. But yeah, because they took so long dealing with Zekken, that allowed Celsius to tuck into yellow. Nice! And like I said, Bren, this is 4 out of 4
Not only
pistols,
Zelsis
one
to
for
tuck into yellow, but also Tens to support him with the flash.
It's an enormous advantage, especially because it offers you opportunities to keep that momentum going with a bonus.
Clear ideas. Very clear ideas. I mean, here, Zekken, Outlaw. Sees the jump, spots, just baited out for the shot wide, and QCK just didn't really realize that he was already pushed up on that left-hand side, so he's earned himself an upgrade.
Yeah, nobody for Zekken to play off. That's a really bold angle. He was expecting Loud to be playing more slowly.
Sadak not willing to give away his life to the Molly once more for the plant, so that util out.
2 of these players will die to a one-shot from the outlaw.
They're not watching for it. Over the top there, that's the Ghost gameplay occurring right now. Out wide, Tens seeking to reclaim a bit of that territory.
It's a 2v3.
Ground, and he has slowed it down enough for the spike to be dropped down, but it is a 2 versus 3. This is the danger zone right now. The verge of getting thriftied. Like you said, a single shot will do it. You've essentially handed over the operator to QCK.
Yeah.
They're gonna save?
It looks like a save, to be honest, but they're still going to try and fight over it.
Wow.
There are still opportunities and danger here.
You slipped them up.
Tens is making an enormous wraparound unless it's gone into Snowman. This is such a bizarre round.
And John QT's backs to the wall, all about the timing. No way! As Lesser finds it. And the gamble The wrap around here of TenZ has to pay off. It has to pay off massively, but it's not going to be planted out wide. Less does he even acknowledge it. The reload is heard.
those timing though.
Quarters again, cuts it up into the angle, 1 versus 1, but it really should never have been here in the first place. Knife tags it. Knows the wrong positioning as the wall fades. The head is collected.
That is a crucial one for TenZ to win. What a play! I mean,
what
both
a
Les
Nico.
and TenZ getting value out of the play that they went for. But for TenZ to go for that flank all the way through mid, wrapping back around quietly the whole time, and not have clock pressure because of John being able to deny the plant, and the spike went walkabouts into Snowman. Could not have gone better, the timing in that round for TenZ.
Crazy round. One suppressed. And despite Sen winning that follow-up round, it was really expensive. Yes, they carried a 1 rifle through, but they're opting to just take a full eco.
Nice! Yeah. And so, a really bizarre start to this half.
Yeah.
Sen win the pistol. You expect them to get up the momentum that they have done on every other half that we've watched so far. And instead, they're taking an eco after winning the round.
That needs to be dealt with here. What a snap to the side. QCK deleted off the face of the map. It is responded in kind here. Sadak a bit cheeky there with the peaks over the top here. Just trying to play on top of 410. Drops down the Nana Swarms, making sure that nobody can play forwards. He does have the spike. Let's get his plan down.
A little bit of damage done, but not too bad. Yeah. Love that cove too. You can plant in a number of positions where it's very helpful. And Lauda looking to try to play a little further forwards than we saw from the post-plants of Sentinels.
Yeah, the more I see Loud play Icebox with an Arbor, the more I like Arbor on Icebox.
Knife cooldown. A lot of util offloaded from Sen just to try and clear that back of the side. But again, time is of the essence, and with the Nanoswarm deaded already, it's running out wildly. It's not a luxury they have whatsoever. No one's even forcing a tap onto the spike here. There's a gap into the wall. TenZ out wide and open. Man, this is just madness. Sadak, what are you getting away with?
Shooting fish in a barrel. You can see Sen had no idea there that Sadak could see the spike. I mean, it turns red when it's being diffused. Sadak knows exactly where it's being diffused from. Boom. Headshots. And the fact that Loud
it's a nice
those
cheeky
kills
wall.
towards the end, and this has been a bit of a stretched out beginning to the half. They're building up to some big ultimates.
Yes, they are.
The Harbor ult is excellent for being able to take more aggressive control of a site. You know, if you're Sen here cooking up a game plan, I think you want to be going for like flash reclears.
Yeah, it's really annoying for Rosplin too.
Through. Maybe that's what Sen are planning with both of the flash initiators and Zekken playing A. But at the moment, 2E's heading B for that classic cascade at the start of the round.
Early turret broken. Now Loud regrouping over towards A.
And this is where I'd love to see Zekken posted up on pipes and trying to get some kind of flash aggression going. Because I think if you give space to Loud, this execute is going to be difficult to hold on against.
Drone going to be heard. One tag down to Sassy, backs him away. Top belts seen and spotted. Dash to get himself out of there. Reckoning now will clear the way through for the rest of Loud to follow all the way through. Stuns, not really being respected. I mean, Zekken is just trying to really get the most out of it there, and he is finally punished. So, no command, fast, off the rip, pushing forwards. Are they going to expect this? QCK is already behind the man, already behind him, playing up with the rest of his team!
1 HP.
Just like that, dropped to the ground, to your knees, if you are TenZ in this case, and Celsius pulls
This is expected
1v4,
too.
last one left. Decision being made for him, really. Has to be the save, just has to do some exit damage, but even economical damage doesn't do that much.
No, it doesn't. I mean, Loud are building up a nice economy. They've got a great game plan, and Sen are not playing disruptively enough. Loud are just getting to play their own tempo, their pace. They could never really get a grapple on that on split. They were always trying to force fights in mid, and Sen were never letting them. That time, the patience and the slow play really rewarded Sen. But on this map, I feel like they need to be getting a little more up in Loud's face, trying to utilize the strengths of this composition, which are the flashes to go for those mid-round reclear timings. But when Loud are given space, you see how difficult it was. Though Zekken tried for him to get a timing around the Harbor ult there. And then when Loud are set up in these aggressive post-plant spots, their players, they can shoot, man. Yeah. They can shoot. buy in this round, very similar to round 15. You know, everyone on pistols apart from one player with a rifle.
So with the money chunk down, in theory, you're expecting Loud again to just keep stringing these rounds together. The danger starts building. Hello. Through the wall just in case, but Dash to respect it. The trouble is here, I mean, Loud, you got to think, going to be probably able to get themselves a plan.
Only Zekken's seen both times, even though there's a stack here.
There's a flash repeat as well with a Dizzy, but the wall in their face as well. It just gives that covering fire for Sadak. Beams him through, not too sure how that kill was found. Sadak, at least sassy with this reposition. Close now, tries to face it. Again, there's just too many numbers to overcome. The advantage is Loud here. I mean, they've just picked them apart. It's methodical in nature. As I was saying earlier, I mean, it earns them up to a couple of key ultimates. Lockdown now for Sadak to use for the next.
Yeah. And sometimes it can be such flowchart Valorant on this map.
Yeah.
Because if the defenders can't get in a good position to disrupt what you're doing, we saw it from
And a send
Fnatic
time
when
out.
they dominated this map, you know, in times gone by. But the attack side, you have the opportunity to go and take a little bit of space and use big ults like Sadak's lockdown to really give yourself a free post-plant situation. And that's where you need to see Sen fighting a little more for some space. I think this is another round where the same concept applies. Sentinels are going to take a timeout here, and Zekken's already picked up the operator. Still got, you know, time to get rid of it if it doesn't fit the game plan that they want to go towards. But I think getting Zekken posted up in some aggressive areas would be decent, but it's also kind of difficult to go for any mid-round re-aggression with an operator. It's more that you take a line at the start of the round or something like that. It's certainly possible, but you know, there's two key areas, if you're thinking from Sentinel's perspective here, that Sadak would want to be using the ult. One is over towards B main, and the other is over towards pipes. And so having some setups that could deal with those might end up being really crucial.
Just trying to think one step ahead, right?
Yeah, yeah. And of course, you know, Sadak, he's a good enough IGL that coming out of a timeout like this, he might decide not to use an ult play whatsoever from the strat book. And he might just send it with, like, I don't know, 3 players pushing mid or something. You know, really to just try to mess with what Sen are expecting.
Right here.
So we're going to see Recon deep with the Cascade to try to push away anybody that might be playing aggressive over towards B, and that is where Zekken's got the operator.
Look at how hard this is for Zekken to get value with the operator. I mean, these smokes in his face. QCK, he's already pushed up onto the left-hand approach.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
You can't watch everything at once.
The Cascade now over towards A might give Zekken the idea that, you know, only the Lurker is here, so he could be a bit more bold with it. I believe Sadak was just caught by the knife. No, I don't think he was, actually. So he's going to be able to get this lockdown off.
Spikes dropped down in mid. Trying to fake presence here, except with 3 players right behind him, it's going to feel very real. Still Zekken, will he be dislodged from this forward position? He's the one who's going to be trying to gather this information. Does
Allowed
the gamble?
Allowed overcooking this a little? Using the lockdown for the fake when they have the full A site?
It's if Zekken really, it's on him because the Loud players are now going to be walking and waiting right into that crosshair. Dart forward, misses the shot. Now he has to really just use those smokes to evacuate and escape the ire of Loud. They're already fast onto the approach.
But says he's hearing them.
Sadak's like, guys, there's no one here.
Look at this guy, look at the position. You practically expect him to be a defender with this spot.
30 seconds
Forwards
left.
though with the smokes. Elsis can't adjust it. Can't snap to it. QCK drops him. And this is real chaos and pandemonium being strewn into the round. You don't expect this. Patience played all the way through. Thrash out wide. And they're just shooting bullets. It's easy targets all about. Boundless right now for Les. The rest of his crew.
10 seconds left.
The free plants.
Spike planted.
And there's nothing you can do, not with the retake to the operator.
You have to save your weapons.
Zekken's able to get a freebie in a situation like that. It just looks very difficult from Sentinel's perspective for them to get any kind of foothold in a round like this one. So I certainly don't think the round was game planned like that, right? It looked like it was intended to be an A fake that you end up hitting B. But the audible call does Sadak just realized that he had all the space in the world.
I can't believe it. I mean, how did he get himself up there?
Yeah, I mean, he just wandered in.
Top left rafters.
He wandered in, takes the rope, jumps onto rafters.
Yeah.
He's got a great spot. But also, Sen unaware that a Lurker could have taken that positioning, right? Tens walks through, Sassy's using Thrash. They don't think about
They heard him, but they thought it was a fake.
Giving them that info.
Just let them try to catch me.
And Loud, they are pulling away, looking better here on Icebox, which is really good to see because Split was unbelievably one-sided. But of course, you've got to look and frame this in context. This is probably the second worst map that Sen have in their pool.
Yeah, they don't have many of them, do they?
No.
Through the cracks here.
So, you know, for them to still be keeping it somewhat competitive, not bad.
It's not bad at all. For Loud, got their sights set though on his next few rounds. Make sure they can lock this map up. Easy peasy. Now for Sentinels, they've had to really be forced into a purchase around the 2 guns that they have saved. So it's just Guardians online, or at least for Zelsis.
These walls, man. That harbor is...
This is where Zekken was positioned in the previous
so
round.
fucking
He's got the
clean.
operator over on A.
Clear. Just with the Dizzy, there's really nothing else behind it. No flash re-clear. Just the one bit of util, and it was broken almost immediately with the slowed down approach, John.
Yeah, at least they're trying to find the timings to go for that kind of
Those
thing. But
setups,
just throwing
man.
the single Dizzy, it doesn't have the same impact. It's worse than a single flash from the KO, honestly. And Lauda just keeping all of this presence over towards B, and Zekken is still worried about a lurker on A.
There's that prior conditioning here with 40 seconds left. Plan's gonna have to go down at some point. Drone.
Throwing the nade line up so that they can still fight with the nade.
Hello, pop flash play, TenZ. He's still alive here, got his one, but 2 years also returned with the fire now. Feeling the heat, feeling the emphasis that he needs to make a play here. That's why he's going wide, dodge. Side there, away from the shutdown. Mosh pit, dissuading it, pushing back this one, but he doesn't expect the player above him. And around the back.
Oh my god, Kausin!
Flicks it aside, luckily 2 years still there, not a reckoning. Drop down with only 12 seconds left, there's no plan online. A stun here, up and away, updraft all around, and Sentinels.
Wow.
What a messiah. Like, even the observer doesn't know what to watch.
The defense utility, though, was so much better this round than what we've been seeing so far. So TenZ throws a nade lineup as he hears the drone coming through, which allows him to have denial of the plant pressure at the same time as flashing through the wall, which is sick. Those kind of timings, beautiful. It's also then, there's a mosh onto the plant position too.
Let's go! Let's go, boys!
So much utility pressure in that round. A lot better from what we've been seeing. And it's stumped Loud.
Yeah. Sentinel's not wanting to go down quietly here. Dart dealt with.
A little bit of miscommunication there. Zekken wasn't sure that it was going to get broken, that TenZ could see it.
Knife, re-tagged.
This is the first time we've seen someone trying to play an aggressive position on pipes.
Unless...
I mean, TenZ has no way to get out of this one. There's too many spots to really account for. And well forward! It's messy. It's real damn messy. Luckily, Zekken is still here and collects. With 2 on the board now, maybe a chance for Sentinel to really set themselves up in an advanced position. It's been one of the first times, yet Sadak says, not quite. He does something to say about it. Does bring it into a 3v3 now with that util finally respected. Sadak pushed away once more, and it's about bleeding it out. Another tap online this time. In the wingman, Dizzy over the top. Zekken back into the fight. Hello.
What?
Just not quite seeing that one over the top below him. Does not anticipate it, but guess what? His teammates did. Swinging at
What a
precisely
nice
the right
clean.
moments. So they're not out of it just
Nice
yet.
cleanup from Sentinel.
No, these
Damn.
last 2 rounds have been lovely from Sen. If they keep playing like this, there are certainly chances for them here. We'll see this from Zekken's perspective again. They hit 2 great shots there. But also, the defensive utility is lovely. They're throwing great util to stop the plant going down, and then they're finding a timing to then flash and pop back out to re-fight Loud. When Loud don't really have utility available. Sadak anticipated it, fell back, but they didn't win the duels. This is aggressive.
Yeah, time to show some disrespect, and he does get the value from it.
Sadak playing that spot way more aggressively than Zelsis was too, offering himself up as a pick. Kawanzin gets ult online. Can they cook some kind of play based off the Hunter's Fury? I think it's going to be difficult, especially when TenZ is holding knife for anything like that.
And for Loud, I mean, you can feel they're trying to bait out these aggressive re-clears.
Yep.
Just why, you know, the pump fake, waiting, throwing out a high tide, seeing if they'll flash through the wall and try and fight through it, but...
Yeah, you've got to make the timings as difficult as possible for Sen to find them.
I saw him!
So much to watch. I mean, you've seen it. You've seen it. He is exposed, though. You are right. Many chances for him to be Swung from a multitude of angles. It's all about the reactions. Now, yes, he still has a dash, but it's not active. Here he goes. Dart has to cover himself. His own footsteps there away from it. Go for the reswing now across. He saws him over the road, but he couldn't adjust the aim in time. Zelsis spamming and spraying and a bit of praying. Let's get the job done there with the removal onto 2 years. Kawazin, though, will not be pushed back and away.
Nice
It's
push.
his time to come alive. Over the top of rafters. Risks necessary in this spot, especially when you're a player down.
The pit invested in a 3v4 here.
That's dirty.
It does cover the spike.
Yeah, look at that. Stretches all the way over towards it, and he still has 2 snake bites as well. That will put the time pressure now onto Sentinels. This could be the 12th round for Loud. It's about how they navigate it. It's about how they sail through. A tap. Boards now. What is the next wave of things? QCK. Traded. Now sticking, though, already there. That's going to be the wingman, putting that pressure onto a Hunter's Fury. Skipping a hop over to the top. And, well, it's just been stuck in the middle of all of it.
That's incredible. Dude.
What?
Wingman does not take additional damage from the pit being there, and they just assumed that it did. They didn't deal with Wingman the entire time. When you're dealing with a player, the combination of pit and the vulnerable is just devastating. You can do nothing about that. But the Wingman, he doesn't care about it.
Yeah, he is.
Look at him.
He is no man. He does not care.
Bro. Sliggy losing his mind.
Nice!
Oh my goodness.
Keep guns, keep guns. Off back rafter.
Damn.
Actually, no, it's not.
Calm and collected, though. We're straight back into things here. But Sen rattling off the rounds now. Really making it almost even here. One step away from the 11 to 11.
And yeah, Sen's ult bank is just huge. They found so much more value out of being able to hide the plant and then getting off a good retake there. Perhaps with a little bit of luck involved too, but they got themselves a player advantage beforehand anyway. Zekan's been spotted. What does that do to Sadak's calling here?
Try and speed it up, or do you want to go in a different direction? It looks like they want to just try and tackle it.
And the ultimates for Loud are like...
Important to know that one, because now as that U2 goes flying, still he's looking for the shot, can't adjust it. Time still just sees the shoulder, but has to finally back away. Doesn't want to get punished for that one with the count to spam. A tap from Sadak. Get himself into the cove, locked down.
Love that. Early timing on the lockdown stops Loud from setting up to break it. And it's also not positioned over towards screens. Yes, it doesn't go as deep, but Zelsis is going to make sure that there aren't people playing these aggressive post-plant positions.
Throws them out and away. They deal with the util, and how do they deal with these players? Zekan just wants to take up the straight-up fight, attack. Baiting it out now. Nade a bit short and shy off the mark there. Still damage is being done to a multitude of players. Only 3 left standing for Lau, but again, anyone could win it. You just have to just rely on a bit of that RNG. Zek, Tens, pushing with the operator. Sadak still stands. Have on it, they don't have it. Still, John has got to stick it now. And a tap with the rifle, or praise. Praying from 2 years. Sentinels, barely there with 2 seconds just over.
What a
They're looking
comeback.
in control, though, of these retake situations, which is something that we weren't seeing from them in those spree of 4 rounds between 15 and 18 that Lau got online. And the lockdown is so nice from Zelsis. Teams have come up with protocols to be able to deal with the lockdown that's over towards screens. They have a player up aggressive, or they have some kind of, you know, nade combo. Sadak has lineups for it too. But throwing that out in a different position over towards Heaven, and yeah, it's not optimized, but it's not going to get broken. You know they're not in aggressive positions, so you can start the retake proper. You know, we've seen round 19-20, Sentinels won by dragging the clock down and putting a lot of pressure on the plant itself and put Loud in a tough spot. Now they've also demonstrated in round 21 and 22 that their retakes can look really good as well, especially when it's helped with ultimates.
Are we gonna see a play mid?
It felt like it was
Because if I remember, Loud played really well mid
Can't count
against EDG. Right, they played
international experience, adjusted on the big stage.
They played Icebox, yeah. I mean, it was a stomp still, but...
They've also been slowly building up a repertoire. Their CV's looking long. Bringing it to a team like Loud, 11-11. Still with the Viper's Pit, still with a Thrash.
And all of this without Zekan really finding too much value from the operator in the last couple of rounds. Right? He's trying to take the timings and he's finding good openings, but he's not landing the shots. Here it looks like he wants to try and take this timing instantly underneath the tube, aiming for less.
Down.
He missed the turret.
The turret, actually.
Yeah. A drone. Utilized by Loud though. It's going to be pushing up and taking this space.
That's a
lockdown.
fake.
Feels like a B
No.
hit. Should be a B hit. Second. Where are you going? Where are you going? With 4 seconds left, is this being held for? Yes. Look at that awareness. Jump spot, jiggle peek. Holy updraft dash, but he cannot escape it. Sadek was hot on the heels, set to punish it. Deep dart now. Thrash being used just off the initial tap here, but
And he won't
spot
be
anything
picked
at all.
up.
In fact,
Yeah,
entertainment
they are
for this
faking.
QCK. Again, lurking up through, spots it out with a nano swarms, broken, both of them.
Celsius has a timing to try to disrupt this.
Les gets dropped.
So now it's going to be a 4v4.
And no Viper
Right side
utility.
gains. Plan for Sadek. Not going to be pushed away this time. Moshpit just a little bit too delayed and late. It's going to be setting themselves up potentially in a favoured counter here with the retake of Sentinels. Jump spot, just seeing, but he does back away. So now with the alarm bot, bit of spam, a bit of spray. Spot flash
He's
play.
not revenge.
Man, he's taking it to him. Damage done though. Had the knife out. Wasn't expecting that follow up, especially with 2 years there. But what can he really do in this spot? V3. Have to find one of the fights, and Celsius isn't keen on giving
He's
it.
spotted.
Now Sassy sticking half already. Options dwindling. It's a high-low face.
Damn.
And that is up to 12 now for Sentinels. This.
And they don't have a lot of money.
Incredible resurgence from this team on this map in particular.
Oh, it should be
They're looking
okay
seal
to
this one up in
buy.
2.
I think Loud played a great round there as well, and the Sen retake was too much for them. 3 rounds in a row now. The flash to be able to catch QCK is lovely, and then Sen players playing high-low positions.
I love it. Even if it didn't work, I love that you wanted to be.
Yeah, it's great.
Communication, just on point. Every time we get a little sneak peek at the replays.
Yeah, and Sen 5 rounds in a row to be able to get up to match point.
Is he gonna Viper
And
pit
set
B?
up a date with Gen G.
Aggressive. Here it is. Adjustment not there in time. He just tried to flick to the side. It was actually Tens who was the one who went down there to a bit of random spam. Updraft and away. Back in. Got to respect now at a reckoning.
It's incredible that Sen are winning these rounds while the early fights are going so terribly for them.
Sadai with the plan. Not going to be pushed back. You got to think now. Loud, again, surely set up for success. But I said that last time. It was Sen who ended up taking it, but this time there's a player disadvantage. Doubled up, shoulder to shoulder, round to the back. 2 years showing presence. A little jiggle and offset there with a movement, but not going to expect Kawazine, and he's still here.
That's an important kill.
Weaving in and out, dodging, juking, playing with his team, spraying them all the way through overtime.
Okay,
on the
OT.
cards.
Finally,
Damn.
Loud able to get that round that's been eluding them for so long, and we're treated to an overtime. Huge performance from Loud, not allowing their resolve to crumble. A reminder, we've obviously never had that 2-0 between these teams this year. We've had more back and forth occurrences.
Loud won the first game of kickoff 2-0 against Sentinel.
Loud can dig deep.
No, I think because they beat them on split and then they beat them on a second map.
By Sen in the finals where they took it an absolute barn burn. I mean,
Let
it was a
me
map
see.
5 world-class game from both of these teams. Pushed once more.
Revealing area.
Dart. Broken. QCK forwards position as the sides are switched around. We know he's been getting aggressive. The question is, Sen gonna pushed away from this now with a Dizzy. Didn't even really connect him. He was so close to the corner, but he doesn't land the shot, so backs away. Showing presence there with the operator. He wants a second go at things. Sassy, not expecting it. The rest allowed, backing him up still. It's sprayed and messy. It's all over the bloody place. 2 left to stand here from Sentinels.
Yeah, Loud 2 Sentinel in the opening match
Do they know that everybody
of the kickoff America. And it was split.
One away from getting a pit online. If there was an ult that could turn this round, it would
It
be
was
that
on
one.
split
They've got to be
and
concerned about the wall. Les can drop it at any point to try to set up the double face.
an Ascent
Doubled up side by side, top
with the
rafters.
seven flashes.
On to win was Elsis dropping. John QT sends the nade flying. The molly there. Just can't quite land the kill. He now has Slippery. Pit. He does have the pit, but does he choose to offload it? Of course he does. It's OT. And now drops it down. Evacuating the one angle, but over the top of the ropes. Doesn't expect 2 years.
Good try, nice catch by Tui's.
And less than 2
John was
is
thinking about just slipping
again.
away. But Loud
doing work for Loud.
getting that recovery in round 24 now put themselves up to map point. QCK going for the force buy. The glass cannon operator ended up getting some of that value. You can see John looks gutted. He wasn't
I
able to
mean,
pull that one
for
off.
the sake of my pick'em
So we're going into it.
and watching the
Kept at
POE,
12. Second is going for the same thing, the glass cannon off.
the
They've
POE
not
announcement,
found success with this
which is
particularly.
in less than an hour.
But they've
Right.
been winning anyway. A lot of those defensive rounds towards the end.
I know Loud, they set their
Oh, it's
sights over towards B.
hour and 20 minutes.
No way. The spam.
Very
Nearly
close.
tagging him up, draft over the top. That's QCK. Wonderful punish onto the corner.
So for the sake of watching the announcement, kinda wanna send to win.
And you got to think it. It's inevitable on top of the ropes. How is he accurate there? Running and cutting, but Tens dealt with. Dropped.
And it's
And a retake with the
Zekken
op.
alone.
It's a fairy tale moment for Zekken. It will have to be.
First
He doesn't
one,
expect it. The
doesn't
round
expect
there.
cows in.
So 14 to 12.
Damn.
We are going all the way.
It deserves a map 3 this series, but for a moment I thought Sen were going to clean it out in 2. The comeback there was difficult for Loud to deal with, but they found the adjustment in the final moment. Huge from Sadak and the rest of the crew. And I think QCK played a blinder of the game there on Jet, putting the doubters to bed.
Absolutely. I mean,
Set
map
up for a
3,
good one.
It is set up for a good one. Sunset will be the decider, and what a map to end on for both of these teams. It's bound to be magical, so do not go anywhere.
My head in my hands, listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, I've views, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Of my views, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to the end, I sing you. Gotta know all this propaganda, how do you do? Better get it in my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose, don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose, don't mind if I do. Free as the wind, and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath, like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be on a flight soon to the end, I'm singing. Ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda, how do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose, don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose, don't mind if I do.
What a response that was from Loud. They take things equal, which means we will go the distance and see map 3. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Mimi and Hypog. Did we maybe believe a little bit the comeback was real?
I really did. Sentinels nearly pushed us all the way, but Loud, I mean, they started that first half looking incredibly dominant. Their protocols on this map look incredible.
I mean, to be honest, it looked like two different teams. Obviously, Loud being the headliner here, a massive swing back into Icebox, but there's a couple of concerning rounds there from Sentinels, considering what we've seen them really dial into on Split.
But they started being defined by Loud's retakes on the defense, and that's where this team absolutely thrives. I think, in particular, the way that they're setting up to play these retakes on that B site were really impressive. Here's a few of these rounds to take a look at, right? This team just having, I feel like, really good synergy on when they're bouncing between these pieces of utility, right? It's that first stage coming in with the dart, clearing back sight, and then they're really leveraging this harbor utility to set up cover for the planner and fight deep in these post plants and force Sentinels to lose, even when they have a comp that's built to win these post plants with a ton of mollies.
Yeah, and I think actually this is the example we saw where we got a little bit of a react from Zekken afterwards. But I mean, you say Loud retakes, there were a couple here that Sentinels almost just completely forgot the timings on it. Talking about, you know, some of the mollies to buy time, run down the clock a little bit, but the big difference between these two teams is Loud's ability to demonstrate this on both sides.
Yeah, let's take a look at those post plants in just a moment as well, because I think that's the round you meant, Mike, where I think he was saying something like chill with the mollies.
Yeah, chill with the mollies.
A bit too early.
I mean, there were two examples that almost felt a little egregious, criminal, that they lose those post plants.
And remember, in a game this close, those were the rounds that were make or break for Sentinels losing the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the one, I think it was round 3 was the one that Zekken did have a little reaction here, but it just felt like everything gets dumped at the same time when they have everything. Like you said, this is a composition built towards finding clean entries, minimal utility invested on the way in, forcing Loud back into a 5-man retake, which looked fantastic for them, but this one, Sentinels almost just gave this away.
Yeah, and we really build up how good the protocols are, how perfect Sentinels look on a map like Split, but on the other side, I mean, remember, this team has had to play a ton. Kaplan was saying they've had to show everything, and I think we start to see that a little more on this map, like this reaction from Zekken.
Calm the mollies.
Yeah,
we really
I mean, it's exactly. You can watch this back. You see another example as well, but yeah, round 8 was another one where it's in terms of the plan, the initial plan coming into the round, it's executed to perfection. Loud play into it perfectly. Sentinels are set up for success, and it just seems like, I don't know if people were just jumping the gun a little bit. There's a little bit of misinformation being spread internally within comms, but yeah, a little bizarre to see considering how clean their protocols were on Split.
We went into this hearing that that kind of between map interview from Kaplan, where he said the team is really good at kind of finding the right energy, knowing when to calm down, knowing when to heat up, and I think we saw that on display here, because it went from that, you know, Zekken giving some feedback, some of these post-plant rounds that shouldn't have, falling apart, to in a second half, Sentinels looking absolutely revived and pushing us all the way to overtime with great retakes of their own.
Yeah, you can't help but feel if it was just 1 or 2 of those post plants that win their way, maybe it wouldn't have even gone to overtime. And they want both pistols as well, let's not forget. But let's talk about Les a little bit as we move on to map 3, because again, on that map, he was so impactful, so crucial to keep them in it.
I mean, we said ahead of this coming in, Les is usually the superstar on Icebox, and another one, add this one to the collection, because just individually this time and time again, in the right place, the right time, and he delivers. Back against the wall, it could be a 1v3, he could be solo anchoring sites, he's just constantly delivering for Loud.
Yeah, that's the thing that really stuck with me, right? How good he is at getting a kill as anchor and always getting away. Yeah. It's insane how much just survivability the man has, especially when he's holding down towards that B side. He's always getting a frag, falling back, and then using his mollies really tactically to be able to set his teammates up when they're playing into these retake rounds. He's such a star, and he implements into the team perfectly.
Yeah, well, let's talk about Sunset real quick, because these are the agents selects for that. What do you make of this, Mike?
I mean, well, back to the default, basically rerun of the grand finals, to be honest. But obviously, you're going to see this is the map where we see the Phoenix come out once again. I have questions still about this composition, but it's the way that they apply it. We did see some better but well, showings of proactivity, but I'm still not completely sold.
I think the strengths of this comp for Loud on defense is fighting for extremity control.
Yes.
Using that breach, using that Omen line control to set the Phoenix up. They also have great ults to cycle through and win out these rounds. But Sentinels, their strength, second half is going to be retakes. This first half, their comp is actually really strong at shutting down that extremity control. Expect a lot of early battles. This map's going to be important. Only one of these American squads get that guaranteed spot in the top 3.
Yeah, Loud, they've done so much already to push it to here. Let's see Bren and Saito if they can get their revenge.
Revenge would be fantastic for this Loud squad. I mean, they could be hunting for it off the back of the regional finals, but it's a hard task ahead of them. Still heading to Sunset, especially with Sentinels making it as difficult as possible for them to get it over that final hurdle. They have to go to OT for Icebox. There's chances we could have seen it just end in a 2-0 for Sentinels themselves.
Absolutely possible, but I got to tell you, Brent, out of all 3 maps that we had in the pool today, the one I'm most excited for is this here, Sunset. Because even though Sen won last time they matched up, I think Loud are a dangerous team to go up against, especially in decider maps like this. So here we go into the pistol. 3 players from Loud grouped up towards mid, and this map might end up playing out a little like Split, where Sen want to be cautious on the attacking side and bait out Loud into making the play.
Really in a util, got to be ready though. Dart doesn't reveal Zekken.
How does that not reveal Zekken? There must be
a bit of geometry maybe?
Yeah, just a little safe pocket in the corner. But that really looks like a preset plan, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
To insert Zekken here behind this segment of the Viper wall for him to be able to maneuver later on.
Thanks to the presence of it with the door shut down.
There.
And Sadak is watching it.
It's actually 2E's really pushed up over towards A that I've got my eyes on at the moment. Just jiggle in this corner. Like I said, on Split, the Loud compositions require a lot of jiggling without the Sentinel.
Here's the flash being sent flying. Lucky to not die. Sadak running and wading away backwards.
Nice
and
kill.
gunning with the frenzy. Only had 4 bullets left, but he still managed to land that shot. So play disadvantage.
They're still gonna somewhat give up A.
On top of it, but what is the call after the fact?
Loud have so much utility
And
on rifle rounds to be able to.
Loud's utility on Sunset is
much to
like
work with here.
insane.
Barely missing. Flash pushing him away there. Paranoia was bad.
But
He's
he's
still facing
alone.
with the guns. Now Sadak's all the way behind him. Dizzy. Tap onto it. It's going to be alerting the attention of these Sentinels players back and around, but they have so much to deal with now. The push and the pull of these Loud players is just too elite.
Nice.
Well handled there on the pistol for Loud. I was watching the way that they dismantled EDG, and one of the big things they were amazing at was watching for the lurk through mid. And Sentinels on this pistol tried to do something very similar. They insert Zekken deep up mid, create a distraction elsewhere, and try to get value with Zekken creeping through. Sadak is always wary of that kind of stuff. And here, Sen forced to try to fight a bit more aggressive in the post plant. Just couldn't quite find it. Just got squeezed. Having said that though, with the kills that Sen got online, they're looking to try to force into the next.
I feel like the money's good enough.
And they got quite a few kills. I mean, 3 kills plus the plant. It's not a bad buy.
Direction you take it into looks like mid. The initial goal, slow and steady.
This is a real gamble, though. If it doesn't pay off for Sen, they're going to give Loud so much momentum in terms of the economy, the ultimates. You know, QCK might well have the ult online at the end of this. He's gone and picked up the ult orb on A.
Breaking the door with the pistols. Trying to avoid notifying Loud that they have forced up into this. Dizzy wide with the flash. It's all connected together. The QCK has to respect that one, just backing for now. Drone doesn't clear
it. Didn't clear Zekken again. This spot is such a blind spot in the way that Loud are playing mid. That's wild.
There's major chances for Zekken to just, again, creep his way in there.
But like I'm saying, Bren, EDG tried this kind of setup where, you know, they cause the distraction and get a lurk. And Sadak or Kawanzi just shut it down every time.
40 seconds, barely. Just drifting away here. Boombot. Use the flash, all in conjunction. Now to Dizzy, all the way through market. Nothing to really stand their ground, but Lex is still going to try and do it otherwise. ADS firing them down as well. The bullet tag's just slowing them ever so slightly. Enough for Sadak to get that one, but a plan. Now down here,
Okay.
no push back from it, so they can start to play this post plan. But do they really want to do this? Just with the stingers. It's like an awkward one to try and play into, especially when Kawazin has almost all of his util. A few more seconds left, and he will have the fault line, but there it is. Sends out the Aftershock, out wide, forces Celtics, no kill. Paranoia used in response to this one, and a second flash sets them back up, but a deep smoke after really forcing Loud to push forwards into this one. A tap onto it again. Stunned up inside the smoke, damage done. Kawazin still lives on 21 health. Defusing now, Sadak onto half. Has to be dealt with, has to be brought down. Sticking it through, and no damage, not enough. Not with the stingers. That's barely scraping through.
Sadak's on the
And
defuse,
that
got
was
headshot
a
by stinger, and
fucking...
he just tanked it.
Yeah, did
A
not
fucking force by from Sentinels.
Look at this. You see the stars sprinkling up around his head. He's got full confidence in the rest of the team. It is so difficult
Those balls
to
of
cover
steel.
the diffuser in that situation when there's a flank coming from Market and TenZ throws that smoke. You just kind of get stuck inside of it. But wow, Loud now, having navigated that round and all the danger it posed, are going to be set up quite nicely at the beginning of this.
Doesn't really matter about Divide too much. 2 players spotted from the cam. Fast is the call here for Sentinels. Looking for a couple of kills, but out wide a little bit too much. Zelsis and QCK. The target you really want to be prioritizing these kills onto when he gets his ult online, which he already does. I mean,
yeah, he already had it.
For it.
And John's just looking to do what damage he can. But Loud's economy is going to be looking good. Their ults are starting to come online too. So the gamble that Sen went for, it's difficult to assess in hindsight because we're only seeing it having failed. But really, there was a lot of danger there in round 2. There were possibilities for them.
You think if it works out, listen, Sen got on the other foot when it comes to the ult cycle. Yeah. Start building them up ahead of them. They have the economy on their side, but
simply not the reality we live in, though. And that's the first time that Sen have gone down early in a half. Remember, they won the pistols every other time across Split and Icebox. So this is a new situation where Loud are the ones able to develop some even footing for themselves. Dizzy just to see whether anybody's trying to contest into mid.
Interestingly enough, I mean, 2 years has opted for the operator. There was a deep dart set up earlier, so he's got this deep line down into A. He's going to be giving a lot of mid-round information again to his team. Does have to worry about 1 or 2 of the angles, though. Being swung, but they're not going to expect it. Yeah, look at it.
No way.
Walking straight into it.
Leaning on his history as a duelist player there, Tuiz, and he's absolutely finessed that. Does he anticipate TenZ being up top, though, inside the one-way?
Maybe a punish in sight here. 2 players left. Will the smoke fade in time? Still
this
waiting
is bizarre.
for it. It is bizarre. It's a flash. Repeat now out wide.
And they know. They know he likes to play that position.
Paranoia. Tap from TenZ with the movement. Not enough bullets in the end. Still, QCK dropped back to 30 health. Now, heal himself back up. Could play into this one with the ult. Might even choose to do so. Makes a real difference here, but Sassy does have his ult back online. Picks up from Prior, and here it is, the second round of things. Thrash, Spawn, broken to pieces. Clear the close left corner, but still, TenZ who does want to just try and take a fight there. John QT tucked as well. A lot to clear in this spot, and just walking right over him, QCK. There is that trade with the pop flash now. In and out and through, but still with a util in his hands, caught lacking and slacking.
But QCK did not go for the ultimate in that spot, right? So Loud still have it available to them into the next. They decided not to invest, thought they weren't favored enough, and have kept that. So the bonus round doing a little bit of damage, not too much. A lot of it coming down to that play from TenZ.
Oh yeah.
His omen on this map is so creative and flashy. It's wild. Well, I thought there was a good chance he was going to just pick up everybody there.
Yeah, looked like maybe a few more bullets he could have done it, but
yeah.
He's just that guy when it comes to this map on the Omen.
So pretty classic defensive setup here for Loud with QCK and Kawazin holding over towards A. They do have 3 or 4 different defensive setups that they like to cycle through. And Sen trying to figure out which one they're going for is important. Loud also love going to the switch and closing the door in mid. It's something that they prioritize all the time, whether it's less or Tuiz doing it.
You see a lot of
you can hear it
pings
now. It's just gone down. That gives
on the map from both teams.
Line.
Yeah,
Stun on the sound cue.
Somewhat early in the round.
Yeah. Trouble is with the door being closed down in their face. It does force Sen to just go back, double back, break it. Throw it in like they could be defaulting into a different direction.
This pause in the round
of a crossfire.
This pause in the round is really going to incentivize
And those timing.
You can hear it. Tens lacking the info. His jump spotting is punished for it.
And Tens has cleared out the whole of elbow with his ult.
And now they know.
Or theft as well will give that additional confirmation. Now the smoke's going to be dropped down. Play it down will be the plan. Someone's getting themselves into it here with a player advantage. Now's the time to shine. Don't count loud out too much just yet though. Grouped up together, nade. Ooh, it's a bit of a blunder. Can't swing into that one. It was anticipated for him. Paranoia in front of it. Sadak, he had to be the playmaker there, and he was not. Drop down, now a flash of their own. Tens repositions on top of Jenny. Vulnerable, snake bite. Goodness me.
Everyone on loud saving.
Yeah.
They just don't even want to get back into this. A blunder from Zelsis, sure, but Tens then anticipated that they would try to follow up on that, sent the Paranoia through, and was able to isolate the duel onto Sadak. Sen have got enough players who understand the rhythm of the game and can make plays like that to try to turn situations in their favor. And that early economical advantage that
just have a very good communication, I guess.
I mean, this is essentially I mean, two of the players can't be buying.
Yeah. And just seeing that on the replay again, it's such a large punish onto QCK. And it's all due to that freeze that John Cutie calls into the round. They force out the fault line, and then they freeze everybody, group up A main, and look to try to punish the info peak. It's so similar to how they were approaching their split attack side with the real slow, patient game. At some point, Loud need info on defense.
That's when the punishes come through. Different combination with a Util being used. This time Dizzy up in the air, flash through into elbow.
And it's all fake presence. As Sentinels quickly, after going for their default utility, group up on B. They shouldn't be too worried about B main with the door being closed.
I'll be looking for an orb on Zelsis. Or online, we'll be able to go for the B pop. Or not. Just avoiding it.
It's not as important against a Cypherless comp.
Yeah. It's true. Now the nades and flashes do go flying though with a satchel play. Sets up second deep into the angle. Decay damage kicking in, almost getting brought down himself. He's on 60 health. He's going to be a thorn in their side though when his retake starts to come online for Loud.
Yeah, he's very isolated.
Very isolated. Smoke to play in. Wants to try and get in and rule that angle over the top. Now a reflank from mid, but already it's traded equally.
The timing actually here from John looks fairly good.
Yeah, he has to potentially get a move on, but it's up to the rest of his team, I think, to dissuade and push them back. Yeah, Paranoia's there, and he does catch it. QCK just alive no longer.
They are not like...
Cam round the back, Louder left really scrambling, looking for options, and they've decided to take the fight! Force him to win!
Oh my god.
Get out of here! Still no tap onto it. The pressure's mounting, incredibly so. 2 years facing with all the kills. You're joking, but the time.
No time.
The pressure too much.
No. What a bonkers round.
What is that?
What an absolutely ludicrous round. Loud did such a good job of putting pressure forwards into B main. That's where most of the post plant on B is going to come from, is this battle about who can dominate B main control. And Loud really did a great job of that. Being able to, I mean, they should have been able to catch Tens earlier.
Let's go.
But the flank timing coming in from John, and Tens and John buying so much time, ending that round in such a weird fashion.
Yeah. Bizarre set of circumstances. Be hitting a bit of a repeat here for Sentinels.
Unless is looking to challenge B main early on.
Holding the angle, but actually, Fuel going to be fading. What is that? Just pre-aiming, anticipating it for seconds. So tight to the angle there.
Very confident too.
Necessary kill for him. He's not having a great start to this map, but let's get back onto the board with that one at least.
Kawanzin went and took the ult orb over towards A, so he now has the Rolling Thunder online.
Second, an initial tap, but now going to be sticking it for the plant. Does have his ult online now for it. Here's the Rolling Thunder. Back into them. Showstopper to use. There's a bit of a reaction into this one. And second, his whole goal is to really slow this one down. TP dodging out of the way. On top of the box, they're going to expect this one to drone. We'll see it. Tags him up. So eventually, Tens will be spotted into this one and done spot. And QCK through the wall, favored for it. That's the wall bang angle on top of it now. It's an interesting fight to be taken. John QT
Turns it into a 2 versus 2. 2 tagged up by the knife, but just a tap onto the head. Spots it now, Zelsis. So much more in this position. Sadak feeling frantic in nature. Does
He has it.
I don't know. Did he get onto it in time? It's so close. Oh my goodness.
Thank you for the follow.
These rounds are coming down to fractions of a second. And despite John's best efforts, Sadak's able to win that one in the 1v1. A little bit more patience from Zelsis would have done it. Oh, gonna be kicking himself. You can't offer loud opportunities like that. You can see Sadak wasn't even sure.
Oh my. With how tightly contested these rounds have been, I mean, the economy's taken a bit of a tumble. Some weird, dodgy buys across the board.
Kanzin and QCK dominate A main to start this round out. That allows them to build up towards the Phoenix ult.
And another play mid.
And Tens are looking to try to explore mid again. They haven't done this in a while.
Hello, ult to try and fake the presence over towards A, maybe even pincer some of these players. And yeah, they're just barreling all the way through into mid as a nade. Watched it. Zeltis still here. JoQT though, they're just trying to dominate this one. This one singular position. They do control A main. It's throwing a bit of chaos into the mix. In through the back of the side, just spots the elbow. Just wants the elbow and Tens.
Nice.
This way, that way, didn't know where the players were going to be coming from. Sassy, last one left. Been granted one extra, gets the one, backs out, 50 seconds in the round.
It always gets me listening to the Brazilian fans chanting against Sassy. It just seems so wrong. He's in a very difficult situation.
9 bullets, didn't opt to reload, didn't want to give away any sound cues.
If he finds a timing to separate individuals, maybe he could get something done. He doesn't have to be anywhere near the plant. Everyone on Loud is so grouped.
They're going to make mistakes. They don't think he's there on the angle in time. He's caught himself into the 1 versus 2. Oh, slow line here for Sadak, but he doesn't really find a time to use it, but the dart reveals all. Sassy have to pull off an absolute miracle. 5 HP drop down, backing away. Now, wide and sprayed.
Let's go, Sassy.
Sassy!
What a round.
A beastly performance against the former team. Silencing the Brazilian crowd.
That clutch is like a dagger to the heart of Loud. Unbelievable. I've seen Sassy get these before when he was playing in Americas. It's all down to him playing the Gecko. The fact he can be so far away from where the plant goes down, his positioning is just immaculate in that situation. Loud are not thinking about it.
Sassy as a player, we needed to see a big step up. He was Norden 6 when it comes to those first kills, the first deaths last map. Wasn't having a good game. Pre-fire with a knife, less lucky. Relatively unscathed, all things considered there. Just backing away from the rifle. Being rained down. Massive round up. Still left reeling myself. Flash.
A lot of noise being made.
And Loud are going exploring through mid. If Sen back off here, thinking that it's a B stack because of all of that utility in their face, they may end up running into danger. John's watching it. And they do still have a trip there. But in terms of anticipating 4 players, Tens.
Out cleared, now crossfire.
And they're gonna know now.
Everybody scattered to the winds. Loud realise it. Okay, we've been found out. Got to back away now. Just try and flood back into this. Do some economic damage. So, util flying forwards here. I'll have to push away the plan though, so still. Spike down and out. Oh. Hello, QCK. No turn on the fire, he's still alive here. I think there's too much danger.
It shouldn't be dangerous, but when the Loud players hit shots,
just never know. Tap. QCK, hello.
He can ult?
Rattling their heads now. Already 2 taken, stricken off the list. Thrash has to be used. He popped the ult. He popped the ult.
But he's detained.
He's trying to time it. Yeah, detained up into the corner here. Potentially winnable though. Now, man, is looking more likely. Finally fades away and he's back into it. But here it is. The follow-up. With all the rifles online.
He doesn't have the time.
My God. It's an effort.
It's unbelievable.
But it's a lot of economical damage.
You know, one team's got an enormous advantage. They've got rifles, they're in a post-plant position, and yet it still feels Like any team can take it. We've had some rounds go down to defuses with a fraction of a second left on the clock. We've had a 1v3 played by Sassy.
Don't care, we got it!
Exactly. That is going to harm the economy, but not in a way that has immediate effects. But it's going to keep a lid on Sense economy getting out of control and going to allow Loud some opportunities to maybe play some anti-ecos later on. But 5 out of 6 of the most recent rounds have all gone the way of Sentinels after Loud got off to that hot start. And to be honest with you, I'm not mad at all at the way that Loud are playing, because think back to Sassy's 1v3. Okay, in order to get into a 1v3 situation, Loud had to play that really well, and they did.
It was a
They collected
1v4.
on the mid-play. They got themselves into a player advantage. They just lost out because there's beasts on the other side of the stage.
There's no player on either of these rosters that doesn't deserve to be here. Everybody capable of stepping the hell up.
Speaking about that, when you look at the scoreboard, QCK is the player in position to do the most of that. It's Les actually who we haven't seen as much from. Usually, we're expecting Les to just be hyper consistent, finding his moments to have value even though he's playing the Viper. With this composition, he does end up being pretty stuck over towards B. And Sen have been playing so grouped up, he hasn't really found those opportunities. Different defensive setup, though, again, being run here from Loud as Kawanzin and QCK move their way over the B.
Just calling up the back of it. Now 2 years. This time, standing strong, just trying to brave the onslaught as well. Russia players now ready to push him back and away.
Zels is getting the ult online, can counter Sadak. You can see Sadak getting set up to go for the ult. Oh, they just rip it anyway.
Okay. Send it out wide. Smoke's not even propped up yet. Zekken in position, breaking. This for the dart. Now a plant. So next layer of this one, Sentinels. Do they have anything cooked up to try and fight this one further?
Normally, Loud are going to throw in a lot of utility early for plant denial.
Hunter's Fury. Molly's going to be used towards the back of the side. Hunter's Fury. There's the connection.
Gonna find
Zekken falls.
They should expect
Tens.
Tens.
Still not being dislodged from these positions. Tens up top. Familiar angle. Has the ult now for a classic reposition. Ult into the back of the side. Could be anyone's game on a knife's edge. Every single instance. Tens sticking the plow. Not quite already with the ult into the back, but he has been cleaned up. 2 years there. It's a 1v2. Taps it. Gets Sassy, doesn't give him anything, still bides his time, waits it out, and now it has been fully drawn down to the final moments. All the kills
And
going
a
Loud's
second
way,
round.
but not the round.
Same again. Same
Well, they
thing
have no
again.
time.
The retakes.
Yeah,
are effective,
Loud
but
should
just not
like.
enough to be able to get over the line for Loud. It's Ten's position, I think, here that is the magic. Look at him, the way that he's able to wiggle out and avoid being traded because he's got the pillar to dance around.
They should get the Q. They have to play faster.
When you saw Loud
Or they have to deny plant harder.
was throwing in a lot of plant denial, making it uncomfortable for EDG to get into good post-plant spots. Well, they can't do that when Zelsis is ulting them.
Shadows traveling. Possible. Util cut away. And all these close rounds just going down straight to the wire. Again, economy. It's not good.
No. And how many times have we said that? It's just been a running theme. Normally, because Sen get out to such a hot start in every half, this time, they actually had to grind their way back into ecoing Loud. And off the back of a 1v3 from Sassy, too.
Ridiculous recovery. Oh, there's danger there, though, with these Loud players. They're opting for a stack over towards B. 2 years again. Same spot he's been playing in time and time again. Really disrespecting them, though. Just holding the angle for some util. Needs to... Is this a paranoia?
Yeah, I mean, what is the timing of this?
I don't know. I mean, he's found, okay, he's found something. Maybe just hearing the footstep, but none of the flash is connecting. Gives up the space, just seeking to delay as long as possible. Sentinels, though, looking likely they're going to have an open sight. 2 years is really trying to make this feel like there's lots of players here. Nades forward, so they just spam the box in the common angles. They do deal with him, and finally the flood defense is here in time, but can Loud do anything about it? Beautiful dart. Everybody lit up here, even with the stingers, there's danger. Danger in abundance, but still with the rifles. Holy.
It's Tens again, man. You can't get away from him. Playing that post-plant position over towards A-Link, swings around, gets 3, and saves the rest of his team.
They needed it.
They were all barreled up in sight. It looked over.
Bunkering down. That's a terrible post plan to be playing against.
Yeah.
Or playing in position at least.
Well, you see how much more difficult it looks for Sentinels when Loud are close by, able to flood defend and throw that utility to put pressure on them before they can get into post plan positions. And Tens bails them out, top of the scoreboard, doing things fantastically, playing from similar spots.
Deep cross map knife. Be landing over towards market.
And that's going to give them a good idea about what the defensive setup looks like, because often QCK is going to be on A.
So a good indicator now. Just waiting for the right time to strike. Thrash. Regenerated the util. They cut up the side actually through the back here. There's a detainment into mid, but won't be any follow-up. At least onto that one. QCK should be alive as well. He's got some backup from the rest of it. Plan now down, and it looks like this might be another funny round.
Loud are playing really heavily for backside B control, which is going to allow them to get players in, flooded.
Hit it as well. Just to play for it. QCK does have his own ult now. Run it back. Finally initiated. He was suppressed in time, but just let it loose. Be seeing if he can hunt down a few of these kills. And yep, Zelsis caught. Util out in his hands. Wasn't really quite aware of that one. Dizzy tagging away. Zekken spammed. Dart. Here we go. Only 3 players left now. Loud. Fast on the approach. Aftershock there, but a quick TP into the corner. Paranoid order Util layered on top of each other, and they just cannot do anything. Scintillating, sizzling away, spraying them down with a rifle.
And that's the utility.
Loud up to a 5 round.
Finally.
Can't fault it. Plenty of chances.
It's an awesome half. So many of the rounds could have gone either way and were decided on the tiniest of margins. But I think Loud really figured something out there in that final round. The pit to be able to flood into back B site and the way that they dealt with the aggressive players forwards was lovely. It was anybody's game though. And I think Loud need really another pistol to be able to get back into this.
Yeah. It's hard to say, but so tightly contested. Exception of being our first map, but it has just been back and forth we go between these two teams. Absolutely incredible stuff.
Sou o Kawanzin, sou iniciador da Loud. Senti muito bem, a EDG é um time que, pra mim, tem um dos melhores players individuais e acredito que o deles não estava no 100% deles. O Kankan é um player, é um star player e acho que ele não performou tão bem, então acho que o principal motivo disso foi a nossa individualidade hoje, que estava muito boa. Então acho que depois que a gente corrigiu os erros contra a Genji, a gente estava bastante confiante já. Acho que a partida contra a FPX deu uma confiança muito boa pra gente, então acho que a gente esperaria que ia ganhar sim deles, mas ninguém esperaria esse stomp. Né? Cara, a gente não esperava isso, mas acho que nós tivemos um plano de jogo muito bem executado pela nossa parte.
30 seconds. They have no map control. They are just looking to take it to the elbow, the flash, perfect. He hasn't killed anyone yet, but QCK, he just slaughtered every member remaining of EDG.
Eu acho que a Sentinels é um dos melhores, ou se não, o melhor time aqui do campeonato de Madrid. Cara, acho que o diferencial deles é que eles jogam muito bem como equipe. Quer dizer, tem o star player que é o Ziken, mas eles jogam muito bem como um time e acredito que todo mundo pode performar muito bem lá e ganhar um clutch ou talvez levar a partida sozinho. Rapaziada, muito obrigado pela torcida. Quero agradecer muito, principalmente a minha família, meus amigos que me mandam mensagem no WhatsApp, me ligam. Estou muito feliz que a gente conseguiu fazer isso e classificar para o playoff. Só quero pedir vocês, fãs, que continuem confiando na gente, a gente vai dar o nosso melhor e vamos tentar conquistar esse título para casa. É isso, tamo junto.
Strong praise for his opponents. I mean, talking all the talk there about Sentinel's team play, and it goes to show as well. I mean, even praising Zekken as their star player. Now, Zekken's at the bottom of the scoreboard right now for his team.
Yeah.
And yet still, Sentinels are holding a lead 7-5 when they had an absolutely horrific start to the entirety of that half.
Yeah, and actually, I think the story over the last couple of maps has been not so much Sen getting the advantage at the beginning of the round, but just having really strong ways of being able to close things out. Tens has been amazing in those spots.
They've got lucky. They were lucky on at least 2 or 3 rounds.
Insanely important, especially for Loud, I think, to be able to get online.
The sassy clutch and the 2
Zelsis picks a mid-round
like
timing.
1 second
Destroyed. Could be anybody there.
diffuse like.
Still open towards his back. Okay.
So close to getting punished there.
Very close. I mean, Les was quick onto the angle. onto that avenue of opportunity. They want to flood out now, facing with the bodies. Paranoia backing away. QCK!
That's unreal.
As blind as the fadeaway. Damage has been done definitely to Zelsis here. Single shot will do it. Touch close. There it is, straight to the chest. Brings him down. John can't do much. So Loud with that pistol round.
Second pistol.
Back
Let's
in
go.
Charge. Yeah, looking good for it. To have not won a pistol round the entire series and then get both of them in the decider map could end up being crucial. No way of knowing yet. But Senna certainly not going to force into this one again. On the defense side, not as many kills. That's a ridiculous kill, though. That is a ridiculous one. But the fact that QCK was the tip of the spear is going to start building his way up to the Phoenix ult. And Loud started that with such a contacting approach.
Willing to give anything away. Main benefit of it being that Loud, they have tons of util left saved for the big site hits, especially over towards A. Difficult one to try and get through. To clear through elbow, lots of corners.
I think Loud have got the read now that this was not a heavy A setup. They are just charging their way forwards.
Yeah.
As soon as they don't meet people early, they realize that they've essentially got a free plant off.
It's a good post-plant position as well. Just for the spike to be dropped down, laid down. Snake bite.
It looks like Sen are going to send utility here, rather than trying to save it.
See if they can take an early fight. And you're right. I mean, could get costly. Normally you want to be saving these pieces of util, but clearly Sentinel's thinking, feeling like it could be winnable, but not with the gun disadvantage.
No, I mean, keep an eye on the
Clean
Sen retakes on A once we have rifles online, but that was very easily cleaned up. I think that's going to put people in positions where they need to go for light armor. Well, it could end up being important against the Bulldog and the Stinger. You know, the fact that they ended up investing there in the utility to go for the retake. But I think Sen are going to be confident in those kind of rounds once guns are online. Their comp can just util dump spots on A. It's very difficult to hold on to post plants. That was most of the metagame, actually, that we saw in the last time that these teams faced on Sunset, was how they approached the A retakes.
Bonus round now to be cooked up for Loud. They've got plenty of danger in it. I mean, that ran it back earned. QCK, this guy is frying. I mean, he's 20 and 10 currently. In the top of the score. At the top here, though. Tap and a face. That contact play style. Finally, punishment in place.
Yeah, but I mean, what a spray from Zelsis.
Yeah.
They're trying to punish the orb pick up there, and they both get sprayed down. Targeted the Paranoia onto a spot that Tens is often like into play, but it's second up there this time. In market. The trip not broken, though. They know it's fake market pressure. Yeah, this is a weird one.
No way.
Did they spot a hint of 2Es? Was there that question mark on the minimap?
Maybe.
Yeah, pinged out, I think.
Yep, it is. Leaning this way. Celsius. He is a low player, but he decides to take the fight anyway, not set up onto that angle with any form of util. Sassy now, he's in a one and done. Dart has to be broken, and he's revealed his position now. This is problematic. Still util now. Ten's right behind them. Sent out the Paranoia. There is that swing, and that's a spike going to be dropped down. Most of his team nowhere near here. Les is the last one standing.
This flank from Sen has worked beautifully, but the Loud players barely reacted. I don't think they knew where that Paranoia was coming from. It's left Les in a 1v3, in a much worse position than Sassy was when he was able to get the plant down.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds left in the round. It's an impossible scenario.
10 seconds left.
And Les will just be trying to win this one while the rest of the team in silence scratches their head, wondering where it all went wrong here. That pick onto Zelsis puts Sassy in such a difficult position, and the flank from B bailed him out.
This might be Sentinels just getting a bit of a read, I think, in terms of how Loud want to play and set up into this one, of how many risks they were taking on this round against the bonus round, right? You think about it, pushing through into B main, hard flanking through the back,
30 seconds left.
giving them all that information.
But I think going for flank plays like that just plays really nicely into Loud's composition, which lacks the Cypher. Anytime you can get aggressive like that, yeah, go for it. Why not? Loud are not going to have that information, and they're going to find it difficult.
Tens not to be dislodged from this spot. There's a Phoenix flash in his face, though. Won't be punished and dropped down. Paranoia now. TP, phone line, everything. The kitchen sink being tossed and turned and shucked at them. Out through market. Flash over the way. Ring around a Rosie. Zekken can't escape.
So now we get to see Loud in a post plan. We saw a lot of it from Sen. Here it comes.
Paranoia, yeah. Thrash as well. It's all being laid out on top of one another. Fast. Cover play. Shock into the corner was utilized a little bit earlier, but everybody tucked into main. Do have the orb for this one. Actually some mollies as well. We're going to see how the util just reigns supreme into it. Dizzy over the top. Anything to try and latch onto this spike and get the defusal started.
Is there time for the Thrash?
I don't even know. I mean, listen, it's going to be 1 second left. He wants to use it, but again, somebody needs to get onto this one. Already detained. Into the side, into the corner. Where is the time pressure? Hello! Finally, Wingman down, and the rifle's there. Has to be bodyguard duty. Spraying them all down. Wingman! He's been stopped.
He's half.
Tracks.
It's over.
Half, tapped.
It's a Loud
No
round.
more to room. No more to work with.
And this game, more than any that I've seen recently, has featured just everyone dead on both sides kind of post plans, where things are coming down to time so much. I mean, both teams playing this kind of more passive setup over towards B with the post plan, but throwing a couple of people in aggressively to draw out early utility. And so teams are getting stalled in these spots. If Wingman had not gone down there, we could have had a very similar situation to Icebox, where little bro's just sat inside the pit, just tinkering away, cutting the red wire.
Yeah, it's a good heads up from Loud, though. They get the 3-kill spraying down now. I think most teams might just end up stopping the spray. Yeah. Thinking that they got everybody. All the targets are going to be on it, but no, Diligent.
I wonder, does this knife incentivize Sentinels to go for the B push again? Is there going to be some kind of trigger that gets Sen going aggressive on the map? You see that John is moving around his Cypher setups. This time he's got a cam in mid, so they don't have to play that particularly. You can just rely on the camera. A trip for market because Sen were playing B main kind of aggressively to start the round.
Smells like a B retake.
It does. And obviously you don't want to be hard anchoring the site against Kawanzin's Rolling Thunder.
No.
But also Loud would love to save it if they get the info that it's a B retake setup.
Hello, how's that orb going? Straight up into the sky.
Not where it's supposed to.
No, Rolling Thunder now though. You can feel the presence. Now they're going to be using it. Tens, P's, and away. Back to the corner actually.
Not away.
Even deeper angle. He wants to try and take the fight to them. Flash, force to set it up. That's Zelsis. The dynamic duo just weaving in and out, and the flood defense this time reigns supreme.
I love it. I think this map is set up so nicely for B flood defending. And the way that Tens just eats the breach shot and still is able to survive and get a kill. Yeah, they just assumed, okay, nobody would be silly enough, nobody would be whimsical enough to take a teleport into the corner while stunned up. You're dealing with Tens.
He goes for it.
He's taken the brain of Angel and Redgar and combined it with the skill and impeccable timing of, dude, I don't even know.
I mean, himself.
Yeah, yeah. Who's got it like he does?
Yeah. Guy's stylish, man. He's stylish. But on a knife's edge. One of the only rounds, really, that just goes entirely the way of Sen. We see them now just having that lead. Knocking the money back down here for Loud.
Yeah, this is devastating. Once Sen start building up a little bit of momentum like this, you could see them pulling away.
Right here. See you on the other side.
Loud would love a thrifty here.
Seen him do it. Sharp with the Sheriffs. As he dealt with a flash to follow up as soon as that knife gets the confirmation. No one peeking off of it though. All the noise in the world being made really out towards Elbow. Now Zekken should be able to get himself out of there with a satchel. In fact, Molly didn't clear him. Oh,
what a shot.
That's nasty. All up, taking a pause into the round here off that initial kill. Just seeing if they can pull any of the Sen players around the map.
It would be a little difficult to retrieve this rifle. Might not be something that is possible to do. The smoke, though.
It's just Sassy who's holding the corner. And like you said, there's a smoke now.
Yeah, now it is possible to go and get that.
Sen calling for a reclear potentially of their own. Wingman. Rue gets the acknowledgement.
Yeah, somebody's in elbow and also pushed up close. That gives you a good idea. It's going to be a re-hit. Tens takes the fight.
Tens, there's a fault line follow through there. Zelsis close to the corner. Got to get the punish through those shots now. They're worried about the TP close to the corner here. Zelsis heard that sound cue, but it's all just feigns and fakes on top of each other. There's only 25 seconds left. What do you go for here? I mean, a pause into the play. Going for a re-hit.
20 seconds.
Going for a re-hit.
Celsius is in a committed position.
Really committed. It's the first phase coming through. It's just the players of the Sheriffs, and they're all going to be falling now. Fully crumbling. Less. The one with a rifle makes a decent job, a decent go of it.
Yeah, Loud is crumbling.
Lead here, Sentinels.
Loud look a little lost in that spot though, man. That was a bit of a disappointing round. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take the timeout, and I think they have actually. But
yeah,
they call a pause in the round there, right? On their attack side, but there isn't really a threat that they could be going for the hard rotate, because John's still got up all of his Cypher utility. He's got a cam deep in B main, he's got a trip for market, and the players over in A-Link know that there's nobody lurking mid. So what exactly are Sen going to be afraid of? Especially when the wingman catches contact, right? This is...
Call, we go. Don't be scared. Let's go. Good.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, Sen building up that confidence, making sure that everybody's on the same page.
Vibes Merchant laying it down.
Yeah. So this next rifle round, it's a perfectly timed tactical timeout. Because this next rifle round is going to be extraordinarily important, pivotal in how this map goes. If Loud lose it, after investing ults, which I'm sure they're going to go for, they'll be dropped back down to an eco, and Sen are basically, at that point, just on a coronation march.
Oh yeah.
Right? They're going straight up.
The upper round 2 of the playoffs.
So this is a must-win for Loud.
Put everything into it. Luckily, a few ults being earned. So that run it back, I mean, it feels like QCK is never without it. You know, and then such frequency, all the kills he's been getting, the plans, the orbs funneled into him.
But has he been able to find value with it?
Yeah, that's the thing. Seems quite offhanded in terms of the way that they do approach to use it, but every now and then you might see it still. Sassy holding the Dizzy.
Okay, this time they wait out the knife at the start of the round from Celsius. Right, so Loud have to start a little further back, but they don't give away that there's 2 players over towards A. The stun for them to try to take a little bit of space. And look at John's setup again. Cam for the mid lurk, trip for market. Loud have not been breaking these.
And again, acknowledgement there from Dizzy. Stray shots missed him. Fired off the warning shots, and I know that somebody, at least one player lurking out towards A.
But they're not scared of mid, and they're not scared of market, because John's utility is still there.
Right inside the smoke, I mean, they're setting up for a pop flash play here. Yep, they can hear it. The door being broken down, they're going to try and fight Tooth and Nail for control of it. The nade down. How does Second get 2? That is ridiculous. QCK forced to bodyguard his own spot there. Surviving.
And it goes down to a 3v3 in a really weird fashion. Sen have committed
They're gonna hit
to
A.
the B side of the map. And so Loud have actually managed to find an opening here to go for a post plan.
30 seconds left.
The smoke was in the way at the top section of mid. Second might already be just close with the rocket, but no, has to respect it, wondering if they could be lurking in that potential avenue. So a free plant here, Loud.
And some players in potential positions to play a nice post plan too. You don't have to be worried about the initiator utility from Sen, which is the main part of it. But obviously there's still danger with the paranoia, with the showstopper. Loud get info that there's nobody on the flank.
Yeah, exactly, with that dart. They're around now, and that's a Hunter's Fury to add even more time pressure. Ult committed and stuck. Tens is forwards, he wins his fight. That is ridiculous. Still with a paranoia, now to showstopper. Seeking to commit this one. Where these players might be, but the first tap at least forces out the ult. Rocket flying. Again, clears the 1, but on top of this corner, on top of the box, 2 years, has to reveal his hand, spraying it through, guarding, blocking, all the bullets, Second, sticking, and he's won the round for his team. Despite the
so many close rounds for...
barely enough, look at that, 0.37.
It's wild how close these rounds are getting.
For Sentinels.
But also, how
it's crazy.
on earth is Sen even in position to do that? Tens sticks the ultimate, gets caught by a player. QCK is shooting for like a third of a second before Tens even realizes where he's positioned. Still flicks straight to his head and opens things up. Even when Loud have openings,
good job, Zach.
Sen are still finding their way through. And I said that was going to be the important round.
Exactly. Here's the money. Dire Straits. taking a loan out from the bank if they'll even give you one here. Aftershock at a top cam position used early. That's just a trio. I mean, clear out John QT, who's had that cam at the top section of mid. And Loud have been given control of market, control of mid now.
Yeah, this is a very different flavor to the round. The problem is the weaponry is just so advantage towards Sentinels. Loud have finally got a better macro idea.
Still might be some danger.
He's gonna see two.
Two players spotted, one tagged up here. Shock darts now, and the squeeze is online. QCK is wrapping around. Molly there. Oh, hello. Trip. Tens lit up entirely. Let's loose that paranoia, but at one way, less than ideal. That was John's.
Great crunch in B main though from Loud.
Yeah.
Sen couldn't figure out how, you know, which direction to go in, I guess. And Tui's is here ready to pick up Zelsis. All good.
All good.
Okay.
And
what a thrifty.
The MasterCard thrifty coming through could not have been a better timing for it. By all rights, that should have been Sentinels favored to go up to series point. And instead, they're going to take a tactical timeout here to discuss what went wrong. And to me, it's very clear. They finally lost market control. Loud actually went and took that space on the map that otherwise John's just been watching with a trip.
Main control, the pivot from Sen. Yeah, you are right. Losing control of that one. So Sentinel's going to be using this timeout now to discuss precisely what went wrong. Potentially putting more of an emphasis onto mid. But again, Sadak, world-class caller this guy is. No slouch as well with the aiming department, at least for this map. He's going to be potentially even expecting that. There's layers to it.
Yeah. I think from Loud, though, this timeout is also going to serve them. Because they've been struggling to deal with what Sen have been throwing at them. And I think it is possible that that eco round has given them a serious clue of how to adapt in the game. Sadak is normally so good at coming up with those adjustments late on in a map, late in a half, late in a series. He's not one of the guys to run out of ideas. So let's see what he's brought to the table coming out the back of this timeout. Looks like Sen want to try to take the game to them, perhaps. We can see them pinging out the mini-map over towards A. And Zekan's set up for an earlier fight, something he hasn't done a ton of.
We're waiting for the acknowledgement of the knife to go for a bit of a flash play to Dizzy, all combined. Dart broken.
One suppressed.
One player tagged there.
And it was Sadak, who does sometimes play alone on the opposite side of the map. Just to make it feel like there's presence where there isn't any. Sassy gets ult online.
It's a big one. Pre-firing, hoping on the shot there onto the market trip, but no dice, still remains up.
And so John continues to provide great info to his team.
Hello. Oh, Zekan go for the repick there with the thrash. He's punished.
Yeah. Zekan's been neutralized, to be honest. As much as Kalanzine was bigging him up at the halftime, you know, in the segment talking about Loud's, Sentinel's strengths, they have managed to neutralize the star player of Sen. But they need more.
5 minutes before the...
Dodge the knife again. This is going to give Loud the perfect timing to go into Sassy.
The POE announcement stuff.
Jumping around. Drone hears it. Has to respect it now. It's running away just to get the hell out of there. Doesn't break the drone either, so it clears out the site entirely. No command. Let loose, let rip. Zelsis spreads it wide now. Cross onto the site. Not going to be letting them use that util plant. Stuck here by Kawazin. Tens onto that high ground approach. He has found value with less being removed. That's one of the star players going pound for pound, just removing this one, and a call is made to try and fight this one. Sassy taking it straight to them. Man in tow, and he just caught the backside. Clips Sadak out towards the back of the head. Flash through, run and gun with a Spectre. Ult denied. 2 years. He's miles away. The knife gives them every single bit of information they could want. Skipping a hop, dodging round. Surely. No way.
Man, those rounds for Loud.
Oh my. Another round where every player on Sen hits the deck and they win it anyway. I was looking at the minimap the whole time at Tui's positioning. He looked his way fully through B main, walked all the way into Boba, going around the world, and he was way out of time.
I believe that's straight in catch.
Yeah, it definitely looked like bullets were headed in Ten's direction.
Can't believe it.
But it's better to be lucky than good, and damn if TenZ isn't both.
And this is it, potentially. Precipice of defeat for Loud. QCK, sliver of an angle, just holding it ADS, but he does not get what he was seeking.
He hasn't seen him back,
less.
so they think he's
still
stuck.
These are the rounds where Les just decides,
They're gonna have to
my
reclear.
team's struggling to come up with an idea. I am going to make the play to win.
Goal, Celsius wasn't ready for it. Peeking it wide like that, just slowly. Les did manage to vacuum up that space now. There's going to be that repick. Sassy just trying to tuck himself into the corner here. Needs some help from the rest of his team. Hunter's Fury trying to collect these kills as well. They're trying to face from Spawn. Run it back there. Actually brought him down with the ult, and Sassy in this entire time somehow has stayed alive. Tucked to the corner. Got a smoke at his back to try and help him out, and everybody's going to be facing him here. Flash in his face, spraying through. It's all praying. But this time Loud. One's on top here. 5 alive. John QT might not be long for this world either.
Probably just going to save. I mean, look at the economy of Sen. It feels like Sen are in control, and yet you look, because they've died so many times while winning these rounds, they don't have an economic cushion to rely on.
Yeah.
So John keeping this weapon online, it does end up being really important.
He's commenting the entire time. You can see it in the scam.
Yeah, it's like a mini timeout for him, right?
Exactly, yeah.
To discuss what's going on. And really, the big difference that round is that Les just found an opening up through elbow. I'm not sure exactly how he's managed to find that read, that Sen had nobody playing there. Perhaps, even if people were playing there, he was happy to take the fights, just believing in himself. Does John save this?
He needs the rifle. And 2 years, I mean, he's just making a mockery of him. Jumping through, knowing he's low enough.
We are going to be headed into
oh my god,
the final few rounds here of the match, with Loud favored to bring it to the final round, and maybe even some OT afterwards. It's crazy the adaptations that these teams are willing to make.
But they have
even if
the
it's a team-based thing, these players are willing to make. Look at this gamble.
They have the
Sen
safe
gambling
bird
over
teammate.
towards A, because that's where Les found the success previously. Sadak's already swapped it up. They're headed in the opposite direction, trying to keep it safe, keep everybody together, make sure they can trade out low ecos.
Stampede there, hearing him across the floorboards. Util in the world as well, pointing into that direction, and a fast follow through from Sen. They're going to be chasing the noise cues. Hoping to try and flood in time, but there's nothing to push back this plan. So Kawazaki gets into it now. Really online if he chooses to expend it, but probably not even necessary.
I mean, a win here for Sen is forcing out those ults, I think.
Yeah.
I'll say that. They could close it out here.
See? No one to break, no one to deal with it, but there's a flash using, running and gunning.
They could close it out here.
Okay, drive by, going wide. One player falls, a tap now forces out the snake bites. Have to be utilized here. Kawazaki still has the ult, surely. There's no danger, surely. TenZ doesn't just TP, but he does straight into them, into their faces, tapping and spraying all the way through. Rifles save the day. John would potentially like to get away with this one, but it's going to the final round of regular time anyway. Might as well go down with the ship.
I believe for a moment there, when Sen had their weapons, and we're just running into backside, overwhelming people. That's pretty good awareness from Sadak as well. TenZ is difficult to see in that spot. And this time, the rifles are able to find their mark, and the spam is good. They use the pit. A timeout taken. A timeout taken. Right before the last round of regulation, Kaplan hits the red button.
Tension could never be high, could it?
Both teams just set to simmer. Kawazaki has a huge ultimate online, and Sentinels are wary of that. I'm not sure what kind of adjustment Kaplan wants to make towards the end of this. I would imagine that they want to use that little elbow passage that Les was able to find for them in round 22. But to be honest, a lot of the game plan has still been working here for Sen on defense side. John's been able to find so much value from this Cypher setup. You know, if you hit
if they start about,
many tools with Loud's composition,
they're starting with the POE2 stuff.
The trips or sorry, the shocks or an after shock, something like that. But Loud have not been meticulous in making sure all of that is eroded away. 2E's has bought the op again. on the attack side this time.
Yeah, just trying to slow it down, and why not? You have the money, you have the cash. Maybe even just anticipating some kind of adjustment from Sentinels here, but it's everything. Tossed into the mix. 1 round to decide it. Does the series end? Does it get totaled, or will there be that continuation of play? Loud have a chance to fight back.
Very early dominance with their utility over towards B main. Paranoia used off the rip from 2Es to make it feel like they're taking early B main control. I think trying to prompt out some kind of aggression in A main and see if they could punish it. Maybe even hoping that Zekan or Sassy would play for the ult orb and they could get that. It really feels like they're trying to trap them going for the A ult orb. Zekan and Sassy are not taking a risk like that to throw away their chance of winning the match and going to meet Gen G in the uppers. So no dice on that early trap.
The deep drone not broken.
And you see Loud play slowly.
Yeah, I mean, thick with tension.
Like they really don't want to throw that
Tiniest
round.
of angles, tiniest of chances, but he gets it. Ulted up, stunned up, will be
He's
brought down in the
traded
end.
though.
Some traders online here, and a call is made for Sen to scatter. Backing away, playing for the retake here. Sadak is going to go for the plan, but he's ended up just throwing it to the side. He's going to give it to QCK to get that run it back.
Optimizing, but also giving Sen an opportunity to throw in some util early on. They're not going to go for the flood defend though.
Yeah, suppression fading. When is the time to strike? Here it is. QCK lets it rip, breaking the util. Dizzy. Oh! This play gets caught into the wall there. Unfortunate with it. Still watching, holding for the flash. Anti-positions played, spam into the box. But it does buy them critical time. Now running their way past this one. Are they going to anticipate? 2 years! Nails them to the back wall of Link. The upper second shot goes flying wide. Smoke and disengaging. Back and away. Celsius seeking to clear this one out, but again the time running against them. The rifles have to sink through. They have to ring true, but it will not happen.
A second OT, man.
Once more, and Loud. They're desperate for it, man. Crawling.
These late adjustments on Icebox and now on Sunset to be able to get into overtime have just been marvelous. And this, with TenZ being able to get the first kill onto Les to start with. But that punish at the back of the Rolling Thunder was so important. Remember what TenZ was able to do to them over towards B as he teleported into a corner, didn't get away with any shenanigans like that this time. No ops being bought in OT. No. So no craziness just yet, as Loud swapped to the defense side.
That's right.
Remember, Sen were trying to set up these mid lurks quite a lot and threaten it.
Too much threat behind it though. Now that dart's going to be fading away. Sen happy to wait it out for the initial 10 seconds. Smokes are propped up.
Yeah, and going for their defensive setup where 2Es is the player holding aggressive over towards A, so they frequently leave 2Es alone in these spots. This time though, he's got backup from Kawanzin. Dizzy off the cam contact. 2Es trying to find a timing to re-paranoia and take position on the A line. Doesn't catch anybody. It's the same kind of thing again here, Bren. Trying to set up this mid lurk of A main distraction. Yeah. But I swear, Loud are always super aware of stuff like this.
Deep Smoke did pull Kawazin away. He might be able to react in time though to help 2 years out with a couple of pieces of util. Now time is going to become an issue and a problem. Flash through over the top. 2 years just bumbling into the walls there. Lucky that he didn't pay for it with his life, but he backs away and now the call is being made. Rotations abound here for Loud.
And now they're going to be in position to try to send util to stop this.
Satchel. The pathing over to the top. Plant. Actually going down here, but any sort of util. After shock, breaks it. 12 seconds. Time really against them. Snakebite drop down. Loud. This is them with a chance to really gain some ground here. Swinging wide to punish. Kawazin, he understood it as a win con and just decided to take the risk anyway. 2 years, fake the TP back, and now they want to fight this one into the back of the site. Double face, no util.
No, 2Es.
Barreling through, finding their own timings. Gifted with it, spamming through. Sadak left in a 1v2.
And second, making the wraparound to A-Link.
Sadak sticking this one half onto it, half onto the defuse. He's bought himself a little bit of time, a window potentially, but he just needs a kill, and he's not being given it. He's not being given it. No one will give him an easy one.
Damn. John Cutie windows, I guess.
They have pulled that one back from the brink. Loud's identification that was an A hit, and the fact that they got players ready to throw utility to stop and put pressure on the plant, that almost won them the round. You saw Kawanzine just barreling over the top of the mosh, trying to end the round instantly by denying the plant. But not everybody on the same page, and it gave Sen an opportunity. They're up on match series point.
The tiniest of differences can snowball out of control with these rounds, and you're right. Match point, map point, series point, whatever you want to call it here. It's Sentinels in that driving seat.
This time, John Cutie hasn't put a setup for mid control as well, or mid information. So he's got the cam in market, but he is going to need to rely on other people watching the top of mid. So that's going to weaken potentially the A side of the map. So they're kind of cheating here, going for a very aggressive, strong B hold, but a weak A, playing retake A. We haven't really seen Sen in this match pull off the retake A superbly, but it does exist.
Tense at this angle, man. I mean, a high-low position. You can't account for the two spots that he could be peeked from. The flash in his face was not turned in time.
Doesn't make a footstep, though, so they don't know exactly where he's positioned to punish him.
Moves his way out. Cam broken there from the shutdown, I believe.
They're going into the heavy B setup.
Into it, indeed. Potentially into the jaws of defeat. Zekken, he's found his slice. Sadak removed, and now confusion. It's a frantic play from Loud. Which direction did it go into? The one-way stopping them. Ults, and util has to be used now to clear it back through, but the spike's been dropped down, and time against them entirely. Pop flash play, watch for two to stand, and two potentially to fall. 2 years and less together now, tapping it out, but there is no chance, there is no hope.
Sentinels win. Saving my pick'ems.
Sen look incredible here. Dominating on the first map and squeezing through in overtimes to take their appointment with Gen G in the upper finals. Whew. Loud pushed them.
Oh, they did.
But Sen were resilient the whole way through, with huge performances coming out from multiple players. Sassy's 1v3, absolutely instrumental in getting them into a winning position on this map. John called a great game the entire time and was fragging too. It's not over for Loud, of course. They are no strangers to taking the long road in tournaments like this, but Sen, for the moment, on top in this regional rivalry.
On top. All the recent times, and of course, I mean, you're going to see the respect being showcased on either side. These two teams are now deeply familiar with each other. But Sentinels who have earned their spot now. Second round of playoffs. Match up against Gen G.
And what an awesome one to look forward to. I think especially, just a head-to-head that I'm instantly thinking of is Tens v Karen.
Oh, yeah.
Because both of them with outrageous aim. Tens the more flashy, I guess, mobile version of the Smokes player, but
Karen with the movement.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy is he's just skilled through and through, picked up straight from the rank queues. That is going to be one hell of a head-to-head.
It really is. And Sen, all of that time being able to, you know, get two playoffs as the #1 squad after taking a really difficult route through the Swiss system, paid off in this game. You really do need to prep for these regional matchups because the teams know each other so well. And I think what we saw with them being able to capitalize on Split to such a heavy degree, and then on Sunset too, it was really working. It was different things that were working as well. We didn't really get to see that A retake coming out with all of the flash dizzy combos.
Yeah, these teams are constantly evolving their game plans. They're not going to stay stagnant like you're saying. They're constantly going to be adjusting what to look for here, but so tightly matched between both of these teams. I mean, Sen barely able to get it over the line in that OT. What an absolute world-class series as well. I thought map 1 I mean, we might have just been chalked, man. Yeah. Early finish for the day, but no, wasn't the case as well. And we're just getting the players ready for an interview down on the stage. If you're wondering why we are yapping, professional yappers, but listen, we don't like to do it for too long.
But it's going to be an interview with Sassy, talking about, again, another match against his former team. And I do think we're set up for this to possibly become the preeminent rivalry of...
I agree.
Maybe of the global Valorant circuit, but certainly the Americas circuit as well.
Definitely.
The chances of a matchup happening later on in the tournament are also entirely possible. They don't count Loud out at all.
Yeah.
But both of these teams playing their heart out today. And Sen also showcasing that even on some of their weaker maps like Icebox, they're continuing to add to their playbook, to the strat book.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, closely matched on these maps as well. I mean, just fantastic. We're going to be going through all the flowchart points, I think, at this point. Listen, where's Sassy getting down? Has he got mic'd up? It looks like it, maybe, potentially. Chances.
I'm interested to hear what their perspective is, though, because the Sen players are not used to necessarily being tournament favorites, especially for a guy like Sassy. He's experienced last year where it was a little miserable.
Absolutely. Well, that being said, let's send it down to Dryad, who's down on the floor with the Verizon post-match interview.
Dos últimos mapas muy intensos entre Sentinels y Loud. Two very last intense maps between Sentinels and Loud, but Sentinels takes the win. And I'm here with Sassy. I want to hear it for Sassy. I was listening to all the fans. They were cheering for you the whole time. Y para mi primera pregunta, para Sassy, quiero saber más que nada, recordando que este es un rematch de Américas, ¿cómo se sentía el poder volver a ganar este rematch y qué ha cambiado desde la final de Américas hasta ahora para seguir avanzando y mejorando y viendo la evolución que está teniendo Sentinels? Sassy, I want to ask you here, this is the rematch for Americas, the grand finals, and you still get the win once again. Tell me a little bit about the evolution, the process that has been since that grand final to now guaranteeing that top 3 for Masters.
I'll be honest, this win is all about my coaches. They did a perfect job on adapting, especially on Split. And even the Loud didn't play Split this tournament, they did an incredible job about like predicting them. So yeah, I feel like this match is for my coaches for sure.
Dice que todo el crédito se va
We
a los
watched the
coaches,
interview
que
and
trabajaron
then
bastante duro en entenderlos,
we'll swap to
incluso las
POE.
cosas que no se sabían, las cosas que no eran reveladas por el lado del poder sacar esa información y ganarlo, así que es todo el crédito para ellos. Hablando de ese split, yo quiero preguntarle más que nada, primero, ¿cómo tiene un split tan bueno? Y segundo, ¿por qué los equipos lo siguen dejando abierto? I know you mentioned split, and I have to ask, how is your split so good? And also, why are teams still leaving it open?
I mean, yeah, we knew that Loud has their ban on Lotus, so we were already expecting Split. This veto was like pretty obvious, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I don't know. For me, it's John. John is like the big deal on Split. He always has like good reads, and every player is like comfortable playing each role. So yeah, our Split is like a comfortable map for us.
Dice que la decisión de mapas o la decisión de que iban a jugar a Split ya se sabía porque se conocían muy bien el permaban de lo que era el Lotus de Loud, pero que aún así también el crédito se va para el lado de Jun Curie, que conoce muy bien el mapa, que trabaja con él alrededor de eso y con eso consiguen la victoria del mapa una y otra vez. Ahora, para mi última pregunta, escuchábamos un poco más temprano a Munchkin que decía que se quería enfrentar en contra de lo que es la escuadra de Sentinels y ahora se va a hacer realidad, se hace posible en esa semifinal del Upper Bracket. ¿Y cómo se sienten en contra de Genji? Munchkin early said he really wanted to face you guys, and you know, it's not the grand finals yet, but that match will guarantee the grand final spot. So how are you feeling for the match against Genji?
I feel the same way as Munchkin. We are pretty excited like to face Genji, honestly. And I've faced Munchkin before in Crazy Raccoons, and I know that he's in a better team right now. So yeah, we'll see who gets better.
I like that. Nos dice que piensa igual que Munchkin, que también está muy emocionado por lo que va a hacer esa partida en contra de Genji, que ya se ha enfrentado él en contra de Munchkin antes, pero que ahora lo ve que está en un mejor equipo, así que vamos a ver qué es lo que va a pasar. Esto es todo lo que tengo en la entrevista, Sassy. Thank you so much, and I want to hear it once again for Sassy.
That's amazing.
Oh, massive congratulations to Sentinels. We go from one legend
Okay.
to another. Sassy over here to Zelsus. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you have a couple of moments. Yeah.
Oops. I'm gonna refresh quickly. Okay.
Kill swiftly and move on. This is how you survive.
That's the Ranger. But oh yeah, there was one more thing. The mount. Check this out. Yes, you can ride a rower. While riding the rower, you can shoot arrows with no movement penalty. It's pretty overpowered. You can also use your vaulting skills to jump right off the rower's back. Once the rower doesn't have a rider, it starts attacking monsters, so he's nice to have around, even if you're not riding him. That said, if you are riding, don't get hit. If you take a heavy stun while on a rower, you'll fall off, and it takes a while to get up, so be careful. So that's what we wanted to show you today. Now there is just one more rather unfortunate bit of news. Path of Exile 2's beta is going to be delayed. We previously said that we would get the beta out on June 7th, and while I think we would be able to get the game's content ready in time, we underestimated how long it would take to get gameplay polished to a standard that we're happy with. We're still going to be doing alpha testing in June, but we're going to be delaying the beta until later in the year. I don't have an exact date for you today, but it should be towards the end of the year. In the meantime, you can still play Path of Exile 1, of course. Now, speaking of POE 1, we also have the 324 expansion to announce. I'm going to hand over to Mark, the game director on POE 1, to show us what's in store.
We had a lot of fun making this one, so let's just get straight into it with the trailer for Path of Exile Necropolis.
Oh my god, those freaking ads.
Cold flesh, dirt, maggots, and ghosts. Our job is to keep them where they belong. It's your first night, so you'll need this. A ghostly lantern for ghastly tinkering.
All those freaking ads from Twitch, like, fuck off, man.
You'll learn to peer into the souls of the dead. You'll learn how to twist them.
Forgot that Twitch is cancer.
Meet me in the necropolis. You can pilfer shiny things from a corpse, but you can pilfer glorious things from a soul. I need a grave digger.
Interesting. Tier 17 maps? What? New penultimate bosses. I guess new Ubers. Damn, Uber iced and shit.
The job's hard, but the pay's good. What do you say?
I said log
In
in,
the Necropolis
dude.
League, you will encounter Undertaker Aramor, a man collecting the scattered spirits of the Eternal Empire for a mysterious purpose. These spirits have begun to haunt the monsters of Rayclast, unleashing their ancient fury and sorrow onto the world. The Undertaker will provide you with the Lantern of Aramor, a powerful family heirloom which can illuminate the wrathful spirits haunting monsters throughout Rayclast. With it, the Undertaker hopes to employ you to rid Rayclast of this menace, and further his cryptic cause. The lantern can be used when entering any new area. When peering through it, you can examine the spirits haunting that area. The lantern also allows you to manipulate them, letting you configure which monsters are affected by which mods. It would be wise to take your time with your decisions here, for the spirits are not forgiving. When peering through the lantern, you can also see extra details about the packs of monsters in the area. Rowers here are considered common, whereas the water elementals are more scarce. If you want things to be easier, you can put the more difficult spirits on the elementals, which you'll encounter less often. We've tried to make sure that by engaging with the lantern, you are able to intelligently control the difficulty in the Necropolis League. The spirits come in a number of forms which represent the danger they pose. For example here, the infested vultures are servant haunted, causing them to deal a small amount of increased damage. But the Vol's Vanguard are noble haunted, causing them to deal a large amount of increased damage. As you reach higher level areas in Rayclast, the tier and number of spirits that are haunting monsters will generally increase. Your game knowledge can help you here. If you're aware of the composition of a monster pack, this means certain mods will be easier to manage. For example, the mod that increases a pack's damage for every monster killed has no effect on packs with a single monster, like a Devourer. However, if we found a spirit that makes the strongest monster in a pack deal 100% more damage, well, I'm going to avoid the Devourer. You might have noticed that the Lantern of Aramor provides other useful information, such as the types of abilities monsters use, or the damage types they deal. So for those who are less familiar with how these monsters work, this can be a great way to learn what you're up against. The spirits are constantly moving throughout Rayclast, so if you are finding a campaign area too difficult, you can just wait a few minutes and peer through the lantern again to see what's changed. Of course, powerful spirits beget powerful rewards. There are two reasons why you might want to face a challenge now and then. Firstly, not all the spirits are malicious. Sometimes the monsters aren't haunted at all, but are instead devoted. These can grant basic rewards like increased experience, or bigger rewards like spawning the Nameless Seer, an NPC that will grant you a single unique item after you defeat all of the packs affected by that spirit. The more haunted monsters you defeat in the previous area before using the lantern, the more likely the devoted monsters will appear in the next area. Monsters haunted by higher tier spirits will increase the chance of the devoted appearing even more, meaning that sometimes it's worth putting the hardest modifier possible on very common monsters, if you're brave enough. Again, we've tried hard here to allow players to customize the danger and rewards as much as they can. Aramor is an Undertaker, and you can probably guess what we're taking to him. The second main reward from the Necropolis League is monsters with unresolved anguish. Once slain, their corpses need extra care from the Undertaker, and he will offer to take them back to his necropolis and store them in the morgue. Time to earn your keep. When you are ready, you can visit the morgue to view the monsters you have collected, and then get to work burying them in one of many graves in Aramor's cemetery. For example, we will bury this Katava's Herald. Aramor's mysterious soul experiments can coalesce powerful items. Here I've chosen to create a pair of boots.
Oh my god, if you have to go through the incantation
These boots
every
are
time.
useful for my character, but aren't exactly what I hoped for. And this is where the Necropolis crafting system really shines. You'll have noticed that the corpse we collected earlier had a crafting effect on it. In fact, all collected corpses do. If you bury multiple corpses in the cemetery, all adjacent corpses can be exercised at once to create one item.
Oh wow.
All of the crafting effects on those corpses will apply to that same item. This allows you to have either one or many different crafting projects ongoing in the cemetery. For example, next time I try to create boots, I could bury corpses that increase the chance of getting move speed modifiers. To go further, I could use these to generate higher tier modifiers, Then, I could try to bias it towards being an evasion pair with this. Finally, I'll apply some crafting effects that improve the probability of getting good rolls. Now, let's craft our item and see what we get. As you can see now, we have a much better pair of boots, forged from the souls of our enemies. You could even use the entire cemetery to craft one item. There is always something you can do to try and ensure your item will be as best as it can be. We hope to see some really crazy grave crafts. If you are lucky, you might find corpses with meta crafting.
It's funny how they haven't shown the
These
item
can
mods.
be buried to manipulate your crafting projects in more drastic ways. This one increases the potency of all crafting effects of adjacent undead corpses. Another meta crafting modifier gives a chance to drop an extra item from your craft, with all the same crafting outcomes applied. All you have to do is bury a lot of undead monsters.
May the ferocity of Throldana free you of your anguish and aid this soldier, so that you may shield them from harm.
You can also craft new unique items exclusive to the Necropolis League using this system. As you explore Rayclast, you might find the corpses of famous Eternal Empire families. And when you bury an entire family together and exorcise them, they will thank you with a unique specific to their lineage.
Damn, interesting.
For example, the Nivalius Inheritance Belt. I'll give you a moment to check that out. You can use other corpses alongside them to grant implicit mods, manipulate the values of explicit mods, and more. In this case, with the Parandus Pact, you can even change the modifiers it generates. This unique is a jewel which adds extra stats to passive skills in a radius when socketed into the passive skill tree. The stats it adds are randomly generated,
Oh,
but you can
these
bias it
fucking
towards a
ads.
specific type by using other crafting effects, such as this one, which increases the chance of getting life modifiers. Let's see what we get. Damn, we didn't get it this time. I guess we're gonna have to go and collect more corpses. Of course, you can trade the corpses away to other players. All you need to do is purchase empty coffins from the Undertaker and use them on your corpses in the morgue, which will itemize them. Another item in the Necropolis League that you can find are Embers of the All-Flame. These are monster spirits that remain living in the All-Flame, a powerful ancient artifact of Rayclast. And you can set them free by placing them in the Lantern of Aramor and defeating them. These embers drop throughout Rayclast as itemized packs of monsters. You are able to use these packs to replace the packs in areas. For example, we have found this All-Flame Ember of Tarfoa. We can now go to enter the next area and replace one of the monster packs in here. You can see we have also gotten one of the devoted modifiers to appear. We can pair up the Karui ancestors with this modifier, making them even more rewarding. Let's go ahead and replace the tentacle miscreations. However, when replacing packs, you want to double check their density, as the new pack will inherit the density of the replaced pack. The Karui ancestors we have now added to our area can even drop basic variations of tattoos. If you aren't aware, this is an item type from the Trial of the Ancestors League, which can be used on passive skills to change what they do. There are many different types of itemized packs. You can find Breach and Legion monsters that drop splinters, Untainted packs that provide insane amounts of experience, and even simple frogs, which can be used to replace difficult monsters to make life easier. And of course, these Ember monsters can be raised as specters too. Finally,
Holy shit!
Let's discuss how this league works in in-game maps. Each in-game map will allow you to manipulate it using the lantern on the map device UI. However, instead of randomly cycling every few minutes, it is fixed to that map. Once you view the map through the lantern, you cannot remove it from the map device, so you can't trade that map away now that you've seen it as too difficult for you, or has monsters in it that you'd rather avoid. like porcupines. We're also trying something new this time around. During the Necropolis League, there will be support for the league on the Atlas passive tree. Multiple clusters will be there, allowing you to enhance the gameplay, customize it, and even change its behavior in meaningful ways.
Oh, that's cool.
One way that you can change the crafting in a meaningful way is with the Prospero's Wager Keystone. With this keystone, all the monsters with unresolved anguish come with this crafting modifier, which causes them to generate a random craft when buried. This means instead of pre-planning your crafts, you have to adapt to them on the fly to get the best results. These clusters will not be available in Standard League. In 3.24, we've made a plethora of changes to the endgame.
They would be useless.
Introducing new bosses, adding another tier of maps, and streamlining the Atlas. The most difficult and most rewarding content in Path of Exile can be found in Uber Pinnacle bosses, such as the Maven and the Searing Exarch. Currently, the only way to access these bosses is by allocating specific keystones on the Atlas passive tree. While this system offers a nice element of control, it causes a problem. Rewards and access to the non-Uber variants are now economically priced around the rewards of the Uber fights. This means it is wasteful to run the non-Uber variants instead of simply selling them. Another problem that we noticed is the difficulty jump between the Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content was relatively large, and there wasn't obvious content that could bridge this gap. Many players would give up on their characters before being able to defeat the Uber Pinnacle bosses. In 3.24, we will be making some changes to this. We are removing the keystones that give access to the Uber Pinnacle bosses from the Atlas tree, and instead we'll be adding a new set of fragments that give you access to this content. Where do you get these fragments?
Nice.
We are adding a new tier of maps, Tier 17 maps, which not only give you access to the Uber Pinnacle content, but also test your characters in new ways. They feature a new set of bosses, Uber monsters, and a new tier of modifiers that can roll on the maps. There are 5 new Tier 17 maps in total, with some surprising boss fights at the end. We'll look at a couple today, and the rest you'll have to discover for yourself. First, we have the Citadel map. This map contains an ancient Kalguran citadel. You will encounter many expedition monsters as the signature packs throughout the map. At the end, you will fight Uber Uhtred. This is a version of a boss from Expedition League, with all its abilities and mechanics enhanced. Uber Uhtred will even be able to summon 2 other expedition bosses to aid it during the fight.
Okay, dude.
Secondly, we have the Fortress map. This map is an impregnable fortress, guarded by monsters from the Heist League. At the end, you will encounter an Uber version of the Unbreakable. Again, it has enhanced abilities and mechanics you'll have to learn and overcome. Each of the Tier 17 map bosses has a chance to drop a unique item, allowing for some target farming. However, these aren't entirely new unique items. Instead, we've taken other unique items, removing them from the core drop pool and rebalancing them to fit here. One example is this reworked version of Wraith Lord. It has 4 Abyss sockets, and allows you to summon an additional Spectre for each Ghastly Eye jewel socketed into it. Another example is Mana Storm. This has been rebalanced to grant a lot more damage than before, alongside some more impactful mana stats, if you can get lucky rolls. Alongside adding Tier 17 maps, we have also changed the Uber Pinnacle bosses to have completely distinct unique item drop pools from their non-Uber counterparts. This means there is a reason to farm both versions. Let's take a look at the Shaper versus the Uber Shaper. The Shaper will drop these uniques: Voidwalker, Shaper's Touch, Solstice Vigil, and Dying Sun. Whereas the Uber Shaper will drop these: Echoes of Creation, Sublime Vision, Entropic Devastation, Starforge, and a new unique belt called the Tides of Time. Another example of a new unique is this helmet from the Uber Eater of Worlds, Ravenous Passion, and these gloves from the Uber Searing Exarch, the Celestial Brace. Each of the Uber Pinnacle bosses has a new unique added to their drop pools. We've identified another major problem with the endgame we'd like to address. With every expansion added to the game, we have been increasing the complexity of running maps. It's at the point now where a player must repeatedly execute a large sequence of steps to run maps efficiently. it can be easy to forget critical steps, and it can be tiring to repeat them. To solve this, we are removing some systems, but are keeping what is good about them. The two main systems we've removed are Sextants and the Master Mission Selector. It is not our intention to dull the content, however. We have completely reworked Scarabs to include most of the options that were previously covered by those mechanics, and many, many more. Let's take a look at some of them. Commonly, you might find Scarabs that simply grant access to different content. Here, we have a Scarab that causes Beyond Demons to spawn when killing monsters in your maps. And here, we have one that adds a Delirium Mirror. Each type of Scarab now has multiple versions, so if you want to fully invest in a type of content, you can do so. Here's a suite of Ultimatum Scarabs. This Ultimatum Scarab adds an Ultimatum encounter to a map. This Ultimatum Scarab of Bribing then causes that Ultimatum encounter to grant better rewards and its monsters to yield more experience. This Ultimatum Scarab of Dueling will cause that Ultimatum encounter to always guarantee the Trial Master boss fight at the end, assuming you can survive through all the rounds. This Ultimatum Scarab of Catalyzing will cause all rewards from that ultimatum to be catalysts, instead of other rewards. And finally, this Ultimatum Scarab of Inscription will cause all catalyst rewards from that ultimatum to be inscribed ultimatums instead. There are plenty of others. If you enjoy divination card farming, you might want to use these. This Divination Scarab of Curation causes more divination cards to drop for each different favoured map you have selected. But it also causes whatever map you're running to only drop divination cards from those favoured maps. So if you want to try and aim for your Mage Blood and don't want to just farm Crimson Temple, then this Scarab is for you. This Divination Scarab of Completion causes your divination cards to have a 20% chance to drop as a full stack instead, for maximum dopamine. Basically, there are now just a lot of Scarabs. You might have also noticed that they no longer have tiers. Scarabs are now all world drops. You can get them anywhere. Some might be rarer than others, but the intention is that there'll be a lot more options than before, and more interesting combinations to consider. If you want to target specific Scarabs, Betrayal has been updated to include most of them, and you will need to relearn which ones come from where.
Oh my
god. While this system is allowing you to heavily invest in one type of content, it is reducing your capacity for variety. To address this, we have massively increased access to content on the Atlas passive tree. You are now able to reliably get different leagues like Breach or Legion from just your Atlas passives. Regarding Master Missions, content such as Incursion, Delve, Betrayal, and Bestiary, these too are now accessible with Scarabs, and have more reliable investment options on the tree. Not only this, you can now get Jun, Einhar, Alva, and Nico to appear together in the same map. We have also removed some keystones such as Wandering Path, Grand Design, and Growing Hordes, but have added some new ones too. For example, Unwavering Vision, Back to Basics, and Thorough Exploration. And we have added some new notables such as Remarkable Relics, which allows you to try find better variants of Scarabs. Mounting Modifiers, which increases the values of modifiers on your maps by 2% for each explicit modifier. And Tainted Carapaces, which is just one in a set of many that allow you to target farm specific types of Scarabs. These are just a few of the many new notables that can be found on the Atlas passive skill tree.
Damn.
Lastly, we are giving you more flexibility in what content you want to run in the endgame. In 3.24, you can now have multiple copies of the Atlas tree, which can be swapped between maps at your leisure. You can unlock up to 2 extra trees for a total of 3 by progressing through the endgame and completing core content. When you open a map, you can select which tree you would like to use. For a given league, you'll never feel constrained to playing your endgame a single way. You can also label your trees to easily identify which one has which content. With all this combined, we're hoping to see new endgame strategies shine through. While playing through the campaign in 3.24, you'll notice a myriad of small improvements and surprises. The fundamentals of the campaign are still intact, but we've scattered fun encounters and secrets throughout Rayclast. The Dweller of the Deep has been trapped. What are these ritual shrines doing in the northern forest? And why are they giving me omens? This device looks safe. I should definitely use this on my items. There are plenty more encounters to discover. We'll continue adding more surprises in future releases.
You have double
so
option
keep an eye
in
out.
the campaign?
In the previous expansion, 323, we released a large number of transfigured skill gems. These are alternate versions of existing skill gems that function in very different ways, allowing for more build and gameplay variety. At the time, our aspirations were higher than we could achieve. We planned more gems than we could make. So, in 324, we're adding another set of transfigured gems that we have now finished. Ice Shot, Incinerate, Artillery Ballista, Tornado, Elemental Hit, Kinetic Blast, Poisonous Concoction, and lastly, Summon Holy Relic. Hopefully those of you who missed your favorite skill having a transfigured variant will get that here. We will certainly be adding more of these in the future, especially for skills that are missing them still. Of course, we'll also be doing a balance pass on the existing transfigured gems. One of the main ones we're looking at is Kinetic Bolt of Fragmentation. As a result of this change, it is clear that the endgame potential of the Wander archetype really starts to suffer, mostly in the single target damage department. Due to this, we've added the new support gem, Sacred Wisps. This support gem causes supported skills to create 2 attached wisps for a duration. With these wisps, whenever you attack, they have a chance to also use the same skill, if you have enemies in your presence. And if there are any rare or unique enemies, they will always use the skill. That leads us into all the other quality of life features we're introducing in 324, and there's a shitload of them. Many of these have been revealed in teasers already, but here's a quick summary. We've added the automation and call to arms skill gems, for being able to trigger instant skills and war cries without having to bind them to left click. You can now hold down Control and left click to automatically apply certain currency orbs until they achieve the desired result, or you run out. For example, you can hold down fusings until you reach maximum links. You will be able to control, shift, click currency into a trade window to automatically move all of that currency at once from your inventory. Detonate Dead now has clearer telegraphing effects. When harvest crafting, the item hover will always be visible, so you no longer have to mouse back and forth to see the results of your crafts. When you use a Val Orb on a map, the map no longer has a chance to become unidentified. Instead, it adds a new implicit. We've created a set of implicits that affect the areas in fun ways. Related to that, corrupted and mirrored items can now be identified. Breach hands now open upon approach, and no longer need to be clicked. Upgrades to Pantheon powers now apply to all characters in a league. You no longer need to grind Divine Vessels on each new character. With Harvest Crafting, you can now re-roll Uber Elder fragments. Fragments dropped by the Shaper cannot be re-rolled into fragments dropped by the Elder, and vice versa. Regarding Betrayal, we're removing Ashling's crafting bench as a reward. Instead, Veiled Orbs now perform that function. They remove a mod and replace it with a Veiled mod. These orbs now drop from Katarina and are no longer a world drop. Flasks can now be corrupted by Val Orbs, giving random -10 to +10 quality. The capability to add extra quality to weapons, armors, and flasks has been removed from Betrayal. The Betrayal bench craft that converts an amulet to a talisman has been moved to Bestiary, and thus can be traded. Maven invitations no longer drop. Instead, when you have completed witnessing all bosses required to go to the Maven's arena, you can just talk to Kirak, and he'll open a map device window with the invitation already in there, ready to be rolled. Valdo's maps that granted invitations now give scarabs. No more having to waste Guardian kills to try get invitations to drop. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Solar and Eldritch packs. Each tier contains the full pack's face value and points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Necropolis League, and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic, and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Solar series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Cosmos weapon effect adorns your weapon with stars. Hitting enemies causes cosmic energy to spill out into the area around them. The Radiant Orb of Chance extra effect projects the outcome of items you've used an Orb of Chance on above your head. Remember to congratulate other exiles in town if you see them chance a powerful unique item. Shine boldly with the Solar Knight armor set. The power of the sun radiates from your body, getting more and more intense as you use skills and emitting solar flares as you run. With the Supernova level up extra effect, the dead will be raised from the ground around you, before being obliterated and turned to ash by an epic supernova whenever you level up. This one is my personal favourite. The Cosmic Turtle Hideout lets you travel the infinite expanse of the cosmos atop the back of a colossal turtle. Carry the weight of the sun on your back with the Solar Guardian back attachment. Witness it grow larger and larger as the energy of slain enemies is funneled into it. When it reaches its maximum size, it goes supernova and turns into a black hole, forever drifting throughout Rayclast. The Eldritch Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. Are you wondering if we moved the stash in the latest patch? Don't be fooled, because with the Mimic Stash Pet, players can transform into an image of a stash when in a town or hideout, and scare unsuspecting exiles.
Nice.
This pet follows behind you with its terrifying hand-walking the rest of the time. The Shaper's Slam finisher effect sends slain unique enemies into a
final abyss of unending darkness.
The Eldritch Hunger armor set contains a beast that demands you defeat it by embracing your bloodlust. Watch it grow in power the more you kill until it bursts from the shell of the helmet. Are you able to satiate its hunger? The seed within the Corrupted Growth map device expands its grasp on your hideout the more maps you complete on your atlas. Equipping the Headhunter character effect causes skulls of slain rare enemies to whirl around you like trophies. They become enraged when you are near a rare enemy you are yet to kill, wishing for them to join your collection. Witness a reality where the struggle didn't exist, allowing the Eldritch Horrors to settle their own conflicts with the Eldritch Horror Apparition effect. Which of the Eater of Worlds or Searing Exarch do you think will win? These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain so during Path of Exile Necropolis. Meanwhile, the Shade and Disciple packs leave the store forever at the launch of Necropolis League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post Path of Exile Necropolis' full patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Necropolis' release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new Mystery Box and this season's Kerax Vault Pass. Thank you for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to doing some awesome Gravecrafts and conquering the new in-game bosses with you next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
Good morning, Exiles, and welcome to our Q&A portion for today. I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark, and first thing, we're going to be talking about Path of Exile 1 questions. As I know that's the content that you'll be getting your hands on soon and want to hear all about. And then afterwards, we'll follow up with a bit of a deep dive into Path of Exile 2 reveals, both from today and also some of the other stuff that came up during the recent hands-on event. But good morning, Jonathan and Mark. How are you going?
Hey, really nice to be here again.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having us.
Always a pleasure. I love talking to you folks about some Path of Exile, right? So let's kick things off with the new league, Necropolis. And I just want to ask, should I ask about Lycia and Katarina and what it means for them to be involved, especially since they're like characters that are actively present elsewhere in the game in another mechanic right now? Like, what does that mean?
We bent the rules a little bit on that teaser. They're not actually involved. They're only in the sense that they are both T17 map bosses. So you don't actually fight them together, but we thought it would make a cool, little teaser shot there, and I think it did. It raised a lot of questions. So yeah.
Yeah, I was like, okay. I was like, we're just doing some timey-wimey stuff. Oh, they both kind of like deal with death, so there's a bit of a connection there.
Like when you get into maps, everything's all memories and the line gets a bit blurred. You can kind of do whatever you want, which is a good thing about that system. You don't have to stay so grounded and sensible. But so yeah, we do have some interesting encounters going on there that are a bit different. But it's again, the maps allow us to kind of detach from the groundedness of the world and the rules of what's actually happening in there.
It looks like there's a lot of boss stuff coming this league. Is that all focused in the new T17 maps, or is there some with the league mechanic itself as well?
No, we focused the monster development this time round on the T17s instead of the league. So there's no new bosses in the league, but there are some reuse of monsters through like the All Flame Embers and whatnot, but not bosses. And then we put all our boss development towards creating these T17 bosses as well as the monsters. Like there are quite a lot of actual interesting monsters in the T17 maps as well. Like I don't know if people saw, but you can get Brutus as just a monster. Like he's not a boss. There are packs of Brutuses and various other monsters throughout like the non-notable ones, which will be quite interesting to see. You'll probably find a rare hasted Brutus as a whole different level compared to even the Brutus map boss and whatnot. So.
Yes, we experienced that last league in Affliction at launch, for those of us there who empowered that boss. That was an experience, to be sure. So we'll kind of change my order of the day then with the tier 17 maps. So there's 4 of these, was there?
We've got 5 of them.
5.
We've got the Ziggurat map, Sanctuary map, Fortress map, Abomination map, and Citadel map being the 5.
And these are like effectively Uber maps, but we kind of also had Uber maps last league in a different way with the community made maps as well, but this is a whole different system, right?
This is different. Obviously the Valdo's maps come with a little bit more craziness going on. There are custom mod pools on these. And there is a little bit of overlap, but nowhere near as crazy. Like you're not going to roll the like mod that sends you to the Void League or anything like that. That's exclusive for those player-made ones. But yes, this is a new tier of difficulty. It is expected that they are hard, for sure, but I'm sure some of your questions get into some of that, so
yeah,
I'll explain them as it comes.
So these are the primary vehicle now for getting like the Uber fight keys. What led to the decision to make them come from a tier 17 separate map thing like this instead of from the boss, which I guess was the more expected, like you would get an Uber Maven key from Maven?
Like, okay, like let's say it was from Shaper, and to get Uber Shaper, and you kill your Shaper, let's say it was even once every time, and now you kill your Uber Shaper, or let's say you fail, that's fine, but eventually you conquer it, you can kill it. It's not now fun to go back and do regular Shaper where clearly you can do the Uber version. Why are you bothering with the non-Uber version? So unless you want a specific drop from him, it's not fun to go back and just do like a clearly lower grade quality. So we instead went with it going a different way where we have something that is ideally in between those 2 points of difficulty and has random variance. Like you'll find that some of the tier 17 map bosses with certain mod combinations are probably even harder than the Uber Pinnacles, depending on your character and all of those variables there. I wouldn't say that's going to happen entirely consistently, like it'll be occasionally the case, but it certainly isn't fun to just be like, in order to do Uber Shaper, I have to do this content that I have clearly proven capable of doing, and just repeating that over and over.
I see, yeah. So it's for the people who want to farm their own ones. They're doing content that is up to their challenge level, basically, because the regular boss wouldn't be anywhere near that.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Right on. How do you get the tier 17 maps, though?
So the tier 17 maps, when you get more Void Stones, it has a chance to convert T16 maps that drop. The more Void Stones you get, it becomes multiplicatively higher. But there is a kind of diminishing returns on that. So it is quite probable to convert T16 maps like the first one, and then as you get more T17s, it becomes less and less and less. And the reason we did that is obviously the discrepancy between just running regular T16s and obviously top tier juicing, you end up with like, the multiplier difference of the amount of T16s dropping is substantial to say the least. And we didn't want it to be that we have to balance around the juicing with respect to getting T17s. We wanted to be that more accessible across the board. And so, yes, we added a kind of diminishing return. So like your first one might be quite probable, the next one's less, and the next one less. And then you're not going to get like, 20 T17s in one map kind of thing going on.
Right.
It is also worth noting T17s cannot drop T17s. They are not self-sustaining. The intention is that you are still kind of doing T16s and occasionally diving into T17s, unless you want to trade, of course, in which case, the world's your oyster.
So I saw they have their own new mod pool, and we saw things. One of the mods I saw was Ray Monsters remove 10% life, mana, and ES on hit. The mana removed on hit seems to break a lot of builds in particular whenever that sort of thing comes up, as mana is generally a pretty finely tuned system in Path of Exile. And it gets me thinking in general about mods like 80% reduced recovery and things that disable auras and stuff like that. And it feels just a bit not too dissimilar to monsters just being immune to your build, right? So what's the intention behind those sorts of modifiers in maps?
It certainly was the ideal dream back when, that there are a lot of modifiers that can't be done by every build and you'd re-roll them and whatnot. Now, obviously, in the context of T17s, you can't re-roll them. So this really is, you should either change your playstyle, take your time, be a bit more careful to do it, or you can trade it away, of course, or maybe you simply can't run it on that character and you have to maybe build a different character that is capable of doing, or more characters that are capable of doing different maps. There is one tool, though, that is in the form of a scarab. One of the scarabs gives you additional crafting modifiers on your map device. It isn't a common scarab by any means, so you can't just use it on every T17. But two of the extra crafting mods that get applied to the map device is that prefixes are disabled and suffixes are disabled. So you can pick one of those. So if you do get one of these T17s, I do expect sometimes, and you're like, I can't run it because of this modifier, you can at least use that scarab to turn that off occasionally. So it is like one of the tools that you can use to get around certain mods that it might be too hard or you can't quite get through. But the general idea is that you do have to actually think about these modifiers, play around them, change your characters. It's not just a kind of like, well, you don't have to alch them, they drop rolled, but it shouldn't just be a T17 is mindless, go in there and do it. Unless, of course, your build is so strong and so diverse that it can do that, which that's fine. If you want to build your character that way, then that's what the game allows you to do, and that's what we like. So,
right on. We'll jump back to the league a little bit before we move on to some of the other end game questions that I have. But what you're doing with the difficulty control for Necropolis, where you can select which monsters get buffed in which ways, seems like a lot of what people have been asking for, especially with Afflictions launch, where we didn't have as precise control over the difficulty of content. How do you weigh up giving this level of control against things like adding to the time it takes to jump into the gameplay? I saw that this is going to take a bit of time to like read through those things and shuffle the menu each zone.
So obviously we like giving control. But yes, in this league, you cannot skip the difficulty. Having the control is a way to make it easier or harder if you want. But you cannot skip it. If you just enter the area and you don't interact with the lantern, you'll get whatever randomly generates. So you don't have to, I'd say throughout the campaign, like it is going to be harder by not engaging with it, but you don't have to engage with the league in the sense of interacting with that UI. But you will have to deal with the fact that some monsters are harder. So this is a rare league where in this case, you can't really skip it, which isn't something we do a lot. But occasionally we get back into that and try it out. Now, that being said, yes, obviously we like difficulty, being able to manipulate the difficulty. And I think it is, and obviously the rewards as well. Now, it just needs to be the case that it is worth your time from a reward standpoint, engaging with that. If that isn't the case, we have failed. Like, it obviously should be worth your time from a reward point to go, oh, awesome, I got this thing, I need to put it on some XP, I need to put it on this pack, or you get like, the pack spawns Torment Spirits on death, I need to make sure it's on this pack. Like, there are certainly lots of positive mods that, or like spawning lesser shrines, right? If you put that on a very rare pack, you're not going to get very many of them. If you put it on a common pack, all of a sudden you're going to have a whole bunch of shrine buffs throughout the area, which in turn also makes it easier. So not only does this league make it harder, it also makes it easier in some ways. Now, one thing you said talking about the time, like obviously when you get to end game, which like for every map you do get presented with that UI, but because we have added the nodes on the Atlas tree for Necropolis, we have added a keystone that allows you to, well, effectively what it says is the mods are applied randomly and there are more mods, so it is harder and it is more rewarding in some senses, but you then don't get to customize it. But if someone is like, oh, I don't want to have to deal with interacting with that between my maps, you can just run the map and it will randomly do it. And like, that isn't necessarily to say that that's better or worse. It's just one of the ways someone can customize their experience here. But yeah, so through the campaign, you don't have to use the UI, but it will probably be harder and less rewarding. So you should be wanting to do it, unless, of course, you just want to get to end game, go for it. And at end game, if you want to invest in the keystone, you can skip doing it on the maps themselves if you, again, don't want to have to deal with it. So ideally, we've given, the choice here to do both versions and play the way you want to play.
I think that's really clever, using the Atlas passive tree as like a tool to be able to customize that league experience. Now I'm to the point where I'm surprised it hasn't happened before, right? But it makes sense if it's
actually, we were talking about trying to find a way, and we were talking about like checkboxes and all that, and it's all just a little bit inelegant. And it was actually a suggestion of one of the programmers, was like, we could do a keystone, and then we're like, hey, we never actually do tree support for the current league. Like, it's just not even a thing that we've really considered. And from there, we're like, wait, we should just do this. Like, of course we should do this. Like, this is going to be fun and allow people to do different strategies, and like, why not? So I think it is a good addition. We'll see how it actually plays, because it's the first time we're doing it, and then we may continue doing it for future leagues, or maybe it's terrible. We'll see, and we'll not do it again. Well, who knows? I mean, we think it's cool here, but we're not always right.
All right. So in the campaign, the monsters you kill in one zone affect what happens in the next zone, like the amount of devoted monsters, modifiers that show up. And this is the first time I recall seeing a league like this where what you do in one affects like kind of the next zone like that. Does it work on like any next zone you enter, even like a zone reset of the same zone or somewhere in a different act or something?
No. So this doesn't. The league actually isn't customizable when accessing through Waypoint or through the world map.
Oh.
Which is bit different. I mean, you might think, oh, but my Blood Aqueduct farming, and yeah, sure, you can still do it technically by farming from town, but we're also like, not that I know how many people even still do that outside of like, SSF tabular farming, which I still don't even know if necessarily is a strategy. But either way, yes, farming the same zone over and over is not really embraced in this league. The difficulty will still be there, but you won't be able to customize the mods, and you won't get devoted mods either. So it's more for like, the linear playthrough when you're going through. So
Souls
the way it
glory.
works, the way it works effectively is like, the more haunted monsters you kill, the more likely you will get devoted modifiers. It's a campaign-only feature. It doesn't happen in maps. Maps are completely randomly generated per item. So it's an interesting way where it works a little bit differently in the campaign than maps, which I think is interesting. I kind of like having subtle differences there. And yeah, the more haunted monsters you kill, the more likely you are to get devoted monsters. And this is actually a reward for why you want to make it hard. Because let's just using Mudflats as the example, if you put all the hard if you have, say, 2 out of 4 of the packs, or however many packs there are, have haunted mods, you might want to say, I'm going to make that easier and put them on the zombies and water elementals. But those are the least common monsters in that area, and thus you are less likely to now get devoted modifiers to appear when transitioning into either Fetid Pool or Submerged Passage. So you actually have an incentive to put them on the rowers and the other pack of rowers, because they are like the dominant monster in that area. Which is kind of interesting. So again, like, there are many pros and cons to controlling the difficulty and rewards. And then when you click the next, when you next peer through the lantern, it'll like show which mods you got. And yeah, hopefully you get as many good ones as you can. But also the other thing, just while we're on that topic, of the other reason why it's actually sometimes good to make things harder, in some sense, there's so many axes here that it's more like you want as many monsters as possible haunted by as many high tier things as possible. Is that the haunted monsters are the ones that can turn into the ones that you collect for crafting. So again, if you want to maximize your crafting output, you want to be putting the haunted modifiers of the highest tiers on the packs that have the highest density and pack size. So again, going into mudflats as the example, you want to have the rowers do that if you want to maximize your crafting output. So there are two axes and rewards for why you want to be making things harder. But often what I would say people are probably going to be like, I'm going to make things a bit easier to start with as they get more comfortable with their character. As their character gets more powerful, they start to take a little bit more risks in that regard. And of course, if it becomes too hard and they over make it too hard for themselves, the mods rotate pretty frequently, like to the point if you're like running through an area, the next time if you then had to recreate that area, because you're like, nah, I've made it too hard. The mods will have rotated, and you can adapt your decisions and be like, yeah, this is easier for me now. I'll wait a few more areas or some more levels until I then raise the difficulty again.
So how clearly is that like reward system communicated in the UI? Can like someone who hasn't like watched this know that, you know, killing more of these monsters will give more devoted to the next zone and stuff like that?
That isn't currently communicated, but it will be. You probably didn't see it in the live stream, but we will do that. At least on the hovers, when you hover over and it just says devoted, we will put like a little, we'll put it on the hovers of all the like tier things where it says like, you know, servant haunted, noble haunted, etc. Currently, I think it says something, but I can't remember what. But yeah, we'll do a pass on making things more observable and all of that.
It's actually kind of interesting on that point, that this is the first time in PoE where you have information about what is in a zone and what the pack compositions are, and like just information about monsters.
Yeah.
And there's just information generally there about like what monsters do and so on, which is kind of not really something we've ever really done before. So this UI actually sort of provides that, and it'll be interesting to see like whether that's actually useful and like whether we want to think about how we might communicate that again in the future, because like all that's now sort of a thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I got really excited actually when I saw that. I was like, oh, we can actually see what their abilities are and damage types and stuff like that. I was like,
along that note, there's quite an interesting feature in maps that because maps have uniform density distribution of packs. So generally in a map, you're going to have like I think it's 5 packs or whatever, and you're going to have 20. It's generally going to be that there's 20% of the map as each pack. So in maps, there are these extra little symbols, which I don't think were in the live stream, that we've kind of added in more recently, which are variants. So sometimes a certain pack is going to have higher like pack size or mod effect or density, and there'll be these kind of up and down arrows to kind of show like this pack's going to be more common and this one's going to be less common and stuff like that, just to add that variance so that those variables can still play a role in when interacting with the modifiers. Otherwise, it would just be like, you know, here's porcupines, I'll do X, and then 90% of packs you probably wouldn't care too much about. So we've added extra variables to make it that the packs and maps, are a bit, have more influence on your decisions. That being said, when you get into tier 17 and you all have a pack of Brutuses, you might actually think a bit more about it. Yeah.
You're talking about your up and down arrows there. Maybe realize what the next league is going to be. Monster stock market investing. It's there. It's ready for you.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to go off topic a little bit here and answer a chanted question in chat so that we can get back on track. So one sec. There we go. So you've been flooding us with a lot of great quality of life updates in the lead up to this release. It's like some spring cleaning is going on right now, which I love to see. That said, at least one of them seems to have missed the mark, which is the automation change and the resulting removal of the ability to bind instant skills to left click movement. So having your steel skin on left click and having it auto cast that way. So this seems to be a pretty unpopular change, and I just want to ask you guys, why do you feel like that is? Why is it so unpopular?
Well, there's a fair. I'll go into a few things here, but yes, obviously missed the mark on this one. As I said, we're not always right. bit of a disaster. I do, however, think this is solving some good things the way we've done it, but the problem is it hasn't obviously solved it entirely, and going from a bad solution to a bad solution, at least from our perspective, is not what we should be doing. So we will make further changes. I just don't know exactly when and to what degree. There's obviously discussions going on. So to get into some details there, I do believe that it is beneficial now that it is a more observable mechanic, a less like hidden specialized mechanic of, you know, like you can follow a build guide and you can see, oh, this person's using this instant skill. But at no point does a user necessarily know they should randomly, unintuitively bind it to left click to have it autocast.
The way that was before was just, I think, like more than anything, it just felt like such a strange, like, why should this even be a thing? Kind of, you know, like it was kind of almost exploiting a quirk in just the way that our input system was, rather than really being like an actual mechanic we decided to exist. I think that was probably where we started to feel like, oh, you know, this is like, because I remember when I was discussing it with Mark, and I was kind of like, this really, like, if you tell a new user about this thing and the way that it works and why it is the way that it is, it's kind of like, this just sounds so dumb. And that's kind of why we were kind of so keen to change it. But on the other hand, I guess the problem, well, yeah, I mean, ultimately the issue there is that, you know, the solution is a reduction in character power due to the fact that you need to have an extra support socket, and you know, without compensation, that obviously feels really bad. So
well,
yeah,
I do stand by the, like, being able to have it trigger while stationary is an advantage, and being able to use multiple is an advantage. But of course, then we talk about more into socket pressure, right? Using multiple, unless you were already using multiple, you know, isn't reasonable for most characters. So, and we can talk about all kinds of like what the actual solutions would be, but effectively, from my perspective, I come down to, if these things are just becoming passive skills, then why are they not just passive skills? That's what I've kind of come to recently. Like, we should probably take all of these, make them like, how is, say, Time of Need not different from Steel Skin? I understand one of them is regeneration and one of them is mitigation, but in the sense that, like, effectively what we're saying Steel Skin, Molten Shell, etc. is now every 10 seconds do something for Y seconds, which is exactly what a lot of our passives do. And so I was just thinking, like, we could move a lot of these into passives.
Please
and then
don't.
what we could do is actually take what we originally intended for those skills.
Please no.
And design awesome skills that are, because they were intended to be reactionary. And it'd be nice to actually design some stuff that is useful for that. Now, obviously, that's a longer discussion, designing the specifics of all the skills. But there are also some objective problems and balance problems that did happen from this outside of socket pressure. And I can at least cover some of them now. So I'll start with, okay, General's Cry. Obviously nerfed by this, right? It isn't nerfed if you were to use it manually. It is nerfed automated. And when you look at it, no one's using it manually. Everyone's using it automated. And when I say everyone, I obviously mean, you know, the majority of people. So we are buffing General's Cry, and we are doing some other things Warcry adjacent, like I think there's some inconsistencies on a bunch of unique items which have like casting a Warcry and using a Warcry, and we're making that more consistent so that more things work in that regard. But there's heaps of little nitty gritty details there. Patch notes will hopefully clarify all that. Now, then there's Mines, which is a big one. Now, Mine playstyle, aside from the annoying having it on left click, going like tink, 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 tink the whole time, and that just being irritating, it is certainly the case that when it is triggering all the time with a support gem, obviously, if you now want to have the playstyle of throwing heaps of mines and then moving to detonate them all at once, which is how mines are meant to be played, you could do that before, and now you can't. So to change that, we've added a mastery for mines, which does the exact same behavior as before, which the mastery says your mines will detonate every X milliseconds while moving, and it will occur the moment you start moving from a stationary position. Now, the other third one I'll get into here is, I guess, Bone Armor from Necromancer. So, goodbye Bone Armor. And we have redesigned some of the nodes around there. So, what have we changed? I'll see if I can remember all the details here. I think it's Mindless Aggression. And note, all these notables are going to probably get renamed due to the theme change, but I'll use the old names just because that's what everyone will know. So Mindless Aggression is now multiplicative 10% more minion damage and multiplicative 20% more minion life. instead of the increased damage and increased speed. This is possibly worse as a 2-pointer at like level 30, but in-game far superior in terms of actual damage output. You could argue it's slightly worse with Spiritual Aid, but I think that loss is ultimately inconsequential with the other changes here. Then there's the 4-pointer Bone Barrier, which we are going to keep the PDR stat and the what we're doing is we're removing Bone Armor and we're adding a large amount of minion life is added as extra energy shield, which will increase the minion survivability for the amount lost by Bone Armor. So that should provide a good mitigation against, obviously with the mechanic of energy shield recharging, it'll help a lot towards your minions. Like they take a bit of damage and then they have some time to get it back, and it's not foolproof, but that's fine. What you have lost is obviously the bleed removal from them. Deal with it is my answer on that one. What we actually did find, by the way, is a lot of Necromancers weren't actually using Bone Armor, and a lot were just using Molten Shell anyway. So I don't know how much of that is actually lost. And I know this is a bit of a rant, but I'll just keep going because, again, people want to know about these changes. What else did we change there?
Well, one more thing. Did you change the leech thing, or is that...
Yeah, so there is a... Oh, I don't want to misremember exactly. I'll go into the Unholy Might thing first. So Unholy Might, we're actually changing what Unholy Might does, which is better for summoners in some regards, but more so poison summoners, and better for everyone else in many regards. So Unholy Might now is 100% of physical converted to chaos, as well as I think it's 25% chance to apply Wither on hit. So hopefully that is enabling a lot more different unique items, and obviously Sin's Rebirth and all of that throughout the game. But also poison summoners, in theory, don't also now have to use a Wither setup, and so they get some gems there, I suppose. But that's not exactly necessarily going to be a meta build. But we have changed Extractor Mentis because that gave permanent Unholy Might to monsters, and that means that with CI now you will have a physical and chaos immunity against monsters, and that was a little bit busted with Worm Flask shenanigans. So anyway, that's been adjusted, and I can't remember. We were experimenting with some leech. I can't remember if we stuck with it, but I think we had a 1% of damage dealt by minions as leech to you as life, replacing the recovery on Bone Barrier as well. Which should account for a lot more incoming life recovery. I will double check that and I will post that afterwards just in case, because we went through like 50 iterations here and we're at somewhere. So that leaves one major problem, which is the socket pressure, especially on summoners. And we are actively discussing solutions to that one. I think where we are currently landing is that we want to have corruption implicits possibly on all the different minion base types, so Bone Ring, the Bone Shields, and the minion weapons, which grant various different skills like Convocation, the Offerings, Desecrate. I know a lot of people end up just auto-casting Desecrate and Offerings with the wand, but for people who don't have that's good, and at the very least, generally Convocation is unlinked. We might even do the Golem skills as corruptions too. I'm a bit iffy on that one, so I know generally I shouldn't say things that we're not definitely doing, but I'm just speaking freely on that one. So hopefully that is at least a temporary solution to alleviate some socket pressure, but we probably do need to do more, but doing more in the next week is, probably kind of hard. So I would look forward to hopefully seeing more of that in the future. But that's where we're at with that pretty much. Big rant.
It's like this automation change kind of revealed just how much of a very potent band-aid the left-click automation was, because it's opened up this whole can of worms of being like, well, it's exposed how these skills designs are all a bit problematic. These ones that encourage you to have them just up all the time, cast off cooldown. These are things that potentially need to be readdressed, right?
For sure. This does happen a lot. Even if you look at the Pantheon change, which was one of the first quality of life things we announced, it's like, well, we're going to change this Pantheon thing. Like, surely that's good for everyone, not having to redo. And then all of a sudden it's like, but now I don't want to always have chill effect on and all this. And we're just looking at these things going Pantheons equals positive buffs, but then there are all these niche builds and Johnny builds that end up with taking these upsides and turning them into, they become downsides. And so now we have to adapt another thing. Like often what happens is we change a system that we entirely think is positive. And yes, either because we've not given it enough time internally, or because again, it's very hard for even 100 people to find things as quickly and as actively as the many hundreds of thousands of people. And so, yeah, we find that there are things we then need to do afterwards to fix. So obviously, we address the Pantheon thing by allowing you on a character by character basis to then disable and enable the Pantheon upgrades to fix a bunch of niche builds. But yeah, with a game as like expansive as Path of Exile with all the millions of different builds, it is pretty hard to change anything without affecting something. And in this case, it was just we made a change that affected a lot more than we had originally thought about. And yeah, we're doing a lot of solutions here, but there is certainly need for a much grander solution when it comes to that left click thing. But I think where we're at right now is probably pretty good. I am never ever going to be happy with the fact anyone feels like they need to do some sort of numlock shenanigans, or whatever the crazy strategies are. That is not okay, and as such, we need to. If that is still happening, we need to still fix more.
Yeah, yeah. When there's like one of these things where you change something and it's like, this will be good once we get these other things implemented down the line. Do you feel compelled to maybe like hold off on the change until you can get it all done at once?
Thank you for the follow.
Sometimes, but I think in this case, I think the lesser evil has been met, and I think that it is worth sticking to this one, especially with us fixing all those actual objective problems with the balance and actual nerfs that occurred as a result of it. Sure, not every single use case is covered, but I think the other ones are nowhere near as consequential, and I do think it will actually play relatively well. But yeah, in some cases, yeah, I'm sitting there like, okay, do we revert that, or do we, aim to get all the fixes in? We're generally pretty fast with reacting to things like this. We generally can make changes pretty quickly. But yeah, it is a hard decision to make for sure. Like you definitely lose sleep over that one. But like that's what we do, and often as like it's actually responding to this one has actually been fun in at least a development sense, because it is promoting a bunch of these other changes that have been like honestly needed for a while.
Yeah.
Like especially when it comes to the socket pressure thing, like that it is honestly unacceptable that we have not really addressed that in quite some time. So yeah, I mean, ideally, I can't promise by the end of next week we have the right answer, and I can't promise we're necessarily going to do something, but it is certainly something we are actively going to we have been actively discussing and will continue actively discussing the moment this live stream is finished.
Yeah, like I said, it was such an effective band-aid that like ripping it off now has like allowed you to kind of get to the meat of some of these problems, which I'm excited to see what you do with these like skills that are all have this design where they were just chucked on left click, because hopefully we get some much more interesting skills out of it down the line as a result.
Yeah, I agree. Already I have a lot of cool ideas. It's just a matter of now finding the resources to get them all in and whatnot.
Good luck. So since we're on the quality of life topic, something that bugged me quite a bit lately is getting attacked while talking to NPCs, especially in Affliction. I didn't end up getting through all the lore because I kept constantly getting attacked. But in the preview footage, I even noticed, I don't know if you ended up using a different version, but the player had the issue of talking to the Nameless Seer and getting attacked by a mob. Have you guys considered using pause tech to pause the game during NPC conversations when you're otherwise defenseless, or maybe other solutions like making you untargetable during dialogue?
I would say yes, at least in the especially in the context of POE 2, which does have pausing.
Is there any actual reason we can't add pausing to POE 1?
Oh, he's doing it again.
Probably not.
Like, I know it's kind of been one of those things that we've sorry. It's one of those things that like we kind of did, and then we're like, well, I don't know. I'd have to talk to Reese and find out what limitations there were. We certainly were scared by it when we first added it. It was like, this is going to break so much shit, but then it didn't really in POE 2, so maybe it will.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I can't see any obvious reason why it wouldn't be able to be ported over. You never know. There'll be something, but it's probably something we can work around.
Right.
I mean,
The thing that does suck a little bit about pausing during NPC conversations, though, is that there's various triggers that occur, and so it won't. If we just enabled it like that, like it would break stuff like the Fairgraves quest, and like things like that. Like there are some things that would break if we did that immediately, but like it's the kind of thing
we would have to find a way to be able to pause, or like opt into pausing on some and not on others.
There's also the question of other people in the zone,
Yeah.
as well. Like there's like a ton of random things that would probably.
The way our pausing works right now is everyone has to have opted into a pause for it to be paused. So, but I mean, technically in multiplayer, if you in proximity like that, you can just be like, defend me to your friend, I suppose. But they might just run off and start trying to loot some stuff and leave you to die. But yeah, I guess the counter argument is like, what about things like having safe zones around NPCs? And I would say that I have yet to find many games that don't end up just having exploitative cases around that. And that would be a lot more actual work,
What about the untargetable buff on the player while you're talking to the NPC?
But it's the whole like I'm in a map and Alva's there and like, oh no, I'm gonna die or something, or like I just want to reprieve and I just go and like click Alva and then I'm like, oh phew, I'm safe now, and then I get
in a world where people can log out. How is that like problematic?
I mean, you're not wrong, but it feels like, well, at least logging out has a cost to the portal, right? Like, I mean, it isn't quite the same, but in the sense that like, it feels exploitative, whereas logging out does not. Like, it feels like I'm cheesing some mechanic that's unintended for that. Like, I wouldn't want to do a solution that again feels like
I counter argue that comment because I think logging out feels exploitative.
No,
whereas
I know
if you're
what you mean.
talking to an NPC who protects you with a bubble because they have NPC magic, I'm like, that seems like an in-game thing. Like that seems reasonable.
I buy that, but also logging out in POE 2, of course, will log you right back into
yeah,
where you
like,
were.
be careful now because you're going to get us talking into changing how logout works.
Yep.
I have to say, after the hands-on with POE 2, I love the pausing and the reconnecting you exactly where you were if the game crashes or something. So
yeah. Which turned out to be very beneficial during the test we just did, considering the number of crashes there still were in the build. But
it happens.
at least you could log back into exactly where you were and just continue.
It certainly helped.
Yeah.
All right. So something you
there
might
will be a
investigate.
solution to your problem, is what I'm saying.
Right.
And pausing might be one of them. And otherwise, we'll engineer and come up with design some other solution. Like there will be something. But yes, it has come up quite a bit recently, just because of the scope of POE 2. And generally, when we're discussing that stuff, we do also think, well, if this is a problem in POE 1 as well, like what are we doing? Like let's fix it. So it'll happen at some point.
Sweet. Before we go back to the league, we'll talk about the other kind of quality of life related thing, which was the announcement of the Ashling crafting change. So we've been wanting itemized Ashling crafts for quite some time, which is pretty awesome that we're getting that now. But it seems strange to me that it was at the cost of the current Veiled Orb Chaos style effect. That especially was a really nice like mid-level entry crafting option for a lot of players. So to have that removed seems like quite the bummer, as you had the the more random but more accessible version versus Ashling's much more deterministic but more expensive, more costly version. So why did you get rid of the regular Veiled effect?
I mean, I wouldn't say the intention's to just get rid of things, but I also kind of don't see it as a loss to be able to kind of where possible, not retain every single little crafting thing. I would say that the crafting is, at this point, like quite bloated in a sense of like, it is quite hard for someone who isn't reading into and studying profusely to figure out exactly how to craft the best item. And that's not necessarily a problem, but taking the opportunities to remove something that is honestly just bloat at some points is a win, especially if we can find a way to bring it back into the game a different way that feels a bit more core and fundamental. And maybe you'll find that with, say, the Necropolis crafting system. Like that is, in theory, a start to end game meant to be crafting. You can do crazy stuff at the end. You can do really simple stuff mid game, early game. And then obviously when we then go to say, is this coming core? Like, how do we want to do it? If we want to do it, maybe it's absolutely busted in so many ways that we don't want to, we'll see. But there's always more crafting things we're adding. Like you don't have a shortage of different crafting things in the game. Like it's certainly a little bit out of control in a good way and in sometimes a bad way. And more are going to come. So I wouldn't worry about losing something like that in the short term, especially when, you only need to wait a league or two for things like that to come back. And there are always just so many other ways to craft your items. I don't think losing that is ultimately fundamental. And the win of having, obviously, it be tradable is huge. I am very much trying my best to get around as many of the, services as opposed to trades. We're doing a lot
100%.
as much as possible. Like I eventually want to make sure we add a thing where for even mirroring items, even though that's like the nichest of the niche in the game, we're talking about, the select few. I do want it to be that, there is a way that you can do that without having to trade your item to someone. So there are a few designs there even, and, like hopefully we will eventually get rid of as much of that as possible, especially when it comes to trusting someone with your item. I don't like that at all. So yeah, we'll hopefully work around. But obviously, like services like boss kills and all of that, there's not really a lot you can do about that. That's completely fine. But when it comes to actually like loaning someone your item, I'm certainly not kind of in favor of that thing. And so yeah, hopefully we can see the removal of the rest of those in due time. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm super keen on those changes. So if the thinking is to kind of like slim down on some bloat, I certainly don't disagree that like the crafting system might have like a bit much going on. I think in this particular instance, the reason why you've seen this reaction to it is this particular one little aspect of bloat. It was actually kind of like used in almost every mid-level craft, so it feels a little bit jarring to see it removed, I guess.
Fair enough, and I guess the answer there is Necropolis will provide one of the most in-depth crafting systems we ever have, and you could argue about Standard League, but I mean, my answer again there is deal with it, and then later on there will be more crafting systems and more new things and more interesting things, so...
I'm not gonna lie, I'm super excited about the Necropolis crafting. I was stoked. The thing I said after last league, I was like, you guys have to do like some sort of crafting league this time. I feel like it's the only answer to like the whiplash of previous league. So let's talk a bit about that actually. So Affliction was a lot of people's potential favorite league, maybe mine. Was certainly extremely rewarding. Why do you think it was so popular, and were you worried about kind of like coming into this league after that? The correction, effectively.
Why do we think it was so popular? I mean, obviously, at the start, it kind of wasn't in so many ways. It was certainly too difficult. We certainly messed up a bit there. Once things were kind of fixed and once people kind of got their heads around, or around the difficulty of the character builds to handle the difficulty, yes, it became Magic Find Ruckus League. Why was it popular? I mean, it was different. It's not something we had done before in so many regards. It was using new art, and obviously it had bosses, it had all of the stuff. It had so many different kind of reward arcs and existing old ones put into it, like the omens and all kinds of little things. It just had heaps of little detail. The ascendancy classes, I mean, people like that. But ultimately, yes, we can just go to the Magic Find. I'll tell you, I've never had that experience before. I've never, been to the point where, well, not quite like this, where really it feels like the only thing left on the filter is unique leather belts and unique heavy belts and a couple other things. And there's still too many belts to try, and you're still just like, oh my god, there are freaking belts everywhere.
It was a bit too far.
Yeah, to say the least.
I mean, even just from a server perspective, the level of the number of players we could get on a server per server this league was much lower than it has been before, and even that was started to become a bit of a problem.
So the primary issue there is actually what happens is when monsters stay alive longer, because Affliction was making things last live longer, they are getting hit more, and when a monster is alive, they cost more than when they're dead. And so the moment, and then obviously when you've got a Stygian Spires spewing out 700 monsters a second, combined with the 50% increased attack speed soul eaters and all of that, you are nothing can survive that level of absolute mayhem, as in hardware wise. So, but yes, there is going to be a bit of a detox to some degree. But on the other hand, we have changed a lot in the end game to the point where hopefully the meta is so different that it kind of just feels a little bit different as opposed to necessarily like less or worse. There is one other change I'll talk about, and I'm keen for people's feedback. So one problem that we kind of have is that the amount of like obviously if you were to farm mage bloods, headhunters, etc. via divination cards, like there is a somewhat reliable way to get that. You get your doctors, you get your apothecaries and whatnot. And you saw the new divination card scarabs. Obviously, we're like embracing that. We're not changing anything around that. But one thing that I do consider problematic, and we have made changes around, is stacked decks. So stacked decks, a lot of those uniques are coming from stacked decks. And so we have actually made some changes where the league rewards of various leagues, especially the ones that were quite high, so stuff like Tujin and a few other leagues, we have cut back on the amount of stacked decks they're giving. And you're like, oh, wow, nerf my fun stacked decks. To compensate for that, and what it has allowed us to do is we have actually multiplied the drop rates of your mage bloods, your headhunters, etc. by 2.5 times from world drops. And the intention there is that you are seeing more from actual drops instead of just from stacked deck spam. Now, we've kept stacked deck. It was certainly on the chopping block. It was...
I know you were gunning for stacked deck, like you were all keen to get that thing out. But I think a lot of the reason was just the idea that one thing that kind of sucks a bit is that you're getting rewards for boss kills that people haven't been able to do yet.
Actually, not anymore. We have changed, which I mean, it's true that.
Oh wow!
Which I don't know if people saw, but stacked decks cannot yield divination cards that would give items from exclusive bosses anymore.
Yeah, that was definitely a thing that sucked. Was that like you want the exclusive items to some extent to feel like okay, you proved that you killed this guy by having that item. So
there are some corner cases like the Gambler and the Void that we're doing some specific handling around, but in general, you should be seeing a lot less like random Starforgers appearing before anyone's even killed Uber Shaper kind of thing.
Right.
And also, obviously, you've still got the Voidborn keys that will yield it. You've got Valdo's maps, which will yield whatever people have chosen to give there, which is probably just a bunch of mage blood still. But yes, ultimately, we want to see a lot more of those drops come from actually killing monsters and from farming divination cards the way we intended, which is by actually farming the counter, as opposed to just mass stack deck farming on a mass level from specific leagues. I hope that is received positively, of course, because I genuinely believe it is better. But let us know. We have a little bit of time to make some changes there if needed.
Right on. I'll let people share their opinions on that one. I mean, to me, it's I like the idea of boss drops coming from the bosses and not just from random tactics. But anyway, it might be controversial. We'll see. Chat says W's. A lot of wins in chat, so it seems like mostly positively received. You can feel a sigh of relief, perhaps. So I think everyone agrees that Affliction was like probably a bit crazy on the economic side of things and what was dropping and everything like that. And I must say, like, I played the most I've ever played this league. And I was getting to the point, like, in that 2 months phase where I was, like, doing things and creating builds and doing content that I just hadn't done before. And I think a lot of players had that same experience. And looking at the overall economy, I expected with how crazy the league was for things to be ruined. But I guess that term gets thrown around a lot when an economy is different. But the like end result felt really positive for most people. Where like, sure, some things, like if you were trying to compete with the Giga Juicers for the items that they were trying to buy, like their bows or whatever, then yeah, you were having a hard time. But for the most part, a lot of stuff was really accessible. And it felt like a really fun league in that regard. And that was actually the biggest, I think, contributor to why it was such a fun league for myself and I think many others. Do you have any thoughts on that and like that economic shift and other ways that that could be captured?
I mean, I love it. I love how the economy goes wild based on the content we add. It's always interesting to watch and whatnot. I wouldn't say I have any strong feelings one way or another, but I wouldn't say it's like I just want to note, it's not like our intention to, get away from that specifically or do anything one way or another. Like, we liked these things happening organically. We like the community figuring out how to get around that and utilize it. And yeah, I agree. It ended up being completely fine and honestly completely fun. Maybe not everyone agrees. Maybe there are a lot of people who are like, no, it was too hard and I felt like everyone else got ahead of me. We don't know too much about that, but I mean, the league's ending now anyway, so what happened happened. But yeah, I mean, I do agree. At least I played a lot. My friends played a lot. Like, we certainly got into it. A bunch of people here were playing a lot, and I've heard mostly only positivity coming from like, you know, outside of the very early in the league where we had some misbalance. Like, the positivity for Affliction was very high. It's actually making me think like a little bit more about how we can find some way to make some of it core, but I don't quite know how to do that just yet. I mean, I don't know if you saw I don't know if it was in there, but one of the keystones has the whole, like, when there's less than 50 monsters remaining, your map boss is empowered by wisps.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was in the live stream, I can't remember.
I
Too
saw
many
that, yeah.
too many things going on. But that's like kind of one way, at least for now. But there's a lot of good monsters there. There's a lot of good, like, I mean, the bosses, and the ascendancies and stuff are interesting. It's just, it actually is one of the more complicated ones, especially when you consider the ascendancies and stuff, to try and even think how to put that into core. Like, that's a lot of character power. And you, like, I don't know if we will do that, but ideally, even just the magic finding kind of part of it with some regulation to some degree would be fun to add. But I mean, who's to say the current league isn't going to end up having? Sure, it won't be a magic finding one so much, but with all the crafting and whatnot, it's probably heavily going to, change the economy dynamically, and that will evolve over time as well. So,
I think it's really relieving to hear as a player that you guys are like, you liked what you saw with the outcome of that. Like, I think the technical side of how Affliction achieved that with, like, things being laggy and all that sort of problem is not ideal, but the end result was something we really enjoyed. But there's this perception that you guys at GGG are sometimes a little bit grinchy about this stuff where you're like, we don't want you to have items and currency. So it's good to hear that.
I mean,
it's more positive on your end.
I am playing the game every league till high end game and mostly to level 100, and I am farming all these things. Like, I'm not sitting there going like, damn, I don't want all this currency. Like,
what I don't like is when you, like, press alt in the game and you get disconnected from the server, or like random stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to technically break. So yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say one big shift, like, just talking about playing the game here, and like, I do want to understand, like, a lot of what all these QOL changes are, a lot of what we're doing, a lot of what more will be done. And I think a lot of what is coming in Necropolis League, with respect to especially all the in-game changes, is a resultant of our team playing the game and
I can
listening
tell
a lot more.
You guys have been playing the game because you did these changes.
Yeah, we started. So I mean, the whole sextant thing is just like, get me away from this. And I'm in game going like, okay, I've just allocated this tree. I'm like, damn, I don't want to play this anymore. And then I'm like, I don't want to have to respec all this, and then it might be wrong again. I want to experiment and try some stuff, and like, that's where you then get the loadouts. And obviously I can respec, but I don't want to have to just go trading, which we know is a flawed system currently, and we've spoken about trading a lot and how we are going to improve it POE 2 and then looking at POE 1 around that in the future. But like, I'm sitting here trying to buy unmaking orbs, having the most frustrating time ever just because no one's replying to me and all of that, like, I know the pain.
One of us.
And then I'm like, okay, we need some sort of like Atlas tree loadouts or something like that. Like, we need to find a way to have this so that I can play the end game the ways I want without feeling so punished. And this comes into another thing, which is like, okay, like Wandering Path. I want to play the end game my way, but if Wandering Path is quantitatively too strong, then I'm not playing it my way. I'm playing it the way that the meta tells me I have to, because it is too powerful. And so, there's things like that where that comes why we've removed a number of the keystones and whatnot, is because if you feel like you have to do something. And so you could argue, okay, well, nerf the value. Well, now I don't want to do it at all. So what's the point in it existing? If the keystone is into that binary state of feeling like you have to do it versus not have to do it, get rid of it. That's generally how I feel about it, and add something cooler and better. And the new keystones might end up in the same ballpark, and you know what? Might remove them later and add new ones as well. That's just how it will be. But yeah, anyway, I don't want it to be that the loadouts are like everyone has tree A, everyone has tree B, everyone has tree C, because the keystones mean that you have to do that. If people want to do that, because that's like, metas are metas, you can't get around that. But if it's that feeling of I have to do X, that I want to try and get away from, and especially for multiple leagues in a row. Like if it's okay for one league, you have fun, and then if you feel like you have to do something that isn't enjoyable, go away. I don't want it. Like it shouldn't exist.
You love to hear it. You love to hear it. But I have a follow-up question that's completely unrelated. What about the rucksack?
Look, you're lucky you got it for those 3 months or 4 months.
Oh no.
I just no. Ultimately, you might see it back one day, but
No,
like, you
just
know,
no.
I'm honestly surprised that Chris was even okay to even let you do that.
I don't think he was okay with it.
Really?
I think I snuck that.
You snuck that one in without.
Well, you weren't okay with it either.
No,
Like
I wasn't okay.
we had a massive argument about it.
Oh no.
I assumed that Chris approved it.
He might have. I don't remember, but anyway, the luxury of the leagues is we do get to try these things for 3 or 4 months. And the importance is when we do something that we are reluctant about or we are in disagreement about, is that we do reevaluate it at the end of that and decide, are we keeping it or not? And it is a firm no on this one. And, you know, like the good thing is we do, because we have these seasonal cycles, the leagues, we do get to try these things and we do get to do something that we're maybe not quite comfortable with just to really test it. And in this case, it's not. It's not staying in.
I mean, I have to respect a firm no, but what? Why? What? Why? How come?
Well, okay, why? Not to put him. I'm sorry to put you on the spot,
sorry.
but you know,
So, okay,
I was on one half of the argument.
Hang on. So you're first of all.
Oh no, I don't want to keep it.
First of all, Mark ultimately gets to decide this, but at the same time, my feeling on this stuff is that I don't like it when you have a build choice that results in more inventory space, because that kind of thing like leads to sort of weird incentives that I don't really love. Like, you know, it's like if you have to, it's like if I have to change my build to get more inventory space, that just doesn't feel right to me. It's a little bit hard to explain exactly why that is, but like there's various things from games like that where
I do actually agree with that one. Having it be on a class is certainly not the right.
That was
answer.
weird.
I also just personally don't think. I think inventory space limitation is a good thing.
Right.
I think that pressure is good, and I don't have a personal problem with playing with it. Obviously, it's nice to always just have more and more and more and more. But I do think that pressure is interesting, and I do think it is important to have pressure on how much you can pick up and leave a map with. Especially after Affliction, I was leaving every map with a full inventory, going like, holy, there's more things I want to take and I can't, and literally there's stacks and stacks of currency on the ground I can't pick up. But I think that is healthy and good, and it makes you make the good decisions.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't think this was actually about the space. The reason why everyone loved the rucksack was that it was a separate space that allowed it to be much easier to manage things like your map rolling currency and your scrolls and just that random shit that fills up and clutters your inventory that you constantly have to deal with when you're shifting stuff over to back and forth your stash. There's a real problem there, a quality of life problem that the rucksack inadvertently addressed, and that's why people loved it, I think.
Fair enough. There are some. Well, at least, okay, so if that is say the problem of rolling maps, for example, like there are better solutions to that, I would say, which is like, again, I hate talking about this because now everyone's going to want it and it like makes it sound like it's certainly going to happen, and it isn't necessarily, but like surely a like inventory attached to your map device that you can open that like contains your fragments and whatnot.
I guess you can't put stuff in it and meet like from the map when you pick it up, I guess. Like, I guess
from the map, sure, but if they're just talking about like, you know, the whole bringing a bunch in to roll all your maps and like, I don't know. There's more to discuss, but I saw this one on the old quality of life bingo sheet that was there, and I have been thinking about trying to find ways to solve that one, and so I'm hoping that we can find some way to either mitigate or solve that one in the future. Again, no promises, but you know, we might come up with something.
Yeah, I can see there being another solution, and I'd be fine with that because like to me, it's not the fact about getting the more inventory space; it's about solving that quality of life issue. So if there's another solution, I'm here for it.
There probably is. It's just whether or not we can do it and whether or not we can come up with it in a reasonable time. It's all a resources game at the end of the day. So, look, I am keeping an eye on those bingo sheets.
Yep.
I am I'm tactically picking the ones so that we can't the bingo can't be completed.
Keep making them bingo sheets.
Not actually, but one thing that is important with a lot of these quality of life, we are actually, especially with PoE2's development, we are looking at a lot of these things which have been hard nosed and really reevaluating. And it's like,
I think PoE2 really has
cool.
like,
Yeah.
but just because like as well, I think as well, just like watching like new player experience videos and things like that, and just like looking at all the stuff that people are doing, and like it's kind of it's really another shot at like looking at all that really core stuff again and thinking about it. And like we just don't often think about some of that stuff very often because it's been there for so long. And then, so yeah, just having a chance to like really reevaluate everything really then starts to make you think, well, why is PoE1 even like this? You know, like, and it makes like, ends up making those changes.
Like we on Path of Exile 2, obviously you have I maybe shouldn't spoil this, but I'm going to. We have on Path of Exile 2, we obviously have no more portal scrolls, and I'm not saying that we're doing that in PoE1 just yet. However, well, I say just yet, maybe ever, but however, in PoE1, what we are adding is, and it's come from the bingo sheet, is a bind key to just instantly open a portal that you can bind, and you don't now have to open your inventory to do it. I think having to open your inventory during a boss fight or something is not. Look, with pausing, that's kind of more acceptable because you can now pause, use the portal, and you don't risk danger. But messing around with that in the midst of combat is not something that you should really have to be doing. And the changes to PoE2 portals is what really made us reevaluate that. So yes, in 324, we'll do the classic video probably after this or next week or some with us actually showing how it works. There will be a bind for instantly opening a portal, assuming you have a portal scroll in your inventory.
Sick. Yeah, love to hear it. All right, that's fantastic. There's been another thing that's been mentioned a lot in chat, which is, do you have any brief comments on the state of some of the lesser used ascendancies like Gladiator, for example? Any potential reworks or improvements coming to them?
I certainly want to. I always love doing that. And last time, obviously, with Chieftain, we missed the mark. But now during Affliction with the League meta, obviously Chieftain grew into fit a little bit with the Fulcrum and whatnot. So, you know, it's kind of interesting that last live stream we discussed that one not really hitting where we want, and now it's got a lot more uses, and maybe this coming league it'll have a lot less uses. We'll see. It's quite fun how the league changes what people play. However, yes, ascendancy class balances are nice. Effectively, we just have to, again, look at what resources we have and decide how much we can do and where we want to target it. We have a big discussion towards the end of each league development and think, what are we going to do next? Look at the problems, look at what we want to do. And we have a list that's bigger than we can do. And often those things are on that list, and we have to weigh, like, are we going to do option A or option B? And sometimes balancing an ascendancy class is overall less gain for the players than something else we want to do. Like, if you would rather multiple Atlas trees and or a Gladiator rebalance, I would hope to think the majority of people are going to be picking the Atlas tree feature. Maybe not everyone, but again, it's better for the mass, and thus, like, that is what we do. So yeah, it is a resourcing issue at the end of the day. Like, you can only do so much with what you have, but we do a lot. Like, don't get me wrong. But yes, we would get there eventually. It will come up in one of the things, and it is something that we will commit to.
Fantastic. All right, we're going to wrap up Path of Exile 1 Q&A now. Thanks for the very long discussion session. I feel like we could chat about a lot of this stuff all day. Another thing I could talk about all day is Path of Exile 2. We're going to now be talking about Path of Exile 2, both the new reveals from today and some broader questions also.
I mean, we missed a bit of the reveal.
Let's dive into it. The star of the show today was the Ranger, which I had the pleasure of playing at the
twice, you know,
for a few hours myself. And it really showcases how much the impact of the WASD changes, that movement system, has had on the overall design of the game and skills. And I imagine now you've just like gone back and had to look at a bunch of different skills and think, how do we change this now to move?
And honestly, it wouldn't be incorrect to say that the WASD change is partly responsible for the delay of PoE2 in some ways.
I thought so.
Because after we changed that, it's like, oh geez, you know, like, and it's like I almost knew this would even. It's like as soon as I was like playing it, I'm like, oh man, like there's gonna be so many things people are gonna want from this. And it's like, yeah, like you do something like that, and then now every class has to change a lot. And we haven't, I think, even yet still fully explored all the implications of that around for some of the different classes. So like yeah, it's just changed a huge amount. And the thing is, as we look at each class again, it's like, well, like, so we at the demo we did in LA, we showed, which we didn't show here on stream, by the way, but there'll be footage of it coming out from the various streamers who were there. We also showed the fact that when we went back to the Warrior again, which is a class we already showed, and then we were looking like we're playing around with WSD for Melee, we kind of like immediately kind of had this like feeling of like, oh, now that we've got like facing direction being a thing, we'll be able to have active block now, because you can choose your facing direction. You can have a button to raise your shield up, and that will mean that that feels good with WSD too. So like that's another example of just like you add this, you go to another existing class, like, oh man, now we could have this, and then go to another class, and oh man, we could have this, and like it's just yeah, it's just kind of turned in this giant mountain of repercussions for everything. So yeah, it's been a bit crazy.
It seems like it's a really good option now for you to distinguish the classes and the skills further now too, because you can have like the slippery, elusive ranger where nearly all of its skills can be shot while moving, or you have the warrior where nearly everything is a bit more stationary, a bit more explosive in that regard. Have you found that?
Well, I don't know that don't know that I'd say that the warrior is particularly stationary, because every skill has movement in it. But what it does have is the fact that, and the other thing as well is you don't lose control of your character either, even while you're moving. It's just that you're more, but it certainly is dangerous when you've got a slower skill, even when it's moving a bit. Like, so that double, sorry, it's called rolling slam now. The rolling slam skill, like you have to choose when to use that, and that is definitely a feature of the warrior that for the ranger you don't feel the same way, right? Like on the ranger you can definitely just kind of like you feel very free to move around all the time, so like that is a hugely different feel. But at the same time, we always want to make sure that there's that feeling of like I've still got control of my character. I can still do what I need to do. So even when you've got like this sort of slower attacks on another class, there's still there's still like a feeling of control, or at least ideally there should be. Yeah, like that's I guess that's sort of ultimately really important to me. You just never feel like you're losing control of your character.
How does the fact that like you'll have these differences in movement between different skills and potentially builds, affect things like boss and monster design, and how do you like balance against classes that do have to stop a bit more?
This is the other big thing, is that like I tell Mark, hey, we're adding this now, and he's like, oh my god, we have to go through all the monsters again.
It was like it was dodge roll, and then it's like, oh no, like we have to go through and make sure like every monster, every skill, everything we have to go, can you be dodge rolled or can you not be dodge rolled?
Right.
And we have to make that decision. And then it's like, finally we got through all of them. Oh, and here's active block. I'm like, oh no.
Well, so yeah, because we've added now an indicator on attacks that implies they're unblockable. That means they're unblockable. But also, all the bosses have to make sure that there's the right ratio of blockable to unblockable attacks.
And there's a few things you cannot get wrong. You cannot have the AoE look like one thing and it is actually another thing. Very bad. If you have a telegraph or anything and it looks like it's going to do a 20 radius and it does 30 radius in damage, people will immediately, even on one boss, people will be like, this game has bad hitboxes and blah, blah, blah. And then the other thing is if you all of a sudden are using active block and a skill that you think should be blockable isn't blockable, and we don't like telegraph that properly, again, you'll have the same problem where you now don't trust that feature throughout the whole game. So it's like, not only do you have to get it right, you have to be ultra meticulous with it and just be like, should this be blockable? Should this not be blockable? You have to ask several people like what they feel, because sometimes it's in a gray area, and generally if it's in a gray area, you have to say yes, it is blockable, because 50% of people will think it is. So yeah, holy, the amount of times you have to go through all those monsters and change everything is not low.
But then even with like moving while shooting on the ranger, because then once again you need to make sure the monster composition of each area has monsters that can catch up to you and hurt you even while you're moving, which is actually a little bit more complicated than initially seems, because just even the smallest amount of movement, like depending on what the monster attack times are, will cause you to not get hit. So then there's like a whole bunch of tweaking you have to do there as well.
There's a lot more monsters that have a kind of step or lunge attack as well to counteract this now.
Right.
So when they run up to you for the first time, in order to maintain momentum, the same thing the player does, they leap forward and attack, and that has the capacity to hit a moving target. But even projectiles on bosses, it's like, if you are moving just a tiny bit, like a projectile is going to miss. And so now you have to think, okay, should it have predictive firing? Or do we just have to increase the speed enough? Like
we've added tracking to way more possibilities. That like so the tracking has to be way tighter. So like with even with the first boss, we had to upgrade the tracking to to target you so that you have to dodge roll way towards the end of the attack, because then the moment you've got moving while shooting on one class, it's like, well, that means that that class was just trivially moving away from that ability. So suddenly the boss tracking has to get an upgrade, and like everyone kind of has this thing, but the repercussions have just been immense. But I think it is worth it.
It feels so much cooler
so
and
much
so
cooler,
much
yeah.
better when we get that right. Like 100%. Yeah.
That was going to be my response. Like with the hands-on, like the boss fights, they feel incredible. And I noticed what you said, where you have to you really have to get good at skilling the dodge, because it needs to be right before it goes off, not like the early dodge, which is something I'm much more used to doing. And in Path of Exile 1, you know, you only get hit when you stop moving, so I can see how that was like an issue here.
We are certainly getting away from the just run in circles for 99% safety. And I think that is an absolutely amazing thing. You still kind of run in circles just because you do dodge generally in one direction over another. But like, it's not just I am 100% safe while doing orbits around monsters or a boss. There's a lot less of that, which again makes everything just feel way more engaging, and you can't just, I mean, if you want to pause, you don't need to run in circles now. You can just pause and you know, take a breather.
I know this is like blown out the beta dates for you, and it's been a lot of work, but the net result here should be far, far better.
Well, I certainly think so. Like, it's just, like I felt really bad about missing that deadline, but it's like at the end of the day, like if we have found a game that is better than the one we were making before, then we have to make that game instead of what we were making before, like regardless of if it pushes the date out. So yeah, like that's ultimately I think, and like to be fair, it wasn't just that. Like there has certainly when we came to do polish, and it's interesting actually going back in. So it's been so long since we really polished the start of a game before. Like, and it's weird bringing back all the memories of what we actually did back in the early days of POE 1 that I'd actually totally forgotten about, like all the little details about actually doing that again. It's like, it's actually kind of really interesting going back again and doing it. But I had forgotten what it takes to get the start of a game to feel good. And like, it took longer to get Act 1 to a right state than we expected. The annoying part about it, especially, is that we kind of only really realized this as we had kind of, as you know, I would say probably like a month and probably a month and a half ago, that this wasn't going to happen in time. And we had already like booked in everything for the event that you went to, and then now we were like in this like ultra crunch scramble of like, we have to get this to be good enough for all of these influencers who are going to be playing, like the game and recording it and so on, and ready for that. And I think that even what we delivered there, like even though I think like it was great if you played in a similar way to what we have been, or things like that, like there were actually some balance holes you could fall into that meant you had a really bad time. And I do worry that some people kind of fell into those holes and like just didn't end up having a good time with it because of that. And so that's kind of like probably one of the more eye-opening things to me is like there was way more variance in the experience than I was hoping for. Like some, as I said, just some people just like ended up with the like not finding good items, like not find like, or just like the skills they happened to pick, the combinations that were like ones that just didn't work as well as others and things like that. And so, that's a bit unfortunate. But if you did have the good experience, I think that like there were certainly people there who got the experience we wanted to show them. And it's really good to see that anyway. So hopefully you were one of the people who sort of, found that you had some good stuff going on. But I'm obviously very interested to hear more about your feedback in particular.
Yeah, that's the interesting question I kind of have from this, is that like there's no doubt this is a very difficult game. Path of Exile 2 is very challenging, but myself and a lot of the other creators I talked to really like enjoyed the way that the difficulty was done, and especially the boss fights I felt were incredible. I really, really enjoyed them, but it was very easy to see people who didn't have such a good time. And like, where do you want to try and get this game? Like, and how do you balance these two things?
It is very hard, and I think that it's especially hard due to the fact that because the bosses have learnable mechanics, like it's hard for me to go and have an objective like play session on another class, because I already know the boss. And so like that means that to actually find out. I have to watch people play who haven't played before, like play again, and that makes it really, really hard. So like even like I will if the mechanics of the boss gets changed, I will then I will be dying, and like I think that's great. But once I'm no longer dying anymore, that doesn't necessarily mean there aren't still things that other people are gonna have trouble like learning or doing. But I think the worst one is that and that I think people ran into here as well, is that there's something about the item system in PoE 2 now that's leading to too much variance. And we're actually I was discussing with Mark before this what's going on there, because there's not obvious to me yet even why that is. Like the things like the amount of IPD you can get in a weapon and so like that, these are basically the same as what they were in PoE 1. We haven't really changed the mod pool very significantly. So like there's not a lot of changes there, and yet the experience that people are getting with regard to whether their items are good or not seems like the variance seems to be higher. So I need to like find out what's going on with that and like see if I can address it. But I think that what it might end up being is that we have to try it. Like it can be subtle stuff like to do with quest rewards or like what's going on with the shop and things like that. We can give people tools to be able to fix their own itemization problems so they don't fall into the whole like, oh, I just didn't find a weapon, like that kind of problem. Like it really sucks.
There's I think it's the issue of small sample size, right? Not in terms of the number of players, but in terms of the number of items you're getting. Like there's a scarcity to the items in PoE 2, which overall felt really good, but it does mean that when there's like generally a lower number of items dropping, there's a bit more chance that one player will have a rare bow and the other one will have a white bow.
There's definitely that element, but the hope is that gold would help with that. So that you can use gold to effectively you get to choose your own drop. I don't know how much you engaged with the shop in particular,
I did,
but so like knowing to go to the like, 'cause that's the thing, like in PoE 2 the shops matter a lot more because they actually have good items in them. Like there's like it's like majority blues and above in the shop. Like that sort of helps. But it's like that sort of stuff. Like, but then okay, there's one other thing though that I would say is that and this is another one which I'm not sure about, but it's sort of interesting to me, is that when we've been doing our first time user experience testing, the feedback has not actually been that the difficulty is too high. And I think that might be partly to do with like an expectation calibration, where it's like, because these people in those tests have not played PoE before, they're not expecting anything one way or the other about how difficult of an experience it is. So they, I guess, might be kind of like more fine with the difficulty actually, which seems kind of counterintuitive.
This is just what it is. This is the game.
Yeah, like a new player is actually like, oh, the difficulty's fine. Like this is just a difficult game. You know what I mean? Whereas like a PoE 1 player might be like, this is so much harder than PoE 1. Which is like kind of a weird situation that I did not expect before doing this event that we that we just did. So that's kind of an interesting one as well. But yeah, there's quite a lot of things there that are going on. But yeah, we really have to get that nailed, and it's going to require, I think, a lot of good alpha testing and things like that as well to make sure that everything there is good.
It might be a thing where it's something you have to approach with a safety net mindset, where you have like things like you mentioned having some gold so that the safety net can be items from the shop. And another idea that myself and a bunch of the other creators kind of discussed at the event was the idea of like having a slow passive flask charge generation, so that as a safety net, players who are struggling in a boss fight can play defensively and slowly get flasks back that they can use to keep it stay alive.
I certainly agree that what I don't want to do is a change that will push the top end up as either, because the top end I think is fine. Like you can definitely feel powerful if you get good stuff. Like there's video footage that that I've seen of people killing some of the bosses, like still actually just like 10-second boss kills because they upgraded like to their bow or mace or whatever to like something like with an alk that was very juicy, and like things like that going on. So the top end is still absolutely possible to like really annihilate shit, but it's that bottom end, like people falling into holes, that that I'm concerned about right now.
It's a fascinating like design problem to approach.
Right.
This with Path of Exile 2, and I'm super interested in seeing how you guys have been evolving it and will continue to evolve it. Something I also noticed about like difficulty was, and it certainly came up at ExileCon, was the issue of stuns, getting stunned by monsters, just how brutal they can be. I felt like it was definitely better here. I don't know if it was just me getting better, or if you guys
changes were made, so it should have been better.
Okay, but it still was something that the thing that stood out to me the most was like getting stunned while mid-air using escape shot on the ranger. And
that
maybe
should
one.
not be the case. There should be iframes in that skill, certainly.
Okay, so
yeah,
maybe
I
that's
think that might
missing or
just
not quite right.
We did have a discussion recently where a number of those like jumping skills should effectively be kind of considered dodge rolling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it needs we need to add it.
It can just get a bit abusive because you can just be like jump, 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 jump,
Yeah,
and it. So we need to figure something out with that just to make sure it's not like
Well, that was
too
my
broken, I guess.
question actually. Was like these skills. Have you considered the idea of them having like when you are winding up, you can be stunned, and when you're like winding down, you can be stunned. But
yeah.
while
It would
you're in
have
the
to be. It
air,
would have
you're
to be. There's a
immune.
short window in there,
Yeah.
so that you don't feel like you're literally like 5 meters in the air.
That'd be good.
You're,
Yeah.
you're getting hit.
It looked a bit weird.
Yeah.
Sometimes it did look quite cool and brutal when like a werewolf would do this like lunging attack and swat me out of the air. And I was like, oh, that's actually
you probably want to make
sick.
it so that like when you're 1 meter in the air, you can still get hit, but as you're above that, then that's when the time when it doesn't. It also looks a bit silly. It also looks a bit silly when you get frozen when you're 5 meters in the air as well. So that one.
We need fall damage.
Oh yeah, fall damage. Sure, why not? Yeah.
We're gonna have to push the beta back now because you're gonna design like a full Z level system and fall damage and.
Well, I mean,
extra
people
damage
haven't.
from
I don't
height.
know. Have we even shown any areas with subscenes yet? I guess we might not have.
Uh-oh.
I'm not too sure.
There are multi-story dungeons and that where you can see from one floor to the other in POE 2. I don't know if we even showed that anywhere, but anyway, whatever.
So it's certainly a shame about the delayed beta, though. It's pretty understandable given it's not like you hear about the idea of like feature creep in a lot of game design, but here it's kind of the opposite, where it's like core game design creep.
Right.
It's like you guys have discovered things that you want to do way more impressively with the core game, right? But for looking forward to the beta, what will the beta end up looking like? Actually, I've been curious about this. Will it be like a full campaign, a partial campaign? Will there be end game?
Yep.
Any
All
thoughts on
that.
that? Yeah, just
So basically, we want okay, look, the intention here is that there's no point getting feedback on something. Well, I suppose it's entirely true given what we just did, but if the game isn't if I don't think it's good, there's no really a lot of point getting feedback from other players. And so what I'm saying with that is that we okay, what I'm really going for here is like, okay, when we release the game, I want it to feel like I think it's a complete game from end to end and that it's a great experience. And then at that point, we get players to try it and see. Like, I think that betaing just like one act or something, like the only value that you could have in that is something like a load test or something like that. But I don't think you can actually get like proper feedback for the whole game. So to me, you have to have the whole game. Like maybe we don't have to have every single class, but like I definitely think you have to have at least the campaign and the end game there. Now in the beta, what we won't have is like so we'll have an end game in the beta, but it won't include all the end game content that the final game will have. But it will have an end game because you need that in order to be able to test the economy properly and so on, right? Like we need to know what happens when people get to max level and like all of that other stuff. Like that has to be there. I want that game to like certainly the beta should feel like here is a full game. Like I could have just I could have just bought this as a new release and that and it would feel that good. But of course the main thing is that we need to be able to the reason why we'll call it a beta is because we need to be able to still make balance changes and be free with that, right? Because if we couldn't do that, then that would kind of defeat the purpose. So we absolutely need to have the freedom to still make balance changes after that point, but it should still feel like the complete game. Like this is the game, right? Sure, maybe it's missing a couple of classes, but that is the game with everything there you'd expect from a full game to have.
That's good to hear because, like, I think the difficulty with giving feedback after ExileCon was that they were pre-built characters, and that kind of misses the point of the game because character building is such a big part of the game, right? With this event,
this is the reason why we want to do the LA event and actually get people like yourself to really try that. Once again, we got some really interesting information from that, like looking at that, because there were more holes than I expected. So there's clearly more work to do there.
We got to build characters, and you got to see stuff that you didn't expect, like
for sure,
used in ways you didn't expect and stuff.
For sure.
That was pretty cool. You're like, oh, I didn't think anyone would use that skill that way.
Well, the one that was the most annoying, that was a total mistake, was the crossbow. Like there was some balance on the crossbows that was like left in there from when we did the Act 5 demo, where like it was just like, and then that all just kind of like fell back all the way to Act 1, and then people forgot to like actually balance that properly again. And the reason why is because like we didn't even the crossbows have their own skills built in, and the balance of those was not really correctly working with all of the regular scaling that we do for other weapon types.
I thought
And
so,
so
yeah.
yeah, so someone found one of those and then just proceeded to shotgun all the bosses down in like 5 hits.
Default attacking the bosses with crossbows.
Yeah, and when I saw that, I was like,
Cheetah.
"Oh my god, this is like this was not how this was supposed to go." Yeah, so there was a few mistakes like that in there as well.
Yeah, these things happen. These things happen. So I think people are immensely curious about seeing endgame. We haven't seen any real endgame for this yet. What is it going to look like? What a character build's going to look like? How fast is the gameplay going to be? Is this something you can speak on or show soon?
I mean, we will definitely have to be showing it soon, but I think that a lot of it comes down to when we're finally able to really play through the whole game legit and like, you know, and get there, because you just need to make sure that you're feeling the power progression as you go through the game going up and up. One thing that we haven't really been showing a lot until the Ranger demo just now was actually using support gems. Like we just haven't really been showing too much of it. And in the Ranger there, we finally showed like a couple there, but that certainly was not like a full 6 links for everything, which is what it's going to be in endgame. And even just with like in the Ranger demo there, when you started to add like multi-proj and chain to a couple of things, you start to see the kind of like, you know, crazy power that you expect to see from POE. And so it will certainly go even crazier than that. I guess what's harder to say is, okay, like I don't want it to be just like the whole screen is covered to the point where you can you can see nothing about what is going on. Like it needs to still be like, you know, at a somewhat like just from a visibility perspective, it needs to look reasonable, even if you are like, you know, covering the screen in lightning explosions. You still need to, there still needs to be some understanding of what the hell is actually happening. So yeah, like we want the feeling of power, like you want that fantasy of like I'm becoming a god, but we also need to try and make it so that there's still like some level of counterplay and interest in using different skills and like having a good time with the boss even while you're feeling that way. And so that is the challenge, and that, you know, that's what we have to try and hit.
I look forward to seeing how it plays out, because yeah, if I have any fear, it's actually that like you lose some of that impactful moment-to-moment gameplay that you're actually starting to capture with the earlier stages of the game.
Yes. Well, that is a concern, and what I want to try and not have. Like, I do want the boss fights to still feel very engaging, and I still even want, like, even in maps, I still want it so that there are sometimes white monsters where you're like, I have to do a bit of counterplay against this. Like, you know, that to happen just sometimes. Like it's so like just not all the time, but just sometimes that can kind of happen.
It harkens back to like the early days of Path of Exile, where just devourers were scary, right? Like the monster type devourers were scary. And I felt that with like the werewolves in this one. The werewolves are just scary. They're fast, man.
Well, my favorite monster right now in the demo, you know, the Eternal. I don't know if you fought against them or remember them, but the Eternal Knights in the Mausoleum and Tomb are the ones that have a shield, that they're just walking forward with a shield up, and if you hit them, then they shoot a projectile back at you, and so you have to find a way. So you have to find a way to kind of attack them without attacking them from the front, because they've got 100% block there. So you either attack them with an AoE skill from behind, or attack them from above, or like use a degen or something like that. There's like some kind of counterplay there. And as soon as I fought one of those, because I actually had not known that Mark was adding that mechanic to that monster. And as soon as I fought that, I like messaged him like, man, that monster is so cool. Like it's just really cool to sometimes have monsters like that just like, you're like, oh shit, I have to think for a second, you know. I'm a fan.
Just specifically in that case, you when something is blocking, they still take stun damage, so they can still get
stun them. You can stun them out of it.
Good.
But you can also walk up to them and they start attacking, and then walk back and then attack them.
And then he'll have a moment in his animation where the shield goes more out like that, and then the blocking is disabled.
Right.
I didn't have to figure that out.
But also if you use lightning arrows, you can like AoE them from behind, or like, you know, there's the poison burst, which will poison the guy even though he didn't take damage from the hit. Like, there's so many ways, but it's like kind of interesting to have stuff like that.
Yeah. People noted the poison on the live globe. Is there other like display of these sorts of effects on characters?
I do want to do more of those. That was added really recently, and it was weirdly cool. Like, I didn't expect that change to matter as much as it mattered. But it actually really does, and having more visibility for those different effects is really important. So I definitely want to do more. Like, I think that there's definite candidates for shock and ignite and stuff like that, and bleeding, of course. Bleeding being a, you know, one of those ones that would be good to have more visibility on. Like things like that. I think absolutely. I mean, increasing visibility of those mechanics, I think, is super important. Yeah, like we'll definitely do more of that, and I don't think we've exploited like the UI to the degree that we could have before. Like yeah, just that simple, just make the life orb green when you're poisoning something. Just yeah, it's weird how much it matters.
Yeah.
So
I also
it's
noticed
cool.
enemy mobs had better signaling of
Correct.
their effects as well, like a shield if
Correct.
they were protected or whatever by certain things.
Correct. And I want to do even better. Like I noticed I was just like I think there's more we can do around like feedback for when the for when your hit's not working, and I think there's like other stuff like that. Like there's just tons of stuff that we should do better there. Yeah, it's yeah, as I said, these little tweaks, they matter a lot, so it's cool.
All right. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to both of you. Thank you very much for your extended time for the Q&A. I know people are eager to go check out the patch notes and also all of the content that's released from the LA, as that embargo is up now. So
all right. So hopefully people are watching videos and
yeah,
and seeing what's going on.
So we will say see you later then, and thanks very
Excellent.
much for watching, folks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, everyone.
Yeah. See you later.
See ya.
All right.
Okay, but that's it, I guess. Let me see, patch note. Do we have it? I think we do. Yes. Okay, 1 second. Boom. Boom. Let me see. Up, we are swapping to the patch note. Is that good? Sorry. How long is that shit? It's not that long, is it? What the fuck are those? Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break, I guess. Do I do it now? It's already late. Honestly, I'll probably do it tomorrow. I don't know, man. Yeah, I think I'm gonna swap. I'm gonna do some PUBG or some shit. Um, yeah, I think I'm gonna keep it for tomorrow. Go over all of it. And I'll probably check a bunch of video from the new POE 2 shit. Do like a POE stream. Or maybe go over it on Monday. I don't know. Because tomorrow and... How many games are there Saturday? Saturday. Valorant. I think there is one series. But I don't know if it's best of 3 or best of 5. I think it's BO3. No, it's a best of 5. Yeah, so Saturday we have a best of 5. And then Sunday we have another best of 5. But there is the show match before. I think it's before. So it's at 4 PM again. Which means... Yeah, I'll probably review the patch note and all the POE stuff Monday. Right? I'm gonna keep that under my belt and get everything together. Because I mean, most of the changes, like, they've already been announced. Ascendancy. Yeah, there is not a lot of Ascendancy stuff and shit. Skill gem, it's just values, I guess. Is there lacerate? No. Okay, so my skill is untouched. Yeah, there is some nerfs and shit. If you want to watch it earlier, go watch it somewhere else. Go watch another review. I'll review it Monday. Anyways, we're gonna go on to some boba tea. I'm gonna take a quick break and then we swap to boba tea. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's go. For some chill, Baba G. I'm gonna move. Boom. Tomorrow we have 2 games, 2 best of 3. Genji Sentinels. And then yeah, and it's Genji Sentinels first. And then we have Loud Paper X. I'd say the Sentinel and Loud. I think, like, I think if there is a big upset this tournament, it's tomorrow if Genji beats Sentinels. My pick'ems are in shambles too. There is 11 people with perfect pick'ems. Full tier 1 shit. A fucking mountain bike. Wait, who was that laser shit? I mean, I have a full stuff AK. Yeah. Give me an SKS. And I'm almost full stuff on it. I don't have a cheek pad or anything, but whatever. Hey! And an ace. A pan. Okay. Energy drink. Extended, quick draw. I need both combined. I don't wanna go cow. Withdraw some more healing. I need a quick stock. I guess. could have a single shot. Yeah, I don't really care about that. Okay, there's a guy in front of me. I'm gonna steam up. He's waiting. Yeah. and he got fucking killed. What a return. Pecado, let's see. Let's see, there are some people in Pecado. That was at me, no? Oh yeah, there's a guy over there. Oh, I'm in the middle of the zone. Can be everywhere in those fucking rocks. Oh my fucking god! I was waiting for him. I knew it was another guy, but... Fuck, man. Yeah, I'm full tier 2. Where was that shooting? Oh, in water treatment. I guess I do those houses. Extended quick draw, that's nice. Let's pick up a stun. I need a vertical grip light. I guess a half grip. I could have a single shot. That's a long road. How much? 17 seconds. Don't care about the time frame. I'm gonna third party this, get it over with. Yeah, of course, man. I hate people who play like that. Like, it's such a cuck way to shoot at people. Like, constantly abusing the freaking big shit. Like, it's so retarded. If that's like the optimal way to play, they need to fix it. Like, that shit is so retarded. It's so unfun to play against. It's just like spam picking like a retard. You shouldn't be able to do it. To be scope and shit and be able to do it. It's just cancer for the game. I don't know. That fucking spam picking retardness. It needs to go like. Or you should be able to do it only on certain weapon, but like. I don't know. I have smokes. Okay, I need some nades. I'm full tier 2, which is good. I really wish there were more holes in those fucking fences. Of course, there is a random dude. As always, fucking random cocksucker. It just seems to know where you are. sucker. Fuck me. I forgot that on this road you have like fucking dog shit everywhere. Wait! I missed. Wait, did I press F? Or did I die? I think I ejected. Again, too much fun. Too much fucking fun. No fun allowed. Damn. me. Everything is fine. Fuck. I found him! King Zonat. Top 10. Of course, I drop in front of him. Oh my god. Nice timing, my dude. Pick exactly when I drop. Uh, Wait, what's my mission? Oh, use bandages and first kits. Nice. Not enough. Oh yeah, the stability is shit. I almost wanna go crossbow. At least I would have a scope. No. Oh, fuck. I need a scope. I'm gonna stop here. Fuck time 2. Rather have nothing or red dot. A fucking SK now. Oh, there is a looted. I guess cheek pad is good. I don't have a crowbar. I have a pan right. I have a fucking gas cap. Fuck that shit. What the fuck? The guy with the stuff. No scope, no scope. Yeah, of course, dude. Like, how am I not jumping above the fucking car? Like, I'm clearly jumping above, but apparently he hits me still. What a fucking retarded shit. sure. I'm moving away from like the path of the fucking plane, and somehow like there's a guy that's further away than me. When all I've been doing is moving away from the path, like dropping super far, running away and shit, and somehow there's a guy. Damn, these games today have been like fucking cancer. Every time there is a fucking random guy that like is just there for no fucking reason. It's crazy. Oh fuck. I was on my second monitor. Watching some shit. I'm gonna need a car or some shit. Whoa. Okay, so I just have a completely different sound. Like, I have a sound that I get hit behind me, but the guy is on the other side. Like, the sound on this fucking game sometimes. I literally have a sound that I'm being shot at from behind. And then I turn and the guy is still behind me, even though I turn myself. Like, nice fucking game. Nice fucking game. I had some very shitty games. Like, most of them, actually. 2-11. Yeah, lot of dog shit games. Outside of the top 5, where I died. I mean, I died in a shitty way too, but a lot of dog shit games. Let's buy a key. See what we get. Nice. I think I'm gonna call it. I'll see you tomorrow. Stay safe, have fun. And yeah, tomorrow 2 best of 3. We have Loud Paper X. First we have Sentinel Genji and then Loud Paper X. And maybe some PUBG, maybe some what else? Maybe some POE. I feel like I'm gonna play Gladiator this league. I wanted to try like the new Lacerate of Hemophilia. Because you don't have to swap your stance and shit. So maybe do a leveling with that or some shit. Anyways. I'm gonna go. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.